Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our first day of three, our Midland Special Meeting of Council for the 2024 budget. We've come out of a closed session. We had a brief closed session matter this morning just to get updates on our union negotiations for CLAC, which is our volunteer firefighters, and OPSU. Anyway, we've done that now, and I have two motions arising out of closed session, and then I'll officially open the meeting with the land acknowledgement, whatnot. So moved by Councillor Bald, seconded by Councillor Meredith. The council receive his information and confirm the directions as outlined in the verbal report. An update provided by the Chief Administrative Officer at the closed meeting session of the Special Meeting of Council regarding the 2024 budget held January 30th, 31st, and February 1st with respects to the CLAC negotiations update. We got our update in camera, council, so all those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. And next, moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Ball, that council receive his information and confirm the directions as outlined in the verbal report and update provided by the CIO at the closed meeting session of the Special Meeting of Council regarding 2024 budget held January 30th, 31st, and February 1st with respect to the OPSU negotiations update. Again, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, so I'd like to welcome, we have some online attendees, which is lovely to see. I see Rod, and I think Y is probably Yvonne if I was a gambling guy. We got Tracy and Shannon. I feel like I'm doing romper room here. And my lovely wife is online watching as well. So I'd like to thank the folks that have joined us virtually as well as those in attendance today. I'd just like to start with our traditional land acknowledgement. The town of Midland recognizes it's located on land which is traditional and treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people, now known as the Chippewa Tri-Council, comprised of Beausoleil First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation. This territory is within pre-Confederation Treaty 5 and Treaty 16 and included within the Williams Treaties of 1923. And the town of Midland recognizes it's located on land which is the traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat and the historic homelands of the Métis, and that our town is home to a large and diverse community of Indigenous people. I'd like to also deliver the following safety message for those in the room with me today. Should the fire alarm activate, please exit the room in an orderly fashion and proceed to the evacuation assembly area, which is located in the upper parking lot. You may exit through the main entrance, double glass doors right here. Make an immediate left and proceed out the front doors or through the secondary exit right there. And up the stairs, check the door for heat before opening. And if it's safe, exit onto the second floor, turn right and proceed out the door in front of you. The washrooms, if needed, are located on the second floor to the left of the seating area, and an elevator is located just outside the main entrance. As Midland has a respectful workplace policy, anyone exhibiting violent or harassing behavior will be asked to leave. And for anyone requiring a hearing assist device, please advise the clerk, and she'll arrange with our IT staff to provide you with such device. Council meetings are recorded via Zoom right now and are posted on the town's YouTube website after. The meetings are also broadcast on Roger TV Midland Channel 53 when possible. So with that, I have a motion moved by Councillor Prost and seconded by Councillor Downer that the contents of the special meeting of council regarding the 2024 budget be held January 30th, 31st, and February 1st be approved. Just before we do that, I realized I skipped over my declarations of conflict of interest, which is very important. So I know this is on the floor right now, but I'll just ask council if there's any declarations of conflict of interest they'd like to declare in advance of our 3-day session. Councillor Prost.
I'm declaring a conflict of interest when we get to GBGH, as I'm an employee of GBGH. So I won't be able to participate in any of those conversations.
Thank you. Duly noted. Any other councillors? Councillor Downer. I think your mic was off for that, but you were just echoing that as you have been doing anything to do with parking in the town of Midland, you're declaring a conflict of interest on will be out of those discussions. Very good. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment, I made a conflict of interest last year, but the Boys and Girls Club for the Rec Center, they have set their fees for 2024, so I will not be declaring the conflict this year. I'm able to participate this year.
Lovely. Any others? Great. So we got all that out of the way right now, even that's not, if it's not being discussed today, it covers the 3-day deliberations. So I do have that motion regarding approval of the agenda for our 3-day meeting. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Madam Clerk, would you like me to lead with the motion or do we lead with the presentation? This is regarding the water, wastewater.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe we'll lead with the presentation.
Fantastic. So I'd like to invite our water, wastewater rep to the podium or online or, oh, introductions. Yes, of course. I'm just ready to get in there and start digging through the numbers. As traditional, we should have our high-level introduction. So I'll invite the CAO to the podium. Welcome, Madam CAO.
Thank you. Good morning, through your worship. Welcome, Mayor, members of council, and members of the public to the 2024 budget deliberations. So the budget was carefully developed by staff to take the position that to position the town with the financial tools that are required to address both the current and the long-term service delivery needs. The budget balances the town's programs and services through effective financial management and responsible financial growth that aligns with council's strategic priorities. So understanding that there are various economic pressures, I'm proud to say that staff have developed the budget with a view to ensuring that we continue to deliver the programs and services that our residents rely on, while looking for opportunities to reduce expenditures and minimize the financial tax impact. We are confident that after 3 days of budget deliberations, that the town will arrive at the budget that will position us for a bright and prosperous future. Before I hand things over to our CFO, I first want to thank staff for their thoughtful deliberations on this budget, and in particular, our financial team and special note to both Lindsay and Jacqueline for leading us through this exercise. So we look forward to continuing to provide services, programs, and the infrastructure required to improve the lives of our citizens. So thank you, and I will now pass it over to our CFO to start our budget deliberations.
Thank you very much, Madam CFO.
Thank you, CAO Bunn, and thank you, Mayor Gordon. I too would like to begin by welcoming council and members of the public to the budget deliberations, long-awaited budget deliberations. As you are aware, we have 3 days of deliberations scheduled. The detailed schedule is contained in the agenda package as attachment 1 to the budget approval report, which Jacqueline has up on screen for you today. We will reference this schedule several times throughout the deliberations, and as the mayor mentioned, water and wastewater is first up in the hot seat. Sorry. The budget approval report contains several changes to our budget estimates since we posted the draft budget, as well as the relevant council motions. So you will see in the report there are several motions listed. We will be dealing with those motions individually as we move through the process. And so again, with first up being water and wastewater, there are 3 motions to deal with during that section, and we'll move through the schedule accordingly. Before we dive in though, I just want to review those changes with you just to make sure that council is comfortable with the changes in the report. There were changes to both operating and capital. I also wanted to note that there were a couple changes that we did make to the draft budget document, to the online version. So the online version will have a few, what I would call minor housekeeping amendments to it compared to your printed copy. And so we will do our best to reference those throughout the budget process as well. Wanted to make sure that everybody sort of knows what they're looking at and we're not looking at too many different versions of things, right? So just to kind of keep things straight. I'll now turn your attention to page 5 of the budget approval report. So this table here has 5 amendments to the operating budget, 4 of which are to the base budget report. So those individual base budget reports that are included in the draft budget. The first up being an increase to library membership fee revenue. And so the additional 33,000 in revenue reflects Tiny Township's commitment, negotiation with the library, the Midland Public Library, to keep those user fees intact. So we have made that amendment, and that will be reflected in the final tax rate that you will see in a few moments. Next up would be the increase to planning fee revenue. And so again, that's in accordance with council's recently approved staff report at our last meeting of council. And so based on the new fee regime, we expect that an additional 90,000 can be added to the budget. And again, that would be a straight impact to the tax rate for the good. Next up, and reduced insurance premium. So we have fully negotiated our insurance premium for 2024. We've got the invoice. I think it's in the pay run this week. Quite a large bill. But with that, we were able to reduce our premiums for this year. We looked at our deductibles. We also the cyber insurance as well, and had a $50,000 savings. Now, with that, because we looked at our deductibles, particularly for property, and increased those deductibles to lower the premium, we are suggesting that we take half of that savings and put it into an insurance deductible reserve. You know, essentially that rainy day fund. In a year when maybe we have more claims than normal, it's not a budget hit to us. And so there is that for your consideration as well. And again, those changes have been updated in the base budget. And finally, on our service request, our service level change request, there is an amendment also related to insurance, but the MCC, as you know, requested relief of their insurance premium. And our original estimate was greater, but we did have that building appraised late last year. And because of that appraisal, their overall premium has also reduced. So it's combined with the appraisal and the increased deductibles. We've got a savings in the premium that we would pay. So we have made that adjustment as well. So overall, it's to the base budget, it was $148,000 reduction in our ask, and then another 8,500 in the service level changes, which we'll get to tomorrow. Any questions on that before I moved on? Because I just want to make sure everybody is on the same page.
Maybe just a quick comment. I know Julie Ellery was working diligently along with the rest of the team to find these savings, and insurance is all about risk. So I think this is a good compromise. I'm glad that we're looking at this, increasing the deductibles. No one wants to pay the deductible, but the idea is if you have low risk, then it's generally a little safer to have a higher deductible and enjoy those savings along the way. So this is good news, especially the MCC reduction, because you know they're really struggling, as we're going to hear later, and they're perpetually in need while they're still trying to claw out of the effects of the pandemic, along with the rest of the arts and cultural world. So this savings is material. So really, your team's to be commended for going back after presenting us the draft budget with even more things to try and get that base number down. So thank you very much for that. Any other comments or questions, Council? Before she moves on, Councillor Maris.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you to CFO. The reduced insurance premium that you said, the $50,000 in savings, you said about 25,000. You want to split that in half and put that into a reserve. Is that in the savings? Okay. And then on the actual the insurance premiums, are we negotiating with the same company, or are we putting our insurance out there and targeting different companies for quotes? And in that, those premiums, do those premiums include like the benefits that are benefit insurance from employees, or is this just strictly asset insurance? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you to Councillor Meredith. So we did go out to RFP last year, so for the 2023 budget cycle, and we ended up with the same insurer. So we've been with BFL for a number of years now. And last year when we went out to RFP, we did see a significant savings. You know, they really sharpened their pencil. And so we were expecting to see sort of, an increase this year because of that. And we did see an increase, but not as much as we anticipated, right? Given the reduction that we're proposing here. So, and second to that, the benefits, so employee benefits, no, that is a different provider. We are with Sun Life. This is our property insurance, our general liability are the sort of the two key ones. There's special environmental insurance. It's a very comprehensive policy. Okay, good. So having no other questions on that, I just wanted, so with those changes, so as I said, it's a $148,000 reduction to our original sort of base budget proposal. With that and the additional savings on the MCC, we end up at an overall blended rate going into deliberations of 5.45. So originally we were at 5.86. We've managed to bring it down, as the mayor indicated, a little bit, and every little bit helps, right? And so this table just shows how what the overall levy would look like if all of the all-in sort of changes. So the base budget changes, the service level changes, the council requests, the additional capital levy. If all of those were approved as written today, we would be looking at a 5.45% increase. Now, I want to also sort of, again, caution. So that is the estimated blended increase at this point, right? So that's taking our municipal increase, that's taking the county increase that we know is 3.7%, the Board of Education, and blending those all together. Again, as in any year, we are still, our overall rate will depend on how our assessment looks compared to other municipalities within the county, right? And so typically your high growth municipalities get a bigger portion of the pie, right? And so assuming that our portion of the pie stays similar to last year, that would be the rate that we are looking at. But of course, we can't confirm that as of yet. And so that's why we come forward in May with the tax bylaw. And so when we do that, that's when we confirm the rate. That's when we, prepare the bills and all of that. So it is a good estimate. I don't want you to think that it's not. I'm just saying that it can't be, 100% at this point in time. Okay, so next on page 7, this is the proposed 2024 water and wastewater rates. So there is no, while there is no change to the draft budget, so this schedule was included in the draft budget. I am referencing today simply because we also, as an attachment to this report, have the draft user fee schedule, which is included for council's consideration. And that would be found in attachment 7 to this report, as well as the new monthly base charges, which are also shown in that attachment as well, and miscellaneous user fees. So the draft bylaw for water and wastewater would come forward to our February 14th meeting for council's approval, and we would look to adopt those rates as of March 1st, similar to our process last year. On page 8, so we also have 3 capital changes. And again, we only look at this point in time to make changes that are significant. And so these 3 items we felt were significant and worthwhile in making before the deliberations process began. And so overall, our new capital requests for 2024 now total 15.6 million instead of the original 15.3. And so the 3 projects are on the screen before you. Decommission Colburn Street sanitary trunk main. And that would be a rate supported project. So again, the rates that I mentioned earlier from water and waste. Remove the requests for the library visual impairment machine. So the library was fortunate to get that piece of equipment donated to them. And so they have removed that request. And I'll speak later about why that is significant. And then finally, we've added a design and consultation for the splash pad of 50,000, which would be funded from our tax supported reserves. And that project has been added to basically revise the scope of a council request. So when we get to the council request section tomorrow, you'll see that we've also removed that project from that request. So there is no double dipping essentially. And it's really just taking a step back and sort of looking at what do we need and what does that cost? And so those are the changes that are proposed. I should note, so again, I noted this is the new request. There are also several projects from 2023 budget that will be carried forward to 2024, and that's just part of our normal year-end process. And so you'll see those in our first quarter report of the 2024, where you'll see what those final balances look like. We spoke about those a bit at our last council meeting when we went through sort of the reserves and noted that we had closed out some projects that staff felt were no longer of top priority at this time. And so we went through that process, which again frees up our reserve capacity. So with those changes, there are no other changes to the proposed 10-year plan. Just noting that any changes we make to the year 2024 will get updated in that 10-year plan. And again, over that 10-year plan, we have over 200 million in capital projects or purchases that need to be funded. And I think that's it. If there are any other questions from council.
Thanks. We'll just start for those maybe scratching their head about this $300,000 project that has slid in since the draft came out. We're going to be looking at all kinds of capital projects that are funded by reserves and looking for ways to try and, preserve our reserves, if you will, while we're contributing to them. But this one I wanted to call out specifically because we didn't know about it, obviously, when the draft was created, or it would have been in there. And this has resulted as an inspection. I don't know how much we're at liberty to talk about. I don't think it's an in-camera item, what led to this, but it might be worth just explaining what this is and why it's something that we shouldn't kick down the road as we may be considering kicking other things down the road. I think from what I've been briefed on, this is something that needs to be done. We don't really have a choice on, and that's why it's in here. But it might be worth speaking to it briefly. And also about the splash pad, I had sticker shock when I saw that request come in, and we're talking $1 million and 190 grand a year to maintain. And that was in this year's budget. And even though it wasn't coming directly off the tax rate, of course, it's drawing from our tax money that we put in yesteryear. So this is a good compromise. I went back to the staff and asked them effectively for, the work that we hadn't done yet on the splash pad. Yeah, sure, it got approved, last term by council, but we never put any money towards it, which means we never tasked staff with doing any research into options, location, what infrastructure is needed to fund it. None of that work was done. And so I took a little umbrage to the fact that appeared on our, on our budget, unresearched, uncosted, and just kind of, and staff agreed. So it was really just a placeholder. So this, I think, is a more reasoned approach. We have to do this work anyway. And it could be after we spend this 50 grand and do all the recommendations and we come up with the top 3 designs and what it's going to cost to put in and what's going to cost to run every year. Council may decide, you know what? Nah, but we did the work first and we hadn't done the work yet. So in fairness, we need to spend this money anyway. So I'm glad for those following along the splash pad. I know we've received some comments and critiques from the public about it. Rest assured, we're not funding the splash pad out of this budget. We're taking, it's being proposed that we take the first step, which is to do a feasibility study about where it's going to be and what it would cost to put in options wise and what it would cost to run, which then helps me in my pledge of beating the bushes to try and raise funds from the community. I don't mean bake sales and tag day. I mean real money from the community to try and offset the impact to our reserves. So all of this is a multi-year approach, and this, if all goes well, this thing could be put in 2026 in the spring. Could be ribbon cutting, and kids can be playing in it that summer if things progress. But we won't know until we fund this. So I just wanted to call out, because that was like a $1 million plus project on the budget that's now being completely altered. So it's only $50,000 for this year coming out of a tax border reserve. So I just wanted to put some color to that for the folks following along online who may have been concerned that, they looked at that price as I did, and the jaw hit the table that we can't do that right now. So rest assured we're not, but we're taking the first steps, or we may be taking the first steps if council approves it. So thanks for the summary. And is it worth talking about that decommissioning Colburn sanitary trunk, just for those who scratch their heads about how this ended up on here quickly and why it's 300,000?
Certainly, yes, we can talk about it now, talk about it when we get to capital, but our manager of engineering and our manager of wastewater are both here to speak. I maybe refer to Mitch first and.
We could do it.
So
Yeah,
the,
we can do it during the regular part of it, but I just wanted to call it out because it's a new addition and it's of significance. So let's just make sure we talk about that when we come to
Okay.
that point.
we might as well do it now and then it's not forgotten.
So through you, Mayor Gordon, to council. So this project, as you'll see, this is an old sanitary trunk main that was installed, best of our knowledge, back in the 1930s. Was decommissioned approximately 15 plus years ago or so. And we recently found out in the last year or so that it wasn't maybe fully decommissioned properly. So we started an investigation program to camera the pipes to verify if it was fully decommissioned. Was there any live connections, things like that? The camera program finished after the draft budget was prepared. And we have found some serious areas of concern that have potential for damage to other people's properties, not just town property. The way this sanitary sewer runs, it runs across, basically goes as the birds flies. It follows the old topography of the land. That's the way they did things back then. So this project is to go in and fully decommission this main, grout it up and make sure that this pipe will not fail in the future. We won't have any, basically limit the risk in the future. We're not going to go in and dig up the pipe just because of the way that it actually runs across country. That would be a very expensive, challenging, if not impossible project. So this will go in and we'll do trenchless repairs. We'll fix the pipe from inside, fill it with an unshrinkable material, and restore everything back to the way it was before. So there'll be a little bit of grading work, maybe some fence repairs on properties, things like that. Maybe some road repairs where we have to tie into structures. So that's the general idea of this project right now.
All right, thank you. So suffice to say, had you completed the camera work, before the draft budget, this would have appeared on the draft budget as a high priority item?
Absolutely. Yeah. If we were completed that investigation work, it would have been in the draft.
Thanks. I just wanted to call it out because it's a pretty material change to the budget after the fact. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So that completes the amendments. So I just, before I officially, again, turn things over to our manager of water and wastewater, I did want to touch on reserves because the topic of reserves has come up a few times, either through public questions, comments, as well as questions from council. So I just wanted to kind of, put the lay of the land out there for you as well. So the draft budget does include a 2.1% contribution to our capital reserves for asset replacement, right? And so that is built into our base budget, right? That's the 565,000 that we called out in the summary. The proposed budget, so the all-in budget, which includes also our service level changes, our council requests, also includes an additional 1%, which we call the sustainability levy, which was essentially created to sort of begin to close that, what we call that infrastructure gap, right? The gap that we've identified in our asset management plans, the gap that we've identified in our long-range financial plan. So in total, staff are proposing over a 3% increase just to reinforce our reserves. And so while that is significant, these contributions are necessary in order to fund our 10-year capital replacement needs. Without these contributions, we will not have the funding to meet these needs. And so basically left with three options. We significantly reduce those needs, which, we're talking in the millions of dollars. Take out more debt, which we know can be expensive and is subject to prevailing interest rates. Or change our reserve policy with our investment policy and utilize some of those MPUC legacy funds. And, at this time, none of those recommendations are I wouldn't recommend any of those at this time, given our long range needs, right? Instead, staff are recommending a steady, long-term saving approach to fund our asset replacement needs by increasing our annual reserve contributions. The base budget includes a significant investment in our capital reserves for the replacement of our existing assets, particularly for fleet and equipment, facilities, sidewalks, and stormwater. Historically, these contributions to these reserves have been low and are currently not meeting our future replacement needs. This approach ensures that those ratepayers who are consuming those assets today are contributing to the replacement needs of tomorrow, which is basically the fundamental principle behind reserve contributions. On page 30 of our draft budget, to me, this is a really good visual representation because it really just looks at a specific area of operations and fleet. And so from this graph, you can see the annual spend being the green line. And so you'll see that line going up and down depending on the needs of the day. And in some years, if we purchase 3 plow trucks all in 1 year, we need to replace 3 plow trucks all in 1 year, or maybe 2 and 1 the next year. Then you may go 5 years before you need a plow truck. And so that green line really represents how those needs do fluctuate over time. The orange line is our reserve balance line. And as you can see right now is much less. But over time, with that continual constant increase to that annual reserve, those lines meet. And it costs a little bit each year to put money away to meet those replacement needs. It avoids fluctuations in your tax rate, and it makes sure that you have the equipment you need to provide the service of today and tomorrow. Alternatively, if debt financing was used for all of our major fleet and equipment, the cost, as you know, the cost would become greater, and as I said, would be subject to prevailing interest rates. And the financial burden of replacing those assets is placed on our future ratepayers. And there's no savings in the bank to buy the next piece of equipment when it fails or breaks down. And really, again, these are the principles behind asset management, and this is why the province has put such emphasis on asset management since 2012. And will continue to do so for the foreseeable future, and is why we're need to meet legislation by July 1st of this year to incorporate all of our assets into our asset management plan, including the fleet and equipment that's on the screen. So as we move through the capital budget today, I just want council to keep this graph in mind, as there may be a tendency to want to move major projects from 1 year to the next, as there may be a thinking that it may have a material impact on the overall picture or on the reserve balances or even on the tax rate of today. But again, I can't stress enough that because those reserves are so grossly underfunded, there will not be a material change to the reserve forecast as presented unless projects or purchases are removed entirely from the plan. And again, I'm talking millions of dollars. And yes, pushing a project out 1 or 2 years does allow more time to save for replacement. So I'm not saying there isn't value in that. And I'll use IT equipment as an example. We may budget every 4 or 5 years to replace a computer. If that computer is still in good working order, we're going to push it a year, right? And we're going to save another $3,500. But the cost may go up over time. You may need more computers for different tasks. And so, again, it's that balancing approach. And really, by stretching out the life cycle of our assets, that does help us combat inflationary pressures, which in recent years have been out of this world and nothing like I've seen. So, as well as helps also mitigate our increased operating costs and labor costs as well. Anyway, I can't stress enough that pushing the projects out may not arrive at sort of what we're trying to achieve. The reserve forecast beginning on page 49 of the draft budget document helps to demonstrate this. And so there were 4 scenarios that were presented, with scenario 1 showing the $33 million essentially funding deficit. And what that is that deficit is there if we do nothing, right? If we remain status quo. We continue to spend at the rate we're spending, which again is largely based on our replacement needs, with little increases to our contributions. And again, these scenarios we can certainly discuss in more detail as we make our way through the capital and 10-year program. Any other questions from council on reserves? And then I promise I'm done for the morning, at least.
Go ahead, Councilor Meredith.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a few questions. So the 3.1% that we're going to be putting into reserves this year, have we been putting 3.1%, basically 2.1, and then the additional 1%? How far back have we been doing putting those 3% into reserves? Because I believe we did it last year, but I'm not sure on last term's council if this was done as well. That's my first question.
Maybe just for context for people following along, we could bring up page 51. That's what's being proposed and suggested by staff, that we increase that 1% this year. So I just wanted, it'd be good if that visualization was up,
51.
because that can show the one, doesn't show the past, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Meredith. So last year we did put in, I don't know if it's exactly 3%. It would be close to that. I'd have to go back and sort of look at the numbers. It was certainly more than the 1%, right? So last year we did that additional 1% as part of our overall levy. And there was reserve contributions, I'm going to say, baked in the base budget. I mean, they were clearly identified, so it definitely was highlighted. The year before, so the 2022 budget, so I was not part of that budget cycle, but I believe the 1% was done and nothing more. Again, I'd have to verify that, but that's sort of what my understanding is. And I think throughout sort of the last term and maybe even the term before that, it was sporadic. Some years more was put into reserve, some years less. And it kind of became an afterthought as opposed to we need to do this. And I strongly feel that that's the wrong thinking. You know, the long range thinking is to contribute to these reserves so that we have those funds available for when we need them. And which is why 2% is included right in the base budget, and an additional 1%. Again, I'd have to go back, you know, I could probably look at the last 5 years pretty quickly, but I don't believe 3% or even close to that, if you averaged it out, has been included.
I could give some color on that. And last term anyway, contribution to reserves always seems to be the sacrificial lamb.
Hmm.
When you're grasping at straws, you need some way to bring down, the tax increase on your residents. Even if you tried to cut your expenditures, that was the low hanging fruit. That's the temptation is always to grab. It exists today. We could do the same thing if we're looking for that extra win, take one for the team. Are we really, we're all we're doing is living off the credit card and driving the debt down more. So to answer your question, Councillor, in the past, and I would argue for successive councils, not just councils, but even when we talked to SSEA, which we're going to hear from, their increases apparently were kept artificially low because they were depleting reserves instead of passing along their true costs. That happens with a lot of organizations that can do that. I'll take ownership that we made those decisions last term for the same reason. And I can see the light that it's ill-guided, and we can see the result of that being the sacrificial lamb for the tax rate. So we don't have the graph to show you, but yeah, it was the thing we always turned the tap off on when we were looking for some quick savings. And that's what the CFO is cautioning us against this time, and try and look elsewhere while still contributing to those reserves.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, and through you, can I ask another question to the CFO? The reason I asked that question is because we've been taxed so heavily that that would make sense to me if we're putting that 3% away in the past, but obviously probably haven't been, and I'm just and I wasn't paying close attention to where the money was going until probably the very last year of last term. So before I start, well, I was thinking of maybe occupying this seat, but anyways, so on that line with reserves, and I asked this question to you at our last meeting, that the savings that we would, let's say this $300,000 pipe that we're gonna plug up, that we were just talking about, right? Costs $300,000, and that is not a true cost. It's probably a guesstimated cost, somewhere there. We could possibly, it might cost us 270, it might cost us 250, it might cost us 310, where you'd have to come back to budget to ask for $10,000 more, right? And we have seen that in the past here. And we approve the 10 or 12,000 that's needed to get the job done. What we don't see a lot of, well, we don't see any of, is when you are under budget by that $30,000, right? And that goes back into a reserve if we have a surplus on that budget.
Mm-hmm.
So if we put 3% away today, and that 30,000 from that project, and 20,000 from this project, and 15,000 from that project, and we get a surplus of 500,000 for the year, right? So now that's going into reserve. So we're actually over 3%. So why doesn't that, like 250,000, let's say, of this year, if we have a 250, or I believe you said 270,000 is a percent off the tax rate. So if we have a surplus of, and we're estimating a 1 to 3% surplus in 2023, and even if we take half of that and put it against the tax rate, we're still putting the 3% away, right? We're taking the savings or the surplus that we just got achieved in 2023. Why can't we apply that to reduce, the tax rate and give some relief to our residents? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Meredith. In short, we are. So there's a couple different things that you've said, and they don't all sort of go together, just to clarify. So we talked last meeting about the $300,000 project, for example, right? So say that does come in at 270. So we've budgeted 300,000. We physically spend 270. There's $30,000 left in the project, right? As part of our updates, our quarterly updates, our year-end reports, that $30,000 remains unspent, remains in the reserve where it belongs, right? So in case of this pipe, this is a rate funded. So again, there's a difference between rate funded reserves and again, doesn't really matter for the purpose of this example, but regardless, so that 30,000 would remain in Andre's wastewater reserve, which would then be applied to the next project that comes along, essentially. So it's not one, you're not going to bring it into his operating budget because again, his operating budget is based on a 10, 20-year projection that shows what rates we need to charge in order to have the funds available to operate, maintain, and replace all of that infrastructure, right? So that 30,000, if you put it into his operating budget, he's just going to jack up, or he's not going to jack up his rate, but essentially he would because he needs that 30,000 in his reserve to fund his capital program. And so water and wastewater is a really good example because it's probably the easiest to understand, right? You know, his bottom line, whatever his surplus is at the end of the year goes right into his capital reserves. And so you get that compounding of that reserve. And it's very easy, you know, not much like the town that has 74 reserves, right? And which is why I constantly say, let's look at them in total. Let's look at our capital. Let's look at our operating. Let's not look at the public works reserve, for example, on its own as an island. But water and wastewater, as I said, is sort of the easiest way to understand it. Whatever his surplus is, it goes right in his reserve. Whatever he doesn't spend in capital one year stays in the reserve for the next. And that's actually what this graph shows. So we have, you know, so this graph is capital reserves. You know, what there isn't a graph, there is a slide, but there's not a graph, is our operating reserves. And so the surplus that you talk about, so our operating surplus, right, which is different than our capital surplus, because the capital surplus is money we've already taxed for. So we can't include it twice. The operating surplus, that 1 to 3%, right, which could be anywhere from 250 to 750,000, which is on the high end. We in our projections, in our operating reserve balance projections, we have included that surplus. Now, again, we've been conservative, so we haven't estimated the high end, we've estimated the low end, but those are in the projections. And our operating reserves, much like our capital reserves, are pretty much non-existent at the moment because we've got some offsetting debits, right? As in related to the policing, right? And so we've got some other funds that are again, helping offset those. But over time, again, the position will look different, but we need to continue to put those surpluses there. Now, I also this year plan on doing a reserve policy. And, you know, it's not that I disagree with you because a good strategy to, again, help close this gap would be to put some of our surpluses to capital, right? And so maybe it's a balanced approach of putting some to operating, some to capital. Typically, those operating surpluses are generated because, you know, and we did see large surpluses in 2020 and 2021 during, you know, the pandemic years when services were cut, staffing levels were low, we had a number of vacancies. You know, that's not normal, but we had large surpluses, which then went to reinforce those operating reserves, which were also needed. So we have looked at that, I guess, is sort of the short, the long of the short answer.
It's not an easy answer, is it? Because the alternative is, of course, we can just reach into those reserves, or they'd be operational capital, apply them against our current today to change our tax rate, but all we're doing is basically putting it on the visa.
And that's a good point. So if we do that, that's a 1-year fix, right? So you can take as much as you want this year from reserves. I mean, I will probably caution you against it. But then next year, you have to find that money, right? And so either you tax this year or you tax next year is essentially how it works.
Through you, Mayor Gordon, to CFO. I understand what you're saying. So and that was probably a bad example using the capital, the wastewater or the pipe. But in general, if that was if that was in our operating, let's say, I still don't understand how, if we're putting the 3.1% away, that we have that 30,000 surplus. You're basically telling me the next project that we have, if it costs $29,000, we're not spending anything. But I don't think that works here. I think when the next project comes, it's put in the budget, or you come to council, and that 30,000 is still there and still remains there and is added to our reserves. Because I do not think that new vehicles that are in the budget that we have surpluses are saying, hey, we get a free vehicle out of this, because not really free, because it was tax funded in the previous budget. So I don't think that, I'm not convinced that that's the way it works. So I think the 3.1% is put away. The surpluses are put away. Your asks are your asks for every project that comes to light, and the full dollar amount is asked for. So I'm having a hard time with that. So that's why I question the reserves a lot. So
Yeah.
thank you.
That's fair. And so just on that, so, and I think, again, you're not wrong, right? So that was very clear. What I'm trying to sort of differentiate between is the budget, which is a committed dollar, right? And so we are committing $300,000 from those reserves. So the money's there, right? It's in the pot until we physically pay the vendor, right? And when we pay the vendor $270,000, the $30,000 is still there, right? And it can be released, right? And so that process happens, it's a delayed process, right? And so you may not see that right away, which is maybe part of the confusion, right? You may see it in a future report, right? Which may happen 3 months later, may happen 6 months later, it may happen a year later, right? It's when we know that the project is final, it's complete, the warranty period is done, all of the costs are in, we say, okay, we don't need the rest of that budget. And it gets released and it gets factored into our reserve forecast. And so we make those adjustments. So we say, instead of so the reserve say had $2 million in it because we committed 300. If we don't spend all 300, the balance goes back, and I don't want to say goes back, but it gets released is probably the better word. It gets released and is available for that next project. That's not a surplus. A surplus is in your operating budget when you are taxing. Again, reserves were taxed at a point in time, but not in the current year. And so it's not a surplus that you can allocate to reserves. And I hope that makes sense. If not, I'm happy to, maybe chat a little bit more one-on-one during break. But
It does make sense. But over a period of time, when this accumulates, right, to find just 1%, 270,000 out of if you don't want to call it a surplus, or when it gets released, right, those numbers to bring our tax rate down by 1% and still maintain our 3 or 3.5% towards the 10-year capital plan, I think it's doable. And I'm trying to make an argument why that's not doable, and you're somewhat getting there, but I'm just still not convinced. So thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. I just wanted to make the comment or refer to the comment that you said that you plan to do a reserve policy. And I think once we have that to digest and with flow charts and pictures of how things will go in the future, it will help. myself and Councillor Meredith and us all. So look forward to that work.
Thanks. So I guess the key takeaway is money that we'd anticipated spending from an existing reserve that we don't is not found money. It's not new money. Right? If it's revenues that we collect from some new source, that's new money. And even if we'd originally decided to channel it into a reserve, and that we may decide not to because we need to spend it now to try and offset the taxes, that new money would make sense. But anything that's already in a reserve that we don't spend, that we anticipated spending, is not new money. So it really doesn't have a net impact. And if we were to dip into it, then we would just be spending reserve money to offset the taxes, which we have done in the past. Many successive budgets long before me. That's how we artificially kept things down. And I think you see, if you followed Tiny and their past few years and the revelations of why their tax rates are as large as they are, is that's been the issue. You keep your tax increases every year artificially low, funded by your reserves. The proverbial chickens will come home to roost. And they have for many municipalities, and we're one of them, unfortunately, as you see from that graph on the screen. So thanks for trying to explain. It is complicated, and it's something we're trying to fix. We can't do it all in 1 year, clearly. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I guess the scenario 4 with a negative balance of $2.3 million in 2033. I guess if we're adding that 3% in every year that you're suggesting, just over the 3%, that maybe our surpluses will close the gap on that $2.3 million. Is that correct? Okay, so we may be able to get to a zero balance in 10 years is the hope if we have surpluses.
Okay.
All right. I don't think any of us are fully educated on the concept, but we're getting it. It's starting to certainly the options you presented are very worthy of debate, and we'll have that decision later whether we want to, again, revisit reserve contributions as a sacrificial lamb or commit to pulling that Band-Aid off and doing what previous councils couldn't do at the time.
Yeah.
So thank you.
No, and I'm happy to walk you through as we go through the various capital reports, and you have questions, we can certainly revisit the conversation. But for now, if we're good to sort of officially begin, I don't know what time it is, but if we're good to start with water and wastewater. And so again, we picked water and wastewater as sort of a good jumping off point because it's not the tax rate. It's rate funded, which is equally important, but it is very separate, right? And so the water and wastewater rates fund those services only, right? And so the user system pays for what they use, right? And what they consume, and puts, again, money towards that future replacement of capital needs, which our manager will say is there's a list, right? There's a list of 2023 projects that are in progress, right? Which are essentially multi-year projects that take a lot of planning, design, ECAs and whatnot. And so, but there is some significant water and wastewater asks within that 10-year period, right? As our infrastructure ages and things need to be replaced. Anyway, I'll
So actually, that just brings up an important distinction. When you look at one part of our community, specifically around the Midland Point area, there's many homes there, some of them very, expensive homes. They pay a lot of property tax, but they're on septic, and some of them may be on well. So they're not connected to these rate-based services. Therefore, all the roads and infrastructure that these residents will drive on in our community that we need to be preventative maintenance or failed, or we have a water main break and we have to dip into that reserve to fix. There's a fairly significant component of our community that doesn't contribute to those rates, and yet they benefit from them because they drive on our roads, even their own road that has a sewer trunk on it, but they're not connected to it. So these are some of the challenges with the rate base, and people have consistently asked me over the past, pushing 7 years now, what's this 4 and 5%? When you look at the constraints that Midland's under already, we have a lot of services and a lot of expenses, but not a big tax base. And even though we're working on the growth, we can't compel developers to put shovels in the grounds, even though this council's working really hard to get things approved. We still have a large contingent of very nice homes in affluent areas in our community that pay a lot of property taxes that don't contribute to the rate-based system. And yet they use these services in our community. That I'm not, be throwing any shade on them, but that's an important distinction where everyone else, when they pay their property taxes to us, they contribute to greater good items. They're chipping into the library and the sports and rec center and everything else, but they're not contributing to that water, wastewater rate-based stuff. Is that an accurate, am I, portraying this accurately for the people in our community who aren't on our services? And I don't know what percentage that is.
So there are several households that you're right, aren't on water and wastewater services. Wastewater would primarily be in the Sunnyside area, and I'll let our manager expand. I know there are some areas down Midland Point also that are on no services at all. And so you're right, those ratepayers or those taxpayers don't contribute to the rate-based system because they are on wells and septic, right? And so if they were, again, you would have just like our tax rate, more people generally means less costs, right? For all. That's if existing services are there. You don't have to put in new infrastructure, there's a whole lot to it, right? But you are right. There definitely are taxpayers who are not contributing to the system because I would say they're largely not using those services, right? We when we are doing a road reconstruction project, you mentioned, driving on the roads and whatnot. We do allocate those costs. So there's a road portion of the cost versus a sewer main, water main portion of the cost. And so the sewer and water main portion would be funded by the rates, where the road and curb and gutter and all that would be funded by tax. And so we do try as best as possible to make sure that those services are paid by those who use them.
That's fair. And again, I'm not trying to pick on the people that aren't on the services. They're not getting the services. Why would they pay for them? One would argue. But it is a pressure, if we have a low number of people contributing to the services because of growth or if they're not connected, then it increases the cost for everybody else. That's why we're urged to try and help the community grow, to get more tax base. But we don't really have that ability, for example, in Sunnyside, because it's not like the pipe's in front of their house and they're choosing not to connect to it. There's no pipe, right? And to put pipe in is staggering amounts of money. And that's just the way it was, allowed to happen after when the TAY amalgamation happened. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out, that the rate-based stuff may feel a lot higher over time because there's less people paying into it. And the costs are staggering. So, and like the $10 million water tower and all the other capital stuff that's on the go. We can only tap the people that are contributing to that portion of our rate base. So I'm more speaking rhetorically to the folks that have been challenging me, and rightly so, on why is it so consistently high for water and wastewater? And we're going to hear in a minute or so about that plan.
Fair enough. Okay, I will turn it over to Andre if there's no other comments. Thank you.
Morning, Council. My name's Andre Pepin. I'm the manager of water wastewater here at the town of Midland. We'll just quickly go through our division performance plan, just high level. If you have any questions, obviously, please jump in. So we're responsible for both the water and wastewater. So over the last 10 years, this has changed drastically from what it looked like 10 years ago. So in the past, we really were only responsible for water distribution, which are the pipes leading to residents' homes, and the treatment of the water, as well as the wastewater treatment, so the plant down at 200 Bay Street. We've since, in the last 10 years, taken over the collection as well. So in length, we have responsibility for about 275 kilometers worth of underground works. We also have a large involvement in the stormwater since regulatory changes came into effect last year with the CLI, or Consolidated Linear Infrastructure. And you'll notice year over year, our expenditures have been consistent. If you were to look back to 2010, we're through the use of technology, innovation, we're managing to keep our year over year expenditures pretty much on par with what they were in 2010, and that's taking into account the increase of linear infrastructure. Linear infrastructure, as mentioned earlier, and one of those capital requests for that $300,000. You can see that year, 1932. That's a good example of a pipe that's come to end of life. We're almost 100 years of this buried asset that needs work to be done. And unfortunately, these things are buried, and they're buried under other assets. So as you mentioned, under a road, so the road will have to be replaced, the lawns, the infrastructure above it, the trees, what have you. And if you put a new water tower up today, we have to plan to replace that water tower 75 years from now. In our case, we have a water tower that's over 120 years old. So we're definitely as efficient as we can be. We're not, replacing things that don't need to be replaced. That's where a lot of our efficiencies and wins come from in order to keep that expense low. The rates, however, are largely contributing. As I mentioned, the year over year operating expense has been consistent. The 5% and 4% are really to help the capital side. So it's how do we take off bite-sized chunks of the overall goal. So we're not going to do 3 water towers in 1 year. That would be ridiculous. We have to strategically plan it out using our asset management plans and our master plans that look at quite a forecast. We have a plan right now that's going to 2031, and soon we'll have one that goes to 2051, and so that we are self-sustaining and we have a long-term goal of success. So with that, last year we did manage to do a couple things that I think we're very proud of. In a report coming up, as it always does annually, sometime at the end of February, early March, we'll be presenting our annual reports. In there, you'll find that we had, again, a very successful inspection from the Ministry of Environment. I can assume that it will be 100%, which is quite an achievement for our town. I think we're 2 or 3 years running with that now, which really is a report card from the province to say how we're running our utility. The second is our water-related emergencies. Through the use of technology, different work order systems, and help with CXO and their services that are provided to us, we've been able to, I think, effectively manage some of these emergencies. I hope that everyone can see, the public or the emails that are coming through CXO when there is an emergency, that hopefully the public and everyone in the organization, stakeholders within the organization can see, hey, why is there a bunch of trucks? Why are there flashing lights? And why there's water spewing out of the ground? Now, hopefully, when you drive by and you can understand what's going on. I think we're proud of that. It's hopefully that you're seeing the work that's being done. The other thing that we undertook last year was really a streamlining of water meter reading. So out of about 6,400, 6,500 accounts, there's water meters, and the water meters are important, and that really is the money generator. So that's that rate base. How much have you used versus how much are you going to pay? So we undertook replacement of 1,500 residential water meters. Not only are we getting more accurate billing quicker, we're also getting more, I'd say that the meters themselves are more accurate. As a water meter ages, it tends to slow down, which unfortunately results to less revenue. So we've seen some increase with that as well. Also, just to point out some of our efficiencies to do with that project are, in the past, it used to take 3 weeks of somebody to collect the meter reads. So that at one point was walking around, going door to door. Some people Some homes were upgraded, so they didn't need to go door to door, but it was kind of this leapfrog effect, and it would take about 3 weeks to accomplish. And just in the last year, we've been able to reduce that to 2 days. So it takes 2 days now for the entire town to have their meter read. That's improved a bunch of other things. Our customer service, if there's questions on their billing, we're able to respond much quicker. We can do data logging to determine if there's a leak in home that perhaps the residents didn't know about. So this has been a huge jump in our community. And just to put some perspective, there's neighboring communities that just now are seeing the benefits of metering and are starting to put them in. This next year, we have some exciting stuff. I know when council did a tour of the wastewater plant, I tried to go as quickly as I could through some of the AI or artificial intelligence stuff that we're doing. So we partnered with a Montreal company called Can Forecast, and we provided them with some data, and they've sent us a really interesting model that highlights a bunch of information that perhaps we didn't know about before. And I think we're actually getting to the point now where we can calculate what is the likelihood of failure, what's that cost for a failure versus replacement, what's the social economic cost of that. It's a little difficult to explain, but if I'm a resident and I notice that the water main keeps blowing up in front of my house year after year, what's my confidence level? What's my confidence level in the rate increase? What's my confidence level in the quality and distribution and the people managing it? So that's something we've been looking at. You can often refer to it as the triple bottom line, looking at the environmental side of it as well. So we're really big into technology, and I think I have many examples of that paying off and showing great savings year after year, and I think that's evident in the year after year expenditure. So that's just the division performance plan and what's coming up. I think if we go forward, be able to see the operating budget, and if there's any questions related to this, I'd be glad to take them.
I got a quick one before we jump in. In the past, we've heard that there's unaccounted for water loss from our distribution system. I can't remember, there's a term for it. I call it leakage. But there's missing water, and we don't have sinkholes popping up all over town, often. So, and usually that's from a water main break. But are we any closer to determining where that water is being lost, and is lining pipes and like that having an impact, or do we know if things have gotten better? I haven't heard about it in probably a couple of years.
Hello. Through your worship. Yeah, no, that's a great point. So we deal with it from both aspects. So there's the water side of things, which is under pressure pipes that go from our treatment plants across the network to homes and businesses. And then there's the wastewater collection side. So it's a gravity pipe, which means a hopefully empty pipe that goes away that goes from the homes to the wastewater plant. So in both cases, we deal with some type of in or around a type of leakage. And you're absolutely correct. Any leak in a pipe is costing us money. So it really is one of our top priorities is in order to reduce that amount of leakage. I will say that we're one of the province's first zero. Okay, to not make it too long, but if there's a new subdivision and they put a new water main in, we were one of the first in the province to require a 0% leakage, because it doesn't make any sense to me personally or professionally that we would accept a pipe that leaks brand new. So we are very stringent that it must meet a zero leakage, and it's all in order to combat that brand new pipe leaking or existing pipe leaking. Any cup of water that leaks out of a pipe is something that is a loss. We've had to pump that out of a well. We've had to treat that cup of water, and now we're just essentially losing that, and that equates to revenue. So we work diligently at trying to reduce that number. We're well within the provincial average, if not below, when it comes to leakage. That's on the water front. On the wastewater front, we've seen year after year some strategic relining, and that on the wastewater side is I&I. So anytime that there's actually water coming from outside the pipe going in the pipe and then unnecessarily treating it. And this AI and a lot of our, I think I presented a number of times, SLRAT, We have also in camera, like a robot. So this is all kind of in that fight to reduce the amount of leaking pipes. My plan is hopefully in March to have, I believe her name is Barbara Robinson. She considers herself the sewer lady of Canada. She is very passionate about I&I, and I'm hoping to have her come speak, because it really comes down to, if we can reduce the amount of unnecessary treated water or unnecessary water or wastewater to treat, we can really delay or at least strategically move back major expansion of plants and infrastructure. So if we can, if we have less leaking pipes, maybe we don't need to replace a well 5 years until 5 years down the road. Similarly with the wastewater plant, maybe if we can reduce the flows coming to the wastewater plant, we can divert those major capital costs 10, 20 years down the road. And that's what I think we've been successful at doing. Hopefully that answers your question.
It does. Thanks for that summary. Council, any questions about the Councillor Meredith?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Gordon, to Mr. Pepin. The meters that you're putting in the homes, is that complete now? You said there was 1,500, and I think you said there was about 6,500. So are we replacing them all, or just the ones that are really, really outdated? Thank you.
Through you, your worship. So out of all the residents, everything has been metered. So all 6,400 accounts, 6,500 accounts are metered. It was really those 1,500 were to take it from having to have someone go to the door essentially and use a gun looking thing to get meter reads, as opposed to having it in a car that drives by and you instantly get the read. So it's really just a modernization is what it was. They always had meters. It was just a modernization. And then going forward, it's just an ongoing replacement of old meters as they fail.
Great, thank you. And one last question. In the October 2023 capital results under water, we had the water master plan update, which was $48,202. It was closed. Does that have anything to do with would that go into a reserve, or is that project going to be reopened, or where does that money kind of go? Is it until it's released, or how we heard earlier? Thank you.
Through your worship. Yeah, that's a really good example of what the CFO was talking about earlier. So in that project, we had expected the county MCR to have effect on population numbers to kind of finalize that plan to 2041. We haven't seen those results, and therefore we figured that it was time to close that project. So essentially all that does is that money now becomes released, and it's just in the reserve. It just sits in the reserve and then now is released to be used on other capital projects. Hopefully that answers your question. I think the CFO had a really good point. The water wastewater is a really good example of how it's supposed to work. Essentially, you have 3 pots. The one pot has the money in it. Then your other pot has what you're going to be spending. So that's your committed amount. So in that case, we had a committed amount of $40,000. In that case, we didn't spend it. So that money just goes back into the reserve. Had we spent it, it would go in the 3rd pot. And I think that's just the most simple way to think about it. We didn't spend it. It doesn't go away. It just goes back into the reserve, into the pot, to be used into the future for other projects.
Great, thank you. And through you, Mayor Gordon, to CFO Ms. Barron. So that 40 some odd thousand, that is included in this year's, because it was released in October, in the draft budget of this year. Would those numbers be put against, would those numbers be included in the updated, I guess, tax rate or budget? Thank you.
through your worship to Councillor Meredith. So yes, so that 40,000 would be essentially released. And so it would become part of that reserve balance, which is essentially our starting point, right? So we take our 2023 budget, we then adjusted it for those projects we closed out, which totaled almost $2 million in total. And then we readjust those reserve balances for our starting point of the 10-year forecast, right? And so that 40,000 would be essentially added back in, which then can be spent on the next project. Now, again, just wanted to say it's rates funded, not tax, but again.
Thank you. And I'm just using that kind of example to kind of maybe not only for me to understand it, for the people watching and seeing, you know, when we come to that end tax rate number, whether we choose to still keep on putting 3% towards the reserve, and then whatever else. So just trying to, because it is confusing, from my year one on budget to now, it's getting clearer. So it's a little bit more experience with 1 year under my belt. So thank you.
Okay, moving right along.
Think now we'll go to capital for water wastewater. Correct. Good.
So we are going to jump right now to the capital portion. So we will, so under number 1, water and wastewater, it shows motions 1 to 3. So we will do those motions just after Andre presents his capital plan. That way it's all basically water and wastewater is complete. And then we can pass, hopefully, those 3 motions. And then that sets us up for the 4th motion, which is essentially the rest of the capital plan. Just so everybody's following along on the budget schedule. And so Andre's capital plan begins on page 176 of the document for anybody who's following along at home or for council. I can give you a minute if you need it.
If you wanted to actually go to 177, we'll go through each project. So I think, yeah, what we'll do right now is just go through each of our capital projects and give everyone a chance to ask questions. So this, as in years past, this is a emergency replacement contingency. It's non-compounding, so it's a 1 year, it's a year-over-year ask. It doesn't, if this isn't spent, it goes back to the reserve. We don't, not back to, don't say back to. It becomes unreleased and put into the pot. The idea of this is, I'm not a fan of contingency funds, but in this case with water and wastewater, the expected costs of a breakdown are immense, and we need, as a water and wastewater provider, to be set up in the case of an emergency. And this is essentially what this is, just for the wastewater. So we don't expect to use this, but should a pump, say something simple as a pump were to unexpectedly break down outside of our what we thought was going to happen, this is something we would have available to us to have that replaced and continue service as required. Next. This is our new fine bubble aeration. So this was a project that was highlighted as a part of our master plan study. The estimates for the project at the time are, we'll say, pre-pandemic, and we have a better estimate of what the total cost is going to be, and this, in addition to the 3.8 million that was requested last year and earmarked for this project. This will hopefully bring us to the finish line with this. This is expected to go to market, if you will, February or March of this year. And this is a modernization of the plant. And this goes back to the idea of doing small bits of the plant as opposed to one large upgrade of the plant. Well rehabilitation, we have 10 groundwater wells in the town of Midland that feeds the entire town, and they require maintenance. Regulatory wise, we have to do a certain amount of maintenance to them, and this is the budget to do so. This again is similar to the first. This just on the water side, and you'll see the difference in amount just because I think any emergency that did come up on the water side would be less costly. So to kind of add to the water meter discussion, we're looking at increasing the amount of data collectors, which would hopefully lead us to a program where a ratepayer would be able to go online and actually see how much water they've used, like any other modern utility where you could log in and under your own account. Perhaps you have multiple properties and you'd like to see what the water use is on those properties. This is that step in that direction. And again, this won't get us there entirely. This is just the hardware to go that route. This is just a fleet replacement. We have W22, which used for all our emergency locating, our utility locating, underground asset locating. It's at end of life, and we're just asking for a replacement of said vehicle. And that is all. Is there any questions?
I got one because oh, I got two more too. That self-service portal, something that we're totally missing. We have, allegedly, we have a very archaic back end for this right now. Is that something your department will be funding, or is that going to be an IT supportive initiative? And do we have any idea on timelines when residents will be able to access a portable, log in, see what their usage is, download their own reprint of a bill or whatever without any fees from us, and just kind of self-service, maybe even pay things? How far down in the future, down the path is that?
To your worship, it's going to probably be a trilateral exercise between finance, IT, and ourselves. Again, we have to get the hardware. So last year was to really modernize, get everything on radio reads. This year, it's to try and get as much data collected virtually as we can to reduce the amount of time required to actually collect the meters. Once we're successful at that, I think that'll leave us at a really good spot to go virtually. As you said, go online, see how much, you could likely pay your accounts with a credit card. You could likely pay multiple accounts. You could track your accounts, and it will definitely reduce the burden administratively and modernize our community and provide a service that everyone should expect. I would say probably 2 to 3 years, just considering we have to get all the bugs worked out with the data logging and what have you. But it's definitely somewhere where I find it's very important to go. It just makes sense. We're in 2024. How are we doing paper? So.
Amen. Thanks. And I'm one of the stragglers getting the new meter, but I have an appointment booked for late February to get off the archaic one in the basement. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I just wanted to know how much more money we were required for this to get up in 2 to 3 years start.
Through your worship, the hardware is the big dollar item. The software is the low dollar item. It's not to say that there won't be subscription. That's how most anything IT makes their money now. It's not on the hardware. So once we get over this hardware bubble, if you will, to make it modern, I don't have a guesstimate right now. I don't have an idea, but I don't think it'll probably be equivalent to the dollar ask on the hardware equipment in the next 2 to 3 years. But I think we'll see large efficiencies with that and payback, to be honest with you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would definitely like to elevate us to a
technological way of being able to look at things. I just wanted to know how much more money it would be. I also just had a question about all the contingency funds. Is this just replacing money going that you're depleting from reserves right now? Is that not something that we're already doing? Is like Lindsay, sorry, like Lindsay was suggesting, being able to add that 3% in per year, or is that something wastewater is looking at as well?
So through your worship, so the rates, the 5% and 4% are doing that. That's what's really driving that reserve balance. We're looking year over year. There is a graph somewhere that we can show, and it's really okay. You know, a lot of the pipes were installed in the 1970s. They're becoming end of life. We're going to have to pay for that. That 5% and 4% is really looking into the future. So we're doing that already. That's the 5% and 4%. The contingency really, it's more of an administrative thing. So it's to say that that money is not released. It's committed. Should something happen with water, wastewater, it's important to react quickly. And this would allow us to act quickly without having to come back to council and going through that process if in the case of like necessary infrastructure need to be repaired or replaced immediately. The idea is that we don't spend any of this and it becomes released and sits in the reserve unused.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I had 3 questions, but my first question was just answered. In regards to the new fine bubble aeration, you're asking for $1 million plus, but you said it's in addition to the 3 million. So basically it's costing us 4 million. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So we've already committed the previous. And then in regards to, if I may, Mayor Gordon, the purchase of a vehicle, I noticed you said it's crucial. Would be shop, I don't know if this is appropriate to ask, do we purchase locally? Are we considering a hybrid, or how does that work?
Through your worship, any fleet goes out for RFQ request or RFP. So it's placed out to the market, and it really comes up to who bids on the vehicle. Where it's coming from locally, if there's local bidders, and they'll be selected based on price and procurement, would be best to answer that. But that's generally the idea. Is as long as there's local bidders, that's how that is. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a valid point, and it's probably, I don't know when the best time to talk about it is, but there was some procurements that happened outside of that normal process that in the past for circumstances that, staff rationalized. I think some of us would take exception to that, the way it was done at the time, but it was. But I've had reassurances, and I'm sure Madam CFO and procurement will reassure us that moving forward, any procurement of rolling stock like this goes onto the platform, and all of the usual players who have salespeople or whoever they are dedicated to log in and see these will have access to it to bid, and there won't be any just calling around dealers, which I'm paraphrasing how it happened, to say, hey, listen, we need a truck real quick like this. Do you have one on stock? And whoever had one or answered the phone, basically got the deal. So we have a policy and a process in place now, and I know procurement is being more heavily involved in even some more minutia type expenses. And it was something that I know I've talked to the CAO about. I know other councillors have too, because a lot of us were concerned with some of the vehicles and where they came from. And was it an open and fair bidding process? I've taken calls from dealerships, as many of you have too. So I think I don't know when the best time to talk about that was. Maybe now, since I've already, Councillor McDonald started it and I've opened the can. So, Madam CAO, perhaps you can speak to this and some reassurances about the procurement process for rolling stock.
So through your worship to council, so we do follow a process, and unfortunately, we are not by provincial legislation able to just give it to prioritize local bidders, which is unfortunate, but we are following the process. The past purchases that the mayor had spoke about, during the pandemic, it was a very different time. So a lot of vehicles, a lot of dealers didn't have vehicles on site. There was a shortage. And the emergency declaration allows you to go outside, well, not go outside the process, but it allows you, if you need something there, the reason why it's declared as an emergency is you can get the stock that you need to move forward. So it was due to low supply of local vendors. And so any of the processes that were sort of circumvented were not really circumvented, but they were allowed under the Provincial Emergency Act.
Follow-up, Counselor?
Thank you. The hydro-
Through your worship, yes, actually, as a department, we already have plug-in hybrid right now, so we already have the infrastructure to accommodate that. The problem with that is the increased cost. It's, probably 20-25% more, but it is something that we've invested in the past, and we already have the infrastructure, so we are considering hybrid or even full electric.
Thank you.
Councilor Meredith?
Thank you. I was going to bring this up and later on, but going with the vehicle purchasing, I was very disappointed to learn that after our 2023 approval of 5 or 6 vehicles, 5 of them came from out of town, which to me I was very, very disappointed. So I would not approve another vehicle at all unless it was purchased from in town, even if they go through the procurement process. It is very, very how our dealers cannot come and come equivalent to another dealer's price is beyond me. We have dealer owners that own 3 dealerships in town, pay a large amount of tax dollars in our community, and last year we took $400,000 out of our budget and spent it out of town, which I think is very unacceptable. So going forward, either we have to revisit our procurement policy bylaw and fix this so this doesn't happen again. In speaking with one of the owners, he spoke to procurement, and the process didn't, I don't believe, went out because of in the past COVID situations. It didn't go out to tender. They sourced the vehicles themselves. I'm not sure how accurate that is, but I would only approve this vehicle if every dealership in Midland was aware that the tender process was coming out and they had a fair shot at it. And then therefore they're aware that the tender went out and they have an ability to bid on it. And from what I gathered from last year, the majority of the dealerships weren't aware of the tender. Thank you.
Madam CEO?
Actually, through your worship, Ms. Cruson is here and she can speak actually to this item. Thank you.
To Mr. Meredith, every vehicle we have purchased in the past 6 years through the town of Midland has gone through a proper process. Those purchased during COVID actually went to market first. We received no bids. We then came back to council. Actually, sorry, we came back to the CAO and received approval then to use the Emergency Act. So the only time they were not purchased off something we put to bid was during COVID because we absolutely received no bids. All vehicles purchased last year hit the market. So every local vendor has the opportunity to bid on them. Some we went joint with the county, which we are legally allowed to do, and no local bidders on those, which we cannot control. It's on a bidding platform. They all have access to it. They get notification every time a bid goes up. The others purchased the SUVs, and there was one other vehicle that we did the bid document ourselves. We had local bidders on it. 1, they did not meet our specifications, and 2, we cannot justify spending more money to buy locally. And legally, based on the Ministry of Government Services, we cannot show local preference.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I understand that sometimes our hands are tied. But for us, whatever changes have to be made in procurement, and the tax dollars that our businesses are spending from a common sense approach, and our tax dollars going out of town. And even if that vehicle costs $1,000 more, that $1,000 will be in our community, and it'll get spent back to our businesses and so forth. So this does not make sense to me, where I think 4 of the vehicles came from Collingwood, Hannah Motors, and I think Blue Mountain Chrysler. One came from Paul Sadlin, and the other one was spent locally. So it doesn't make sense to me. It has to change. I think the policy, our procurement policy, has to get come up in council, and we have to make some changes on that. Thank you. Or else I won't be approving a single vehicle. Thank you.
This is an important conversation, and really it could be peppered into just about any of our procurements where there's a vehicle involved. So, Ms. Kristen, this would be I'm glad you're here for this, because you know, it pains my heart too. I'm a shop local guy, and we ask people shop local, and yet we apparently have no ability to compel ourselves to shop local, even though we ask everyone else to do in the community. And you know, it's because of this provincial regulation. Maybe you can spend a couple minutes and just educate us on this, because it doesn't square with, you know, what feels right. And most of the time, even if you don't agree with something, you can square it with, you know, okay, I get it. I think that's the point that maybe some of us need to come to. I'm still struggling with it. Why we can't include locality as, you know, in the scoring matrix, even if it meant spending a little more money locally. What is a little more? Well, that's very subjective, and it depends on the project, right? You can't put a percentage on it, because it could be $1 million for something or 10 for another. But is there an ability, I guess my question to you is there an ability for us to basically say FUI on the province and include locality in our scoring matrix, and provide for some ability to pay a little more for us to shop local? It would feel better for us, but I want to know, can we do that legally?
Yep. We used to be able to, and in around 2004, that rule changed. So we used to be able to build into a bid document a certain percent that if a bidder was within a certain local distance, they got an extra few points on an RFP, or within a certain dollar range. If it was a request for quotation, we were allowed to show local preference. In around 2004 to 2005, some organizations challenged that. We had several court cases that went through the court system. All of the municipalities were losing, costing us more money. So at that point, Ministry of Government Service changed that rule and made it illegal for us to show local preference. We try in every which way we can to support all local businesses. Definitely my preference as well. But it's not always the case. The ones that Mr. Meredith was referring to that were purchased out of Collingwood, we had no local bidders on that bid. I can't award to a local bidder if they're not bidding.
That's frustrating. So I guess, is there an ability from us managing the back end to just make sure that the local dealerships, I mean, there's not that many, are in fact registered with the platform? I mean, really the onus is on them, but is there any, just being proactive, is there a way for us to make sure that, you know, they're all on the platform, so that we know that they're going to get a notification, whether they miss it in their inbox or the guy that looks after it's on sick leave and didn't forward his emails, all of those things out of our hands? But is there any way to just satisfy ourselves and council that our local, I know it's a big question because there's more than just automobiles involved in this bids platform, but at least for the automotive side, that our few dealerships in town are on the platform? Or maybe you know that already.
So there's a few in town who we haven't done much business with. They choose, since I've been here for almost 6 years, they opt not to bid on any of our stuff. We have a few other local dealers who like to bid on our stuff. All of those local dealers who have bid and we've worked with in the past are all on that platform.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meredith?
It would, thank you, through you, Mayor Gordon. If no one's bidding on those cars from local dealers. There must be a problem with either their computer system or something. What I would ask is a courtesy call, say, hey, to our local dealers, say, there's a tender out, take a look, so they're aware. Some of them may, as I said, we're in a computer age that something may happen, a glitch, but it would trigger, the light bulb will go off if that was me, saying, why aren't there any local bidders bidding on this? Make a call. And then if they lose out in that tender, then fine, they had a chance. And that's all I'm asking. I'm asking for our local dealers to have a chance. And if they're way out of whack, absolutely go out of town. But as long as they have a chance, I'm happy.
Ms. Grusin, is that a reasonable request? I mean, I know procurement is way more than just rolling stock, but is that a reasonable request for your department? Is it possible to do that?
Through you, your worship, to Mr. Meredith, unfortunately, I cannot do that. We are legally obligated to show that we've committed to an open, fair, and transparent process. So if I am calling one dealership to let them know the bid is out there, whether they are local or non-local, I have to call every dealership in Ontario, or we can legally get challenged on that for showing local preference.
It's agonizing and frustrating. I know I share this. I've had lots of calls with people about this, and it's so hard to square, but I guess this is one of those cases where I hate doing this, but you got to throw the province under the bus. They've decided for us, this is the constraints we have, and it's beyond our ability to make a bylaw or change a policy. We can't do something that goes against the provincial statutes. So it doesn't feel good. It doesn't sound like we got any ability to remedy that as a council or as a municipality.
Thank you. I'd still like to revisit the procurement policy and bylaw, though, in future meeting. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Before we go into making the motions on number 4 that we're discussing now, the draft capital budget, the total includes the $50,000. Like, I understand the difference between what was presented in the draft budget and what's in the motion. And it's Colburn Street plus 300, library minus, and the splash pad, which we haven't had a chance to discuss.
So through your worship, we actually are on motions 1 to 3. We actually aren't on 4 yet. Paul.
Well, I'm misunderstood because we were talking about the capital budget. Sort of, weren't we? Or I'm not very often ahead of you guys, but
Sorry, if I may. And sorry, I'll take responsibility for that one. I suggested that we do all of water and wastewater at once, just to kind of get it essentially over with. But it is just motions 1 to 3. And then you're right, this part is part of the overall capital budget, which would be included in that $15.6 million figure, but we'll definitely get to those finalized totals likely sometime this afternoon, hopefully.
we wait.
Yeah, thanks. We were talking about capital, and then we were talking about that vehicle purchase, which I knew there was more conversation to have on vehicles. So rather, let's rip the Band-Aid off and deal with it right now. We have Ms. Grusin in council chambers. Okay. So given the fact that there is capital in that, but we do have these 3 motions, is there any more discussion on water, wastewater? Otherwise, I have motions 1 through 3 on your sheet, ready to pull in and put on the floor. Madam CEO, did you have any, did I miss your eyebrows raised earlier on anything? Are we good? Yeah. Did you have any other input?
Sorry, through your worship, I was just going to add on the procurement, so not to belabor that. But as part, so Ministry of Government Services actually changed to Ministry of Public and Service Delivery, MPBSD. And they actually went through an audit last year and did get not just a slap in the wrist, but actually did go through an audit where they were found guilty and had some legal costs implicated because they actually were found through email to have called certain vendors prior to the procurement and were found guilty of sort of preempting the process and predetermining. And so there was lawsuits that ensued from that. So just wanted to add that bit of flavor that even the ministry that created the whole structure actually circumvented it and actually did end up paying the price for doing that. So I know it is too bad that they don't allow the local, and maybe it's a lobby for someone at AMO to talk about that and talk about local when we go there. But yeah, it is a policy that they actually did themselves incur legal fees for.
Councillor Ball?
I just wanted to say thank you for suggesting lobbying, because that was my next question. Is it's a rule that was brought into practice. It's a rule that can be changed. So if that's what we need to do to start lobbying, I know I've already suggested lobbying the province on a few things that were kind of looked at funny, but I mean, that's what we're here for. We're here to do the best for our residents. And if that means going higher, then that's why we're in these seats. So
Perfect. I think we can all agree it doesn't feel right at all. Anyway, we'll all continue to shop local in our personal lives. Just unfortunate for those following along, that's why we're precluded from doing it through our procurement right now, unless we're able to join voices and convince the province to change course. All right. Well, I've got a motion moved by Councillor Downer, seconded by Councillor Ball, that staff report CSR 2024-13, the 2024 budget approval dated January 30th be received, and that this is motion 1, the council approved the 2024 water and wastewater supported operating budget with a total gross expenditure of $8,396,976. We've discussed this now, council, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Next, I have a motion moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Bald. The new water and wastewater rates take effect March 1st, 2024. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. And lastly, moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Number 3, that staff be directed to present the 2024 water rate bylaw for council's consideration at the next regular meeting of council, which is February 14th. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. All right, before we move on to the next one, perhaps it's a good time for a 5-minute bio break and a leg stretch. We'll try not to have any hot mic moments. This is on Roger, so I will turn my mic off and turn my camera off, and we'll be back in 5. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. That was a little longer than 5 minutes, but you wouldn't know that in TV land because it was only a fraction of a second. So we're on number 2 now, the 2024 capital plan. Take it away, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Your Worship. So first up, we've got the Office of the CAO. I'll hand it over to CAO Ben.
Through your worship to council, this first project is an allocation of 50,000. So as we heard through the council strategic plan, there is a need to have data-driven decisions. There's a need to do KPIs and ensure that we're linking data together. Our current platform, it is more difficult because we have disparate systems to be able to pull things together, to be able to do value add KPIs for what we're doing. So this is looking at data cleansing, looking at being able to compile data together to come out in like I'll just call it a business intelligence type system. And it's just looking at how do we get all this information. The allocation was around 50,000. We know that part of the role of the new ED will be to also look at this, but this is the allocation that we're coming forward to ask for from the capital funding in order to allow us to help get the information, whether it be tools and or other systems to help us to get this information. That wasn't very clear, but.
Thank you. And does this Does this tie into, and we're going to talk about later, but there's an ask for somebody in the technical department that brings this skill set and would be responsible for, managing this. Is this ask still needed if we bring on that talent that's being asked for later in budget?
Through your worship, so I would say yes. I would say that the talent coming on still would not be looking sort of across the organization at the data that exists in every single department. So this would help to do that, as well as create what are the metrics and what are the performance metrics and KPIs that council wants to measure their strategic plan, but also what are the metrics that we would utilize in all the different areas. So I think, from the data side of things, and to your point, from the potentially business intelligence side, they could have a piece in it, in this. This would also just be over and above that.
Thank you. And this ties into one of our strategic goals, and one of our goals we've ascribed to you. So this is how to deliver on that effectively, one of those many goals. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Yes, you were just saying this is something that we had already tasked and was already in progress. So I guess I'm wondering why this can't continue on that path, and why we need this additional amount of money to be able to do that, and why we can't continue to do this in-house without this $50,000 ask.
So through your worship, we will continue to do as much as we can. I'm not sure at this point in time, we haven't done like a full deep dive. So I'm not sure what the missing pieces are to help us get to where we want to get to. I know that we are, so hopefully I will be coming forward with information on the new role and who will be occupying the new role. And until then, though, and so that role will be looking at what are the KPIs, how do we come forward with KPIs? This is just an allocation of money to help us get to things a little quicker, and to be able to have that information so that we're not waiting a couple of years. There's sort of a hefty workload for the individual coming in play, and this is just money to set aside to help with some of that. And potentially it's that business intelligence side too, to be able to link the data for the various areas, because today we don't have an easy way to link data from, whether it be HR operations, other information, to be able to come out with that reporting. So we get the data in, but we don't have a really efficient way to get data out.
Oh, Councillor Meredith.
Thank you. Mayor Gordon, through you to say CAO button. Is there any added costs after this 50,000 is spent? Is there anything yearly on analytics?
So through your worship, actually, that's a great question. I would say at this point in time, I don't foresee anything. I think this is sort of that funding to help us get to where we need to, and then the programs would be built in-house, utilizing either what we've purchased and or the systems that we have. So I don't anticipate that.
So to a large degree, I have some experience with this kind of ask, even though this is kind of generically worded in my other life. So the rationale behind doing this kind of analysis is that you don't know what you don't know. So part of what's depicted in here is that could be enterprise data. So that's data that we aggregate from many, many different sources in this organization that could be inaccurate or incomplete, or could be missing. You just assume you have it, but you don't. So whatever platform we end up on, the ongoing cost, to your point, could be something like $20 a month per user. Just as an example, if we picked, like Microsoft Power BI, for example, which is just a generic platform that we can hook to our Microsoft licenses, that would then draw from this data lake, that whatever this process here creates, and continually show analysis and help you find those gaps in your data, or bad data, or make good intelligence-led decision making. So step one is to build that data lake, if you were, and step two is to point tools, sometimes that come with that data lake software, to analyze it on an ongoing basis. And then you need to have people, clearly you can analyze it and dumb it down so just regular users can make sense of it. But you also have analysts that are more skilled and trained at analyzing that data and making good recommendations. So that comes with the human resource component. This is the technical side of it, I'm assuming. And it hasn't gone to procurement, so you're not seeing like a brand or a, whose solution it is. But this is the bucket of money that's needed to acquire that. So this is an important step. I think having a person to analyze data that we don't have seems kind of silly. So this is getting the data first, and then we get the people involved. If that helps add any clarity. Hopefully I haven't misrepresented that at all, Mike.
No, I would say that's rather accurate.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you. I just noticed a lot of asks in this budget for analyzing, consulting, similar to what this is. Is there a more efficient way of doing this as an organization as a whole, as opposed to having all these individual requests from each department? Has that been looked at? I would hope so, but I just want clarification.
Through your worship to Councillor Ball. It's a great question. So what we want to do here was to break it out by the area that the funding would go to, so that we were saying, by the CAO and inclusive of the clerk's area, this is the capital ask that we have. So that's why we've broken it out this way. I mean, there are opportunities in the future to potentially link or to come out and say, where are the other linkages? But this is, we took this approach so we could be transparent as to, CAO's area. This is the ask from a capital perspective.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Your Worship. When I read this, my comment was not convinced that it's something we have to do right away, that it's going to make us that much more efficient. And I'm still not convinced. So my question is, in regards to procedure, if there's one part of the motion for the 15 million that we don't like, how do we proceed with, do we vote on this particular number 2 now, or do we just turn down the whole capital budget proposal?
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor McDonald. So last year, what we did is we essentially listed the changes that council approved as part of the motion. And so the motion that you have in front of you right now is the draft motion. So that assumes that everything is approved. But of course, council has the ability to make amendments to that. And just to keep it very transparent, very clear, we could have the clerk sort of make those adjustments as council see fit.
I call it out the parking lot. So if there's things we pull out that maybe today we're not really inspired to support, they can go in that parking lot. And then on the last day when we're really trying to, twist this into something we're happy with, we can make those decisions. Or Madam CFO, are we making the decision today?
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is why we're doing capital all together, actually, so motion 4 speaks to approving the capital budget, right? And so really that was why I wanted to have sort of that reserve conversation ahead of this conversation, because this is a reserve funded project, right? So delaying it a year has no impact on the tax rate. Delaying it a year means our work plan gets adjusted, which is fine. It means that maybe as CAO Bunn noted, the work doesn't get done as soon as it could, right? And so as long as council is aware of that and okay with that, then yeah, certainly you could push it out to year 2025, or you could remove it from the plan entirely, right? Those are your options.
Okay, and to be fair, because one of the strategic goals that we gave our CAO was to produce dashboards and to lead us through our data and look for efficiencies, I think it would be fair to remove that as an objective for our CAO if we're going to deny the funding for the platform that allows us to give her that insight in the first place. So this is kind of a two-handed thing, because we can't hold her accountable for something that she's not able to deliver because we didn't fund the mechanism to deliver it. So while I'm not trying to convince you to support this, I think to be fair to our CAO and, in her performance review, we should also understand that's the elephant in the room too, for that key deliverable. Councillor Ball?
Thank you. I would just, I was thinking she's already been delivering that, which is why I was wondering about this, because I think she's been doing it without the $50,000. So that would be just my understanding of why we would need it above that.
Councillor McDonald?
Can we put this in the parking lot, as you use the term for now?
Madam CFO?
So we can certainly put it in the parking lot and until we get to motion 4, right? So we're going to go through all of capital. We're going to break for lunch in a, half an hour or so, hoping to get through this and fire before lunch. And then in the afternoon, we'll get into the rest of the departments. So I could, make a note that this is one project that council wants to discuss. And we could sort of rehash things before finalizing motion 4, if that.
Does that satisfy you? It gives us some time to think about it. And
That's fair. Thank you.
perfect. Any more discussion on that one? And we can move on through, there's lots of capital.
Next up, we've got our chief and deputy chief for fire.
Good morning, your worship and members of council. In preparation for the 2024 budgetary process, Deputy Lowell and I did a meticulous review of our operating capital budgets. We reviewed our assets and our buildings as well. Unfortunately, we've reviewed and found, or we've discovered a few shortcomings. A lot of that you'll see in our capital requests. We're happy to report that there are some that we can either postpone or eliminate completely, but there are some that we are going to recommend that we move forward with. Without further ado, and in an effort to move this along, we can go line by line if you'd like, and answer any of the questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief. I can kick things off. We had a good meeting, Deputy Chief Lowell and the Chief Renault in my office, and we were going over the capital. My concerns, which I know are echoed by other councillors, is even though this doesn't hit the tax rate today, this is depleting reserves from yesteryear's tax rates as we put money into the reserves. And with the study that we have yet to approve, that looks at the amalgamation of the two fire services between Midland and Penetang to see if that juice is worth the squeeze and that we get synergies and efficiencies out of. With that presumably going to pass later, and then the outcome coming, 6 months, 9 months down the road, and potentially the amalgamation of the two services in the following year, might take a year or two to actually fully put them together. I was looking for capital things that could maybe wait until 10,000 more lovely taxpayers from the town of Penetanguishene get added to the fire services budget, which, if we were to amalgamate, there's an incredible growth in the number of people contributing to the fire services capital and operational side. So that was my challenge to the chief on, hey, I'm not arguing the merits of some of these updates, but wouldn't it make sense to pump the brakes on them until we have the question answered as to whether there's amalgamation or not, which would then bring the benefits and the resources of 10,000 more taxpayers into the fire service budget. So we went down the list and basically trying to knock all of these things into needs and wants. Arguably, they're all needs, but needs now versus needs in a couple of years from now, knowing that everything costs more. The longer we defer it, the more it costs, or there's risks that something we could replace before it fails now, well, it may pay double to replace it in an emergency situation when it does fail. That's just a risk. That's kind of we all take those risks in our personal lives on how long do we stretch an asset out before we replace it. So I found the chief and deputy chief to be really amenable to that. We had a good sort of heart to heart about what things could be pushed off, realizing we're not going to have any impact on today's tax rate, But in fairness and recognizing the potential amalgamation, which may not come to pass, what things could we push off for a year or, 2 years, the soft 2 years, pending the outcome of that report and a decision by both councils in Midland and Penetang, whether that amalgamation happens. So that's kind of my preamble. There's a lot of stuff on here. We could just approve it and they agree not to, go ahead right away pending the amalgamation report and the outcome, or we can ask them to actually move it and, on a document so it actually reappears in a later time. How we want to do that is entirely up to council and I think working through with the fire service. But that's kind of the output of the conversations I had leading up to the budget today, and they were well received. And I'm happy to turn the floor over to anybody that has questions about individual lines, or to ask the fire chief which of those items he thinks he could push off for another year or two pending the amalgamation talks. Councillor Paul, first.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wanting to get a little clarification on the mobile radios. I'm wondering if there's a lower cost option for that, as well as you have another radio request in here. Can you, I guess, state the difference of those and why those aren't together, if there's a system that can do both those things? I have a few more questions, but I'll let you answer that one first.
Very much through you, Mayor Gordon, to the councillor. Thank you for the question. The radios are reaching the end of their life. We in Penetang and Midland, we try to marry up at the same time because we work so closely together. The radios were replaced in Penetang in 2022 with the thought that the radios in Midland would be replaced in 2023. That did not happen. So now we're in 2024 asking for the funding to turn around and marry up to what we already have next door. The second question regarding the repeater, I believe, is what you're looking for. We have challenges because of topography that we run out our signal between the towers and the radios gets interrupted. It's a digital signal as opposed to analog, so it's a line of sight. So we bring a mobile repeater. It's in one of our trucks, and this was for another one. What we have done since is had our radio company take a look to see, because we are also working with roads to update their system as well. So ours kind of marries up with their ask. We have a tower that was decommissioned, but the infrastructure is still there. So the repeater, instead of having a mobile repeater on one of our vehicles, and hopefully that vehicle is in service and at the location, and we have to turn it on, we would use the money for that repeater to go to the tower and it would benefit everyone. So those are the two different asks.
Okay, thank you. And my next one, I guess, is the traffic signal. Does that have anything to do with the traffic signal, or is that a completely different ask?
Traffic signal emitter, what it is it's a device in our vehicles, and it allows us to change the lights so that when our trucks are responding on an emergency basis, it changes the light from red, it goes through the cycle to green to allow us a quicker passage. What we can do, and part of our conversation with your worship and some of the councillors is when we're buying new vehicles, we can have that as part of the equipment that comes with the new vehicles. What the former chief had is I believe it was a 5-year plan that each year we would replace one at a time. We were able to find efficiencies and replace two, as well as with the last purchase of a vehicle, have one included there. So that's one. If we were looking at a nice to have, we can, I don't want to use the term bury it, but we can put it into the new truck purchases and we can remove that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, was my question, is that if you're having the sirens going and you're having people pull over, is this something that's really necessary? Like, do you feel that this is a safety concern that you have to have, but you just said that you can build it in? So I appreciate that you are flexible in that way. Thanks.
Councillor McDonald, then Councillor East.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Chief Renault or Deputy Chief. I would appreciate highlighting the must-haves. That'll make our decision-making much clearer. I've highlighted some in my own mind, but I would like to hear we must have from you, if it's possible.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor McDonald, I want to say that that's a challenging question. There's things that I'm going to consider are must-haves. Whereas some may say, well, let's take the chance, right? But if you wish, I'll go down the list and we can go through that way if you'd like. So starting at the right at the top with the fire hall window replacement, the BCA recommended that the windows in the fire hall be replaced in 2024. They are in decent shape. The challenge that we have with them is if we don't replace them, we just continue to pay, you know, increased cost for heating and cooling because the air flows through them. Do they need to do they need to be replaced? Sure they do, in order to turn around and improve our building. We can live with what is there right now. It just means that we're going to continue to pay more for heating and cooling of the buildings. There are 3 windows at the rear of the building that are in the gym area that are non-functional. I would suggest if you want, we can cut that down. If you don't want to replace the current buildings, even though the BCA kind of recommends it, we can stretch that. But there are windows at the rear that are non-functional in the gym area, as well as the ventilation is not great. So I would ask that we keep some money in place so that we can replace at least those 3. I had a conversation with our with Jim as far as moving them, like pulling them and moving them around, because some are fixed, some open, some don't open properly, some have obstructions. It'll cost us more, is what I'm being told, to turn around and pull them out and remove them around and put the old windows back in the holes as it would be to replace them. So again, for efficiencies, we can gladly bring that number down, but I would ask that there are some monies left in there for that. I won't be as long-winded for all the other questions. The overhead door replacement, that was again, a BCA recommendation in 2021. It was postponed to 2025. When we had the doors serviced last year, the door servicing company expressed some serious concerns that they may fail. They serviced it as we do every year. 2 weeks later, we had a failure where parts came flying off. Luckily, nobody was at the hall. They were out on a call and coming back, and when they tried to open the door, parts came flying out and no one was injured. Again, you know, we can take the gamble and stretch it out. We can't eliminate it, but it becomes a concern. I mean, you know, if it fails closed and nothing happens, that's one thing. If it fails halfway or falls down, the whole thing is original, right? So it's at the end of its life. It should have been replaced in theory in 2021. Again, if council would like us to extend it, we will do what we did with our public education and put our decals onto it. That'll protect the outside. That doesn't protect the inside and the mechanisms. We can take the gamble and hope that it lasts. But if it fails, and usually, as your worship said earlier, when things fail, they don't fail on a Tuesday afternoon, you know, in the middle of the week. They fail on a Christmas Eve, on a weekend, and it costs a lot more for emergency repairs.
Just, if I may, Mayor Gordon, in that regards, would it make sense to replace 2, 1 near and 2 another?
Through you, your worship, the 4 doors were all put in at the same time. They all operate the same. They're all of the same vintage. So to pick and choose which one would not be a benefit.
Councillor East and then Councillor Danner. Oh. Maybe it would help. I still have my red circled list, if it helps. Basically, a lot of the things that I talked to the chief about pushing off, you know, pending the amalgamation discussion. The other things I was recommending that we continue with are bunker gear replacement. Clearly, it's a safety issue and it has actually a hard stop date. You just can't use it anymore. The washer extractor was on my approved list because that pulls the carcinogens and all the other nastiness out of the bunker gear, which comes back with them every time. The portable equipment replacement and the mobile radios were on my okay list. The hose, clearly, big part of putting out fires is having hose that doesn't blow up on you when you go to use it, put pressure to it. I didn't really have a problem with the repeaters because of the, you don't want gaps in radio coverage when you have somebody in a burning building calling for help. The pumper, we already committed to the $500,000. I did talk about pushing off the procurement of the next pumper pending the amalgamation, and the chief had some ideas on how we could do that. And the feasibility study, of course, clearly I'm supporting that. And the campus's feasibility study for 150K, I'm suggesting it's premature to earmark that money from reserve and spend it. Let's get through the amalgamation study first, and then start to look at what our fire service looks like and how it's funded 2 years from now. And then we can start looking at what a new fire hall would look like that could be combined with EMS as well as police. And that's what the study was intended to start doing. Something we've been talking about, but again, trying to not deplete our reserves unnecessarily. Those are the things I was holding back on. So Chief, maybe see if my brain captured all the things we talked about, or if I forgot something or added something that we talked about, and about that truck. It's a biggie.
Thank you, Your Worship. And there was one also about the soundproofing of the offices that I think we can turn around and eliminate as well. The deputy and I will continue doing what we're doing to solve that issue and find a workaround for that. If I can speak to the vehicles, one vehicle is life cycling out, and we have 3/4 of the funding already aligned. Unfortunately, the price of fire apparatus have gone up 45% in the last 2 years. Nothing that anyone could have budgeted for. So the additional funds is required for that. The second vehicle, again, that's the challenge we have is availability. What we've done is we've looked to see what we can turn around and do for to find savings and availability of vehicles. We could move that vehicle off to 2026. All that's doing is postponing it. The challenge with doing that is the cost of the vehicle today will be more in 2026. In discussions with one of the manufacturers right now that's giving us some equipment stock prices for multiple vehicles, because I do have approval to purchase a vehicle next door. And again, we're trying to amalgamate the vehicle purchases so we can, both municipalities have savings. If we go with 3, of course, it's volume, right? We can take deliveries in later years, and payment is on delivery, not at the time. We just need pre-approval for the budgets, right? So the one of the vehicles at 1.3, I would suggest that if we postpone it and we don't secure it now, we'll be looking for more funding just because the prices are going up. And we already know that in a month, they're going to be up between 5% and 7% is what we were told. And that's going to unfortunately continue to go. And we're fixed, or we're struggling. I should say we're kind of stuck and working within that certain time frame in order to stay current, right? And there's legislation for that. It impacts insurance for fire safety. Insurance is on your home as well as municipal.
All right, thank you for that. I'm going to go over to Councillor Downer, but on the way to Councillor Downer, you bring up an interesting point. We could, in theory, allow this second pumper truck to be in the budget, but the money is not going to be spent until 2026. But we've locked in and got today's price, but it's not going to come out of the reserve. So it may have the same impact as us saying no, except we're going to lock in at a cheaper price. That's an interesting thing to bring up because we hadn't talked about that. Councillor Downer, and then back to Meredith.
Thank you, Your Worship. So far, I like what I've heard. I just want to be sure that we're not dwindling our service levels in any way by not doing some of the things that are on this page. We're liable for something if something goes wrong and we're not up to snuff with our equipment. So I appreciate the chief bringing this forward. I'd like to hear from the chief that our service levels won't be impacted drastically by not doing some of the things on this list for us. And
Chief?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Downer. Thank you for the question. Everything that is here that is proposed will not negatively, that's a proper way of putting it, 2 double negatives here, not negatively affect our service. What it does is it ensures that we stays within legislative requirements and best practices. The delay of a vehicle, if you so choose to move it from at the same time now until 2026, you are correct, Your Worship. It secures the funding or the cost at today's dollar, as opposed to what the cost will be. The cost will not go down. So to answer Councillor Donner's question is no, the service level is not going down. There are some things, as we've identified, that we can turn around and postpone or eliminate completely that will still not negatively affect the level of service that we provide.
Thank you. That gives us all comfort, I think. Councillor Meredith?
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Through you to Mr. Renault. I did have a nice meeting with you, which is nice to be able to sit down before budget and got approval for that meeting, which was nice, and I'd hope that we could do it with more departments in the future. To tell you the truth. But and I had a lot of questions, and you answered a lot during our meeting. The pushing the pumper truck to 2026. Maybe I get a little bit more information from our CFO. Would we commit to 2026, but commit to the funds in 2026 budget and take them out of this budget, or would we have to? Because we're not paying it until 2026.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith. So if we want to order both trucks today, council needs to approve the budget as presented. The chief is entirely right that if there's an 18-month to 24-month lead time, delivery time, those funds will not physically come out of our bank until almost 2 years from now. But the funds need to be approved, committed in order for our procurement to then run with the RFP or RFT. We can't go out to market if we don't have those funds committed.
Okay. I just thought that if we know we're committed to 2026, so that's not the way municipal governance works, I guess, right? So because we're not actually spending, we're just going to keep it in a fund collecting interest, I guess.
Essentially, yes. And so again, just keep in mind, we're only asking council to approve the 2024 budget, right? Anything beyond that is a plan, essentially. It's good financial planning. And so if council wishes to move this vehicle to 2026, it means it doesn't get ordered until 2026, to the chief's point is it's at 2026 pricing. And it may not be delivered until 27, 28, right?
So ordering the additional 500,000, Chief, if we order it today or a couple, after budget, because it's not ordered as we speak. So what's the turnaround time on a pumper truck with all your specifications and all the toys? Is that a year, 2 years, or how does that work?
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, if we put out an RFQ or RFP and have a custom design, delivery time is between 2 and 3 years. What we have done is reached out to look at other opportunities such as demo trucks, stock trucks, trucks that were on the line. So manufacturers, what they will do is they will build as the orders come in, but also build stock and demo trucks so they can take it around and show it around. What's happening right now, because of the 2 and 3 year delays, is people are looking at stock trucks and saying, can I work with that? That's what we've done. So we're looking right now, we have equipment that's come available. We had a few options. Unfortunately, within a week and a half, the 4 vehicles that we were initially looking at were scooped up immediately because people need the vehicles right now, right? Normally we put the funds, we get approval, we order the vehicle, and we have it before the end of the year. Unfortunately, now we're looking at 2 to 3 year delivery times. So there are stock trucks available. If we can find some that work with us, and we have one that we're just waiting on some information on to secure the funding, we can take delivery, especially the one we're looking at. We're looking at a delivery this year, which would meet that. But also those stock trucks are also in the line, and we can take delivery of it in 2026. But the commitment obviously would have to be done now. But the payment is only on delivery. So if we wait till 2026, put out an RFQ, and then order one, we're looking at 2 to 3 year delivery, and the prices will be more. If we secure it now and have it in place, we can take delivery in 2026 at our, for our needs. secure the funding today. We just need to, as the CFO has said, we'd have to make sure that it's in the budget.
Okay, thank you. I know that other people have questions. I do have my list here to go through, so do you want to let somebody else talk first? Thank you.
Yeah, I think, because then we can probably get consensus on the list, as it were, and then we can get somebody to write that down. Because we're just speaking them into the air right now. Councillor Ball and then Councillor East.
Thank you. Actually, I was just going to suggest we maybe go one by one on these and to deal with them each their own, tweak it, deny it, prove it, and then get a total at the end instead of bouncing back and forth. Is that an ability to just go one by one with these?
Absolutely. Councillor East, do you have questions?
Thank you, your worship. So yeah, going back to what Jamie was saying, I'd like to see what you're comfortable pulling without it disturbing our services in Midland. Now, the other thing that I would touch to with the second pump truck is with the amount of growth that we're going to be seeing in our area between Penetang, Midland, and the outskirts, we're going to see immense amount of growth over the next few years. And just as our hospital isn't big enough to handle the growth around here, I think that we should also be aware that our police or our fire force needs to be able to facilitate the growth that's going to be happening over the next few years. So I completely agree that the second pump truck would be needed, especially with that growth that's going to be happening in our community. So to my fellow councillors, I'm just trying to point that out, that right now we're sitting today with this growth. Within 4 years, we're going to see a huge amount of growth. We're even seeing it in Penetang. So that's one thing I wanted to point out with my fellow councillors, the growth. So we will need that second pump truck eventually. But if you could take a minute, I was curious to see what you're comfortable pulling to get your advice. So if you don't mind, maybe quickly just yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And then that will give us a good grasp of what you're comfortable doing without sacrificing services in Midland.
And that would probably be good because lunch arrived. So maybe we can go down the list with things that you're comfortable, yes, no, or eliminate entirely, like basically defer, need, or eliminate. We maybe mark that list up, then we break for lunch, and then we come back and hammer it home. So maybe we'll start at the top then. The replacement windows for the fire hall. I had that on my let's wait for amalgamation, or to see whether that happens or not.
Yep.
Oh, Councillor Merritt or Councillor McDonald.
The chief just addressed that earlier when we originally was asked to go through the list, and he suggested replacing 3 in the rear. So that makes sense.
Right, so we're just going to go down that list from top to bottom and just mark it up ourselves. If y'all want to follow along on that page 79 in your document, Councillor Ball.
Can I suggest for those 3 windows, we do $5,000 instead of $50,000?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Ball, we can bring the number down for those 3 windows. I think 5 would be insufficient to replace them. I would suggest the $10,000 to make sure that we cover. If we have to remember, we have to remove the ones that are in there, build a lintel, put the windows back, and have the replacement. So I'd be comfortable to suggest that we knock the number down from 50,000 to 10,000 if council so agrees.
All right, so we're playing fire department. Let's make a deal here. I got $10,000 on the floor. Are we comfortable with approving $10,000 for line 1, Councillor Emeritus?
In my, no, I'm not actually. So I know there was one particular window that didn't open because there was a fire escape ladder or something in the way. I would be committed to that one window to replace for that reason, but not 3. Thank you.
So I'll just remind council that we don't have the granular control over what window gets replaced. We just have the funding. It's up to the chief and any department head how they spend it. So we can't really put those kind of constraints that we don't get in the weeds, that level of granularity. But he's also heard what you said. So one of those things you can't unhear. So Are we good with walking down the list and doing that in this format, chief? So sorry,
Sorry, your worship.
are we good with walking down the list and is somebody making edits? Like we're all doing it on our own here. Okay, Madam CFO is making edits. Okay, so we got 10K for fire hall window replacements.
Right.
Overhead bay door replacements. That was on my, let's just pray that it, put some stickers on it and hope for a year. Counselor McDonald?
Can't agree with that suggestion. I think that if they need replacing, they need replacing. It's not going to get any cheaper. So I highlighted that as a necessity myself.
Okay, again, cognizant this is coming from reserves, so you know what I mean? If we say yes to this stuff, we're not killing our taxpayers right now, but we are spending tax money. So if council's consensus is we're good with those doors, they don't fail, which it sounds like they may imminently do, then we can leave that on. Is there Councillor Bald?
Sorry. As we're going through the whole list, right? I can't see, the fire chief has determined that that is the monies that the fire has to do replacement of windows, etc. So I am not going to go line by line to say, oh, instead of hazard house public education tool, not 15,000, it's going to be, there's 13,000 that there's a grant, so 2,000. So we're going to take away the 2,000. So basically, I am agreeing with all of the costs for total fire and emergency services. That's I think.
Madam CFO?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if it would be more appropriate to sort of set a dollar value that maybe council's looking to take out of this plan. I mean, in the chief's introduction, he did mention the soundproofing, that he was comfortable. And I'm just not clear, was that totally removing from the plan? So we could certainly just, wipe that one out. You had mentioned putting the emergency service campus feasibility study on hold. So to me, that means maybe pushing it out to 2025 or 2026. I doubt that the chief would have any objection to that. The emergency service campus feasibility study, again, recognizing that we're going to be doing the other study this year. And then aside from that, maybe the windows, as the chief mentioned, that those 3 really need to be replaced. Aside from that, if there's any other sort of dollar value that you think would be appropriate, and then you could, go back and sort of work that out. I think it's maybe not reasonable to put, kind of do that right now.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna take my own advice here. Like, there's a bucket of money that for things that need to be done. At the end of the day, we approve a bucket of money and you do what needs to be done. So, like if we gave you money to replace the windows and something else came up, that money would go better towards, in your opinion, and it's your department to run, it's your budget. We're not gonna go and audit to see whether you did the window. It's up to you to justify that if you ever asked. So that's probably a good advice. Like, so just from a high level, then the 150K for the campus study, the 20,000 for the soundproofing, were the 2 ones that I was suggesting, we could, do without for now. It completely eliminate effectively, not push them off, which is $170,000 off of that request. Chief?
Thank you, Your Worship. In order to maybe assist as what Councilor McDonald has asked for as well, there are things. So the soundproofing, you are correct. We can eliminate and figure out. That's something that we don't have to look at. And I guess I'll thank first the councillor for trusting me for bringing a respectable or a responsible budget forward. But I can find some savings in the sense that the soundproofing for 20,000 we can eliminate. When we look at the hazard house, we were hoping for a grant. That grant did not materialize, so we would need the full amount. But we can remove that, and we're going to continue looking for other options. So there's another 15,000 that we would suggest that we don't necessarily need to move forward on, or I would gladly remove without worrying too much of the impact. When we go down the list again, then it comes down to some of the equipment. There's an area here for furniture and then some exercise equipment. We can decrease the numbers from 15,000 to 5,000 and do a joint purchase with the two associations or two unions. Again, if that's going to help, I mean, it's $10,000 that we can turn around and throw back into the pot. But as we go down the list, you know, we're kind of limited. I can speak to other ones if needed.
Problem. Our intention is not to nickel and dime you
No.
here, right? It's just, we're trying to, so Councillor Ball.
Thanks. That's just why I wanted to go down the list, because I wanted to say, like, the equipment, probably we don't need new gym equipment. We maybe can't justify that as a necessity, but a want. And that's what we're looking at this budget cycle, is we're not able to approve as many wants as we want to. The interior doors, I wanted to look at the same thing as the windows. You specified there are some doors that are not closing properly. My ask is that we replace those some doors, whatever that number may be, not all interior doors. The training equipment for the training room, I sat on those chairs. Are they comfortable? No. Was I expecting them to be? No. So I thought maybe that could be something we could also eliminate. I wanted to do this line by line so that we could have maybe a more effective and courteous conversation. I didn't want to just axe all your requests, obviously. That's not my intention of doing that. I just thought if there's some nickel and diming we can do, then maybe we can do it, because nickel and diming on $2 million is a lot.
All right, well, maybe this would be a good time to break for lunch, and perhaps, Madam CFO, I could ask somebody maybe just to turn this, or you probably have it in an Excel sheet. Maybe we can just bring up a live Excel sheet and we can do some quick live edits, and we can get consensus on this. And we do that after lunch. Sound good? Probably easier. All right, folks, online, we'll give you a chance to hit the fridge. All right, welcome back, everybody. Cameras are popping on here, and we're resuming where we left off, which was a line by line of the capital request for the fire service. And I think we're going to do something with Excel up on the screen, do some live edits that align with our desire to maybe defer some of these capital things, eliminate things with the consent of the chief where they don't impact service delivery or safety, and concede that, the rest of it is good to go. And we leave it up to the chief to decide when and where and how he implements it. So I guess, council, do you want to, let's walk down this screen. We can see it up projected. That's an Excel sheet, so the CFO can make changes as we talk. So I think there's already been a replacement. I see on line 1, fire hall window replacements went from 50 to 10. So Madam CFO, take it away. I'll let you lead this horse race here.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. So yes, up on the screen, we have made the amendments discussed thus far. So we did reduce the windows down to 10,000, remove the campus feasibility study entirely, remove the soundproofing of 20,000 entirely, the hazard house 15,000, that was also removed. The exercise equipment went from 15,000 to 5,000. And although not discussed at this table yet, the chief and I had a sidebar just before lunch, and we also reduced the training room furniture replacement from 10,000, remove that line item. Now, just before we get into it too much, I do want to just note that we are removing it from the 2024 budget. And so in speaking with the chief, many of these items, aside from the soundproofing, we would request be placed in the 2025 column. And so I look to council more so on that campus feasibility study. And whether that is a true removal or if that's just getting, again, sort of put in year 2025 or perhaps 2026. If that's the case, and council does still want to do that study, which I think that's yes, we would make that amendment to, or all of those amendments to the 10-year plan. Just also noting that any of those studies that we do really foresee happening within the 10 years, we want to make sure we're putting them in the long-term plan because we're doing our development charge study update this year. And so when we do that, we want to make sure we've really captured our 10-year needs and not just studies, capital replacements. You'll also see a new fire hall in year 9 or 10 in the long-term plan. We want to make sure that those are included in that 10-year forecast because that allows us to collect development charges on it, right? So it's not all tax funded or not all debt funded. There is that growth component that is really key in funding some of this stuff. So.
Thank you. And before I go to Councillor Ball, just quickly, that feasibility study for this campus thing, something that I don't know if anyone, I think was dreaming this up with the fire chief and with maybe I think Mr. Campbell. When we learned that the OPP has outgrown their facility, big shock, and they can't expand on it because there's growth happening all around them, they're going to need a new home. They don't own these buildings. They lease them, and usually at really good market rates. So I think their desire is to stay in this geographic area and not go build somewhere in Wabashine or whatever. So at some point, there'll be an ask by the OPP for a new detachment. And of course, I would expect those costs to be spread evenly amongst the 5 municipalities that it serves. How that formula gets created, who knows, probably per capita. But that's an opportunity because we know that the fire hall is reaching its end of life. And as the community grows, the strategic location of that hall, especially its proximity to the Penetang one, if we end up merging, makes sense that it relocate as well. So a campus approach is something we've seen in many municipalities, including Barrie most recently. And that would see, 5 municipalities potentially funding the new OPP detachment. And on that same footprint, there would be a fire hall that would be funded by perhaps then Midland and Penetang in combination. And then an EMS station bolted onto it that would be funded largely through the county, since that's their baby. And all of that could live on a piece of land that we would have to identify, acquire, or otherwise dispose of to have that built. And so way smarter people than me would need to do that study and just, again, decide, is the juice worth the squeeze? Are we going to recoup the funds from the province as a lessee? And our needs as the municipality and the county for the EMS space, is all that worth it? Or are we better off just building our fire hall in 10 years? We don't know what we don't know. So that's just so people playing along at home are like, what the heck is this? Are you talking about? I'm content to push this to 2026 because it's going to take that long to merge the 2 fire services in Midland Penetang, if that in fact comes to pass. And if not, we know that we're going to move ahead with this study because the OPP will be actively looking for a new location. And that would be the time at minimum to talk about fire, policing, and EMS in one new campus style building. Someplace that the location will be largely driven by the OPP, but needs to be closely consulted with the county and fire as well. So I'm content to have that pushed off. I just wanted everyone to understand the rationale, why it's on this budget, but also why I'd be all right with it 2026, subject to input from council. So there's my preamble on it. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I think that we should push it. I don't think eliminating it entirely makes any sense. We can talk about it next year or the year after. I also actually wanted to make note on the Hazard House public education tool. That's something I actually would like left in. I think it's a tangible item that the public can see that their tax dollars are going to. It's something that engages the community. And I think that I would like to see that left in.
Councillor Meredith.
That was, well, thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you to just comment on the education tool. Will we be going after a grant for that again? And if we're successful, can that be brought forward for next term's budget? Or how are these grants? How early do we know? Are we applying for the grant again right now? Is that how the grant works?
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, we are still looking for different grants that can be applicable for this for this product. The grant that we initially went through, it did not qualify. And we thought it did. We found out when we were denied why. We asked how come we were denied, and it didn't qualify. Public education did not fall under the purview of this this grant that we had applied through the Legion. So we're actively looking at different grants. The challenge we have is fire's not really in the business of looking for grants and writing grant proposals. Like the firehouse subs one, we kind of stumbled on it, and we were able to apply and luckily get some funding through that. So we're actively looking for it. The hazard house has great potential for use, but if we're looking for immediate needs versus, you know, we can use it in the future, unfortunately that would be a B level as opposed to an A, but it's definitely a need, right?
Sorry, wrong button. Felt like the elevator door was opening, arriving on lingerie level. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Just based on that, what I would maybe suggest is that we would leave it in the plan, but put it entirely grant contingent, right? And so that way, if we're successful, then great. If not, then, you know, it maybe becomes part of next year's budgeting process. And to be honest, it was, you know, 95% grant funded originally anyway. So there really was no tax supported reserve savings.
Even better. All right, Council, are we content with the draft that we see on screen right now with those
Put that
edits?
back in. So just on that, that would basically mean that we've removed 230,000 from the 2024 budget. And as I said, all but the soundproofing will be added into the 10-year plan in year 2025. The windows will go back in and again be reassessed during next year's budget cycle. The exercise equipment will go in again for next year. And maybe next year we look at sort of, again, pushing off another 5,000, right? And sort of stagger those purchases. And then the training room as well would go back into 2025 and with the feasibility study in year 2026. And then just on that, just, you know, again, so this is a $2 million budget. We've moved 230,000. We've saved 20,000 essentially from the overall budget, because we've actually physically taken 20,000 out of the budget, right? And not placed it in a future year.
Lovely. And we'll fill that void to some degree with our contributions this budget time to our reserves. We're adding, yes, we take and we give. Our taking exceeds our giving capacity at the moment. So.
As long as council understands that that 20,000 that we physically took out does not save us 20,000 today. You know, if you want to spread it out over 10 years, if it's a 10-year useful life asset, that's a $2,000 savings on a $200 million 10-year plan. Thank you.
Councilor Meredith.
Yeah, so we're not going through this by line, I gather. So I'm looking at savings today, what's critical for the fire department in my eyes. So if I'm going to go down this list, and is this what we're doing? Are we going to all discuss it line by line, or I'm just going to go and I'll tell you what I don't agree with then. So the crew room furniture replacement, I would get rid of that. I would interior door refurbishments and replacements, that to be gone. The lower level room renovations, additional window removed. Bunker gear in, the washer in, the portable equipment replacement. I know we do that yearly. I'm not sure if there's any budget left over from last year, but I would agree that's important. Mobile radios replacement. I know that they kind of go hand in hand with, I believe operations is going to be asking for some upgrades for that so they communicate with fire, which I did discuss with the chief and deputy chief on that. So I would leave that probably in. The fire hose is important. The repeaters, I know every year we contribute 5,000, and it's great that we're going to implement them in our vehicles going forward if we can. So that could be left in. Exercise and wellness, and then the pumper one, obviously. Leave in, and then the additional fire truck to 2026. I think we already discussed that. So those what I would take out of this budget right now. And
So that's the crew room furniture, the interior door replacements, and the lower level window. So the $42,000.
oh, and then we didn't really discuss the bay windows. I know there's some there is some educational stickers for those overhead bay window or door replacements. So if the door replacements don't happen, then I would agree with the stickers. If not, I would take the stickers out of this year's budget. I think it's somewhere in here for additional decals for the doors. Just an added savings of maybe $3 or $4 grand.
Chief, did you want to speak to the window stickers?
Yes, if I could, your worship, to the counselor, the decals, public education decals, public education is a mandated thing that we have to do in the fire service. Public
Okay.
education decals on the door, what it does, it's basically holding the doors together now.
Yeah.
If we replace the doors, part of our operational budget, we've increased our public education budget so that we can put stickers on, or to use your term stickers, but
Okay.
decals.
Sorry, decals. Yeah.
But what it does is it extends the life of the doors, right? It protects
Right.
the doors. So it meets our mandated requirements, and the decals also allows, but we put into our operating budget, you'll see an increase there for those decals. So the replacement of the doors, if we don't replace them, we'll use it for there. If we do replace them, then we'll put it on as well to, again, extend it for the rest of its life.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you. The interior doors, I was just wondering, we broke for lunch, so we didn't get to that. You do need some replaced. So I'm wondering the cost of those, I guess, how many that is and what that needs to be, because I think we can put them off this year, not all of them, but those some that are not fire rated, we need to obviously have safety in mind. So can you speak to that, please?
Through your worship to the counselor, you are correct. The doors, basically they're wearing and they're absorbing water. Can we live with it? Does it look good? No. Does it affect the integrity or safety? Absolutely not. So if we are going to remove that or postpone that, it's part of the building maintenance, right? So the concern or the situation we run into is everything that we keep pushing at one point, it's all going to come due at one point, right? So we're fine. You know, I'd rather remove that and keep things such as replacing the windows in the gym area. The other point, if I may, since I have the microphone, when it comes to furniture for the crew room, you have to remember people are there 24/7, 365, working and living and using furniture that was donated eras ago. So there's a morale, there's also a workability. We're not looking to replace everything with some really expensive, stuff. We're looking for the basics, right? We've married up two different tables, a training table with a residential table. Like we jerry rigged things together, and that's where we're trying to find ways to kind of make it so that these people that are living there 24/7, 365, serving the community, have some sort of basic tools to work with. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I can understand that. I think that the ask, obviously pushing some things in this to 2025, you're not going to have those pumper trucks in here this time. You're not going to have that next year. So the pumper trucks are a huge budgetary ask. So I think that's why we're having a hard time swallowing the rest of it right now. I don't think any of these things we want to wipe completely. Just giving some sort of relief this year with those trucks is I think just has to be necessary, unfortunately. But I appreciate that you took some things out. And I think that you speaking about the morale, obviously, we don't want to take away morale from firefighters. It's not our intention.
Okay, that's kind of swings back to my original preamble about, that if the two services are amalgamated, we gain 10,000 new taxpayers that help fund for, new furniture at the Penetang Hall 2 and for Hall 1 in Midland. And so that's why if it's not an absolute need for this year, I'm pretty comfortable along your line of thought of just pushing some of these things off for a year or two max. And let's see whether we have the additional funding supports. Of course, Penetang would enjoy the opposite, right? They'd have 18,000 new taxpayers or residents to help fund services in Penetangwishing if we've amalgamated together. So I think there's a good compromise here. So are we content then with removing the highlighted, deferring, we'll say remove, but we're really deferring the 3 highlighted items off to 2025's budget? Councillor Ball?
I would just suggest a compromise of $5,000 for crew room furniture, give you some morale.
This is let's make a deal, isn't it?
Through you,
How's
Your-
that? It's 5, you can do it?
We will.
Lazy boy's going on to business apparently. You might be able to get some deals there.
Yeah, we, whatever, council decides to give us, we'll work with and we'll replace 1, 2, 3 pieces, whatever we're able to work with, right? So I appreciate, your consideration. Thank you.
Perfect. So we got a compromise. Councillor, are you happy with the new edits on the screen? That $267 we're not spending out of the reserve at this time. And some of it will be revisited next year and in 2026. But just to be clear, we are allowing the order of both pumper trucks with the expectation that the one that hasn't been funded at all yet, the $1.3 million one, not get delivered until 2026. Just want to make sure the chief heard me on that one. Sorry, Chief.
Sorry, I was just, making sure that the list was.
Oh, yeah, no problem. I just wanted to make sure that if we're approving that pumper truck number 2,
Yes,
that it's absolutely clear that, even though it's earmarked in the budget right now, the money isn't coming out of the bank until 2026-ish when the truck arrives.
that is correct. The, what we would do is secure the cost of the vehicle at today's dollar before the increases with a delivery date of 2026 and payment is due on delivery.
Perfect. I just want to make sure that's where we were at with it. Because originally it was on my chopping block, so, or the deferral block, as it were. Council Meredith?
Yeah, I'm just looking for that, the 10-year capital plan. What page was that on, Madam CFO? 305? Just trying to find out where we're going to be. I'm sure some of this stuff's going to move over to 2025. 305. Oh, there we are.
308 is where fire starts.
Oh, okay. How about the graph? Oh, sorry, I'm actually looking for the graph on the capital plan, where that graph, our capital assets, sort of spending, which was earlier,
The reserve scenarios that we had up.
I believe so, 49. Oh, here we are. Starts on 51. Well, there's that there was a graph where there was a huge jump in 2025.
Oh, okay. Yep, sorry. Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Does that pertain to would that pertain to this investment or purchase? I'm sure it would. I'm sure it would be all be in there. Yeah. I don't know. I am.
So sorry, Councilor Maris, I believe you're referring to page 38, which is the capital budget 10-year capital plan,
Right.
where you see sort of that you're right, that spike occurring
Right.
in 2025.
Yeah.
So again,
Yeah.
based on the work that we've just done, we have taken 267,000 out of that total.
Right. So in 2026, we see it. So 2025. So that means in 2020, we'd be pushing that to 2025, some of it, and the 1.3 million for this pumper truck. If we didn't approve it today, it would be added to the 2026 bump in this graph. It would probably go up by 1.3 or plus increases, right? So 1 point could be 2 million. I don't know what it's going to be in 2 years, but yes.
That's a graph.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So the forecast in 2026, if we said, okay, let's take the 1.3 out of the budget today, that for that pumper truck, it would get added into 2026, and that would bump up 1.5, 1.6, 1.7. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, but sure it's going to go up as we heard from Chief Renault. I mean, prices are going up 5 to 7% or something, somewhere around there as of before this month sometimes. So that's kind of we're weighing here, right?
Yeah, I mean, the important point to make here, so this is the commitments that I was talking about
Right.
earlier, right? So the chief has asked council to commit those dollars in 2024. And so whether you commit the dollars in 24 or 26, the picture's the same, right? The reserve contributions are the same, all of that. So you're essentially, shifting from one year to the next. Now, again, the chief made some valid points that the costs may go up, right? If we wait. But the reserve forecast that we prepared does not change.
Okay, great. Thank you. I would prefer on, as I said, pushing it to 2026, funding it now. Therefore, when they both come due, I think the lifespan is it 20 years, 15 years? So we're not paying for 2 trucks in 15 years from now. So there is a little bit of a stagger, so we don't get nailed all at once. So for the future council to make that decision, I guess, at that time. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so maybe back to that, sorry to make you bounce back, maybe that Excel sheet again. Awesome. So Counselor, are we good with this Excel as it's presented now? Okie dokie. All right.
Okay, and so we have updated the motion accordingly, but we won't deal with the motion until we go through the rest of capital. But we have itemized those either removals or reductions line by line so that when we go through the motion, it's very clear of what we did today.
Perfect. And hopefully it brings solace to those watching that we care about the reserves as deeply as we do about what's impacting today's tax rate. All right. Who's up next?
Would be corporate services or the new digital government and service innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chief, Deputy.
Good afternoon, everybody. So through you, Mr. Mayor, and to all our council, here is a summary of our mostly IT projects. Some of these projects involve other departments, but we sort of consolidated them into information technology. Starting with network infrastructure, which is replacement of aging network hardware, switches, routers, things like that throughout the corporation. A lot of stuff is sort of reaching end of life, and we've got to kind of act now to replace that. The general hardware purchases are sort of for hardware devices that sort of fall out of the scope of regular IT. So meeting room equipment, things like that, things that sort of pop up throughout the year that don't really have another place to live. Our equipment replacements. So this is ongoing replacement of our laptops, tablets, or not tablets, sorry, laptops, computers, monitors, that sort of thing. We're sort of approaching the end of life of Windows 10. So our hands are sort of tied that we need to upgrade that equipment as soon as possible. Moving on to the mobile and end node upgrades. So these are mobile devices, tablets, that sort of thing. There's a bit of a jump this year because we are hoping to roll out tablets to our boots on the ground laborers so they can sort of close the service loop sooner than later. Announcements, monitors for town lobby. This is a customer experience project. So we have a monitor up there now that's aging and is sort of on its last legs. It's a replacement for that and an upgrade to that. And the outdoor electronic message boards. This year is to replace the sign on King Street in front of the NSSRC. We've tried to revive it, and it's way past its lifespan. So then we move on to new council devices. This project, after speaking with a few councilors that weren't happy with the equipment that they're using now. So the idea here would be to upgrade those to a tablet with a keyboard to make life a little easier. Would also put them into our managed device system. So it's easier for IT to sort of help when there are issues. And the planning application optimization software, which Steve could speak to, but it's part of our digitization of front-facing services.
Lovely. I know some of these things are a little ambiguous. Question for you, if I could start off, Council, with the message board. Is this going to be something like we see, you know, that big digital sign at 12 and 93, where we can actually program it with nice high resolution infographics to communicate to the throngs of people that go up and down King Street messaging rather than the old pixel dots that we used to have? Is this one of these newfangled displays?
Yeah, so this is essentially a glorified television, HDMI input. So it's cloud controlled. You know, we hope in the out years that we would replace the one at Town Hall, eventually the one down at Fire Hall, you know, and kind of expand beyond that. And then, so it's unified messaging across all of them. It allows us to control them, you know, from a central location instead of having to go out and, you know, change the letters around. But yeah, it's not like a dot matrix old style. So they're pretty impressive. They can be modularized to any size shape that you want, and they're all cloud controlled. And to note, the aim is the announcement monitors and the outdoor electronic message boards all sort of tie into the same platform to kind of unify that branding across the board.
Lovely. I think these are great, and we could use a few more in our community. We have some amazing real estate, like on 93 and 12, where we could increase our communications effortlessly, other than the initial capital expense, obviously, of these boards. But we could also sell some advertising on that one too. I imagine, I mean, not just indiscriminately, but there's probably ways to monetize this that would offset the OPEX for having these boards. But anyway, I like this one, and it didn't meet my slash. The employer of choice strategic plan. I know that's a pivotal component of our strategic plan as a council, but with the new HR director, hopefully starting in the next month or month and a half, I would, quite frankly, I would like to see this deferred, or just eliminated for now and let it pop up next year. Because I'd really like to hear from this new, unicorn that we're going to hire. That's going to be our new HR director. They may bring with them a wealth of experience. I would expect they would for that capacity. We may not need this plan, or it might be something that they ask for after they've gotten the lay of the land and figured out how we can make things better around here using their experience. So at the expense of, sounding redundant here, because this is going to be a recurring theme, I personally would like to see that removed for now, and it could reappear based on the recommendation of our new HR director or manager, whatever the position is. Madam CAO, do you have any comment on that? Because I know you're intimately connected to that, the competition and whatnot.
Through your worship, I would, if it could be deferred, I think that would be the ideal to give time for the new HR director to come in and determine what needs to get done, and if there are components of that they'd be able to handle, and then if there is the need to actually have this in the future year.
Thank you. And also on the new council devices, although I probably don't feel the same pain as the rest of you because I'm not running a Chromebook. I know it's only 11 grand, but if that's something we could push off for a year or two, you know, I'm going to leave that in your hands because you're the people that have to suffer with these things if they're really not working well. But I was just looking for anything from this list that we could either move off for a year without exposing ourselves to undue, threat from, you know, having archaic equipment or things that we can't patch anymore and, you know, get into another hack or some scenario. So I understand the value of keeping up to date in IT, and for years we didn't, and we've done a good job, but I know it's not done yet. So I'm just looking, because we're going to every department and doing this line by line, you know, looking to you, Mike, what things could, given you know, what we're trying to accomplish, what I think you've heard us say already, what things could, you know, you in good conscience say, yeah, we can push that off for a year and let's reevaluate next year.
To you, Mr. Mayor, the new council devices is sort of a like to have, not really a need to have. As far as the others go, these are based on replacement needs that are, you know, equipment that are going to be end of life in the next year or two. So from a security standpoint, I'd say, you know, I mean, the message boards again are nice to haves as opposed to needs. Other than we have, you know, a blank screen up on King Street and the archaic screen outside, and but that doesn't put us in any danger. Whereas, you know, not upgrading our, you know, really critical equipment puts us at risk.
Fair enough. Probably going to pass the mic over. Just my last word on this screen is we've lost our news, right? There's no more newspaper. One of the common laments I get from people who do communicate with me, find my email, is that they didn't know about things. They, you know, yeah, we have a website and you got to sign up for it. But if you have this screen, or hopefully one day several screens, that's advertising important communiques about changes in the town on something that people drive by every day on King Street, for example, by the Sports and Rec Center, there's another valuable communication tool to keep the community involved in things. So as much as the temptation, you know, gutturally, I feel like, 35K, let's blow that to another year. This is nice to have. I think given our current communication state and the fact that news can't be shared on social media, and a lot of people consume the news through social media, that I don't want to get in the way of anything that's going to communicate important announcements and facts and issues to our residents. And this is a passive way that we can control through a cloud system that I'd like to see that cloud system extended to the library and to the sports and rec using our existing screens, just by plugging in the new Raspberry Pi or whatever it is you're using. And, you know, let's really kill it when it comes to communicating with our residents in the places where they gather. So that's, I'm going to start because I haven't heard from you much. Councillor Prost, you're going to start and then we're going left.
Okay, I'm not sure where to start. I think like deferring the employer of choice strategic plan is a good idea. As far as, I know we're going to go down line by line, but maybe just to simplify it, we'll go with what is really needed right now. And that's probably the only thing you're going to hear from me throughout this whole budget is what do we really need and what can we manage? I personally don't have any problem with the computer that the town provides. I don't know if they are coming to an end of life, possibly, you know, when that's going to be, and maybe put part of the money away and, you know, do it in smaller increments if that's something that council would want to do. But I think we really need to just hear quickly and go with what's really needed and what's going to be better for our whole town, for the administration and for our residents. So if we can, just maybe let us know exactly what we truly need.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Prost. Again, I think that most of these are really needs. The network infrastructure is, the hardware is nearing the end of life, like I said, either this year or next. So to have the time to, you know, turn that over without interrupting operations is important. Equipment replacements, again, computers, you know, I have to make sure that our hardware and our software is up to date. So we're at a point right now where we need to turn over computers to get Windows 11 out there, and some of them just don't support it. So you know, they need to be done again, you know, in the short term. we could possibly trim some from the mobile and end node upgrades. But again, we have people out there with iPhone 6s and iPhone 7s that have had them for years. We really don't replace things unless they absolutely need to be replaced. And it's been quite a while since we've turned over a lot of that stuff. We added the tablets onto that for to get tablets into the trucks so that if there's a service request made, that the person who's fixing the problem can close that right away, take a photo of it, respond, so the residents are kept up to date and as quick as possible, rather than waiting for work orders to get handed in like the old paper way and that sort of thing. To your point, the council devices, they'll be slated to be renewed in 2026 anyway. So that's not, that's sort of the only one that I'd be comfortable cutting from this list, along with the announcement monitors. But as far as the equipment goes, these are based on like real numbers, a real list of infrastructure that needs to be replaced.
Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Ball. I think, was that just your pen, Councillor Ball, or do you have? Okay, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. In regards to the replacement of the outdoor electrical message board, it would be great, but my concern is we want them then to be able to coordinate with the town hall and the fire hall boards in the future. With technology changing so much, are we going to get a board that won't read to the future boards that we hope to purchase? Do you follow me?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's a valid concern. The technology that we're talking about here is pretty standard. So we've quoted all these different signboards. The main core of the system has been around for a while, so it's not changing. So when we put out, when we go looking for a new board 2 or 3 years from now, it might not be the same board, but it would sort of connect to the same platform. So we could still control that unified messaging. One would just be a couple years newer than the other, right? It's like similar to getting a new television for your house. You might not have the same television, but you're going to get the same programming.
I'll take your word for it. Thank you.
Councillor Ball, and then Councillor East.
Thank you. I'm just wondering about the mobile tablets. Is that something that can be done on the mobile devices that are already provided? Is there a reasoning behind needing tablets as well? And I'm also wondering about the cost of selling the old devices. Obviously, it's not going to be a huge amount of money, but have we looked at being able to subsidize the cost a little with selling the old devices?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll answer the second part first and then maybe ask Dylan to chime in on the first part. We keep the equipment so long that there's really no value in selling it. And from a sort of privacy standpoint, we're more comfortable destroying them than we are sort of selling them. These devices are going to people who don't have current devices. So, it's not like, oh, here's a brand new cell phone and here's a new tablet. It's sort of one or the other. And Dylan can maybe chime in there.
Yeah, through your worship. Flashing. Okay, stop flashing. It's flashing again. There you go. Well, I like the other spot better, but okay. Yeah, it's only lead hands and up that do currently have cellular devices. So this would be the goal really to bring us into the future where the vehicles, the trucks themselves have it right in the unit mounted in there, and all field staff then, who are often the ones attending the site, have it right there to use themselves in the truck itself. They can take pictures of what they've found. Now a lead hand doesn't have to come and look themselves often. The pictures can help and save them time. That can get automatically loaded right up into a work order. They can add comments, close right then and there. So it really improves the efficiency of our, not just responding to it, but often we're able to respond to it, but then there's a significant delay in us eventually being able to get to add the notes to the work order or close it out and make the contact to the resident. That could be increased significantly by being done right there on site. And then again, it's available to whomever, whatever staff members in the truck at that time.
Thank you. I'd agree with that. That's not how it's written. So thanks for that clarification. And also I just wanted to note the council computers. I think 11,000 is kind of high for that. What we have, they're Chromebooks, so those are not $11,000. And also I think that stretching the life further past every council term, at the beginning of every council term, I don't see the need for replacement. That seems excessive. So that's just a quick note on that.
Councillor East.
Your worship. Okay, so I agree with the new council devices. Mine works just fine, and for what I need it to do, it's worked fine last year, all year long, no problems with it, very simple to use. So I don't see the point in throwing away money when we don't have to. That employer of choice strategic plan, I like the idea of deferring that until we can look at it later. The outdoor electronic message board. I agree with Bill that it would be great to get messages out, and it would be great for educating people. Perfect example was I had company come up from Killaloe this weekend. They were planning on shopping downtown, but they realized the last time they were in Midland, it was a nightmare to deal with parking, so they decided to go somewhere else. So it would be great to educate people, but my problem is this: wants versus needs. And what we have to think about is not the wants of what we need, the wants of our residents. A perfect example of mine is a friend of mine, my daughters, they have to sell their house because they can no longer afford to live in Midland. So one thing is to spend money on a board that would be great at educating, and this is where I'm struggling, but we have families that can't afford to live in Midland anymore. So to me, I would love to see that electric message board at some point, but I ask myself, what's a want versus a need? And that's a want. So that's where I'll leave that.
Okay, Councillor Emeritus. I'll just remind Councillors too, these are reserve. So right there, it's not hitting our taxes right now. It's still tax money. And we're slicing and dicing here, but this one is not going to have a material difference on people's affordability right now. This is just about delivery of service.
And I have taken note of the tax supported reserves here. So my I'll just cut to it. My cuts would be the announcement for the monitors for the town hall lobby, the outdoor message boards. If we're committing to this now, the 45,000, and that would tie in with the 5,000 for the monitors here at the town hall. But if we're committed to the 45,000, we're basically committing to 2 more signs in 2025 and 2026 for what Catherine pointed out earlier about the technology gaps. So that's another 35, I think 70,000 projected right now. I'm not sure if you could do it for 45, honestly, to have a big message board out there so actually people can see it while they're driving by in that split 2-3 seconds. And another thing when you're talking about the NSSRC, we should really be honed in on looking for naming rights to that facility. And then if they want to put a sign out there with a message board with their name on it, that would be better responsible spending in my eyes. And the message boards at the fire hall, and I mean, I like reading those signs. I understand how you want to get technical, but again, as Councillor East point, it's not critical. So I would ask that. I would ask the new council devices, and obviously the employer choice. I had that on my chopping block too. So the mobile and end node upgrades, I would just go with not a question mark behind that, with what's needed. I'm not sure if half that budget could be slashed, but at 44,000, I'm not in favor of that right now. And then I just want planning, if they can comment on the $25,000 software for, I think it's an important piece of this puzzle in the planning department. I just want to know if that 25,000 it's spent today, is it going to pay for itself through staff time and so forth with the fees collected? Thank you.
Through your worship, yes. So, excuse me, we've been hearing pitches from various vendors, and we're trying to find a system right now that we can use not only for our submission of applications, but also tracking them. So we were wanting to try and have some of our systems to be consistent across the board. So for example, the building department uses what's called Cloud Permit, which allows for there to be dialogue between the applicant and the municipality if there's certain plans missing. The applicant also gets notification when it goes to the next step in the review process. So that's one platform that we're considering. But we also do have requirements to the province to be reporting back on application or processing time. So staff's opinion would be that this would be beneficial right now to get people used to it. We've just switched to just a web-based submission, but that doesn't allow us to track it and get that data and that communication between the applicant and the municipality. So we're of the opinion that this would be beneficial to try and have this implemented at some point in this year as part of the budget. Thank you.
And just a follow up on that, the last part of my question is this a savings in staff time, and is it do we recover some costs if we implement this system?
Through your worship, yes, I think it would be saving a lot of staff time where we would have to track these things in like an Excel format. Now it's click, and it generates a report for us to tell us how long it's taken us to review and process a rezoning application. And it'll help us when we do have to report those numbers to the province. Thank you.
I'll have one more then. So I will just comment on the mobile and end node upgrades. So whether it's operations or can we or Mike from IT, can we slash that ask? We are a small community, and I understand what Mr. Flannery in his previous comment said. They don't have to go right to the site. Traveling from one end to Midland to the other end of Midland could be 12 minutes, right? On a good day, and 20 minutes on a bad day. So is it really necessary to have this? I could see it in Barrie and in cities when there's tons of traffic. Do we really need this right now? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor. So these trucks don't have a device at all right now, and neither do a lot of the employees. So yeah, if like they could come back right now to the operations center, let's say, and complete their work order on paper, it's going to sit in a pile, and they'll tell somebody can work through that. So there's efficiencies to be seen here. So just so I can give you an idea on what the numbers are. So this represents just over 30 phones that are end of life. Like I say, we're using iPhone 6s, iPhones 7s, that sort of thing. A couple of new cell phones for staff that don't have a phone yet, new hires and that sort of thing. Upgrading a few of our existing tablets, and then 20 new tablets. So it's not a lot. I mean, the number seems big because there's a component to getting all that out there and set up, and but again, there's no device for them to sort of come home to and finish up their work order themselves. So the goal here for us is to close that loop to make it tight. So you're not, as a resident, if you're reporting a pothole and the laborer who is, tasked with repairing that can close that work order right away. So, the follow-up is, it's being done, as opposed to now where, if that work order sits on a desk waiting to be entered, it looks like we're taking 3 or 4, 5 days to do something when really it's, it could be done same day. So that's sort of that's the goal here.
Madam CIO, you have some comments on this?
Sure. So through your worship, just to add on to what Mr. Hardrick said, So from a citizen perspective, so when a citizen calls in and there's an issue, they want to get an update to Mike's point, things will sit in a pile if we don't have the efficiencies, because someone will be writing on paper, taking it back, waiting for someone else to touch it again. So you're touching things a couple of times, so there's a lot of waste of time and inefficiencies there. But also we would not be able to close out either that work order or what have you to be able to update yourself to say, hey, this has been, this has been completed. And then from a customer perspective, we would look a little, we'd look inefficient, but we're not being able to get back to them. So I think there's an efficiency piece, but it's also, the more you touch it, the more chance of errors that you have in passing along papers from person to person. So for me, this one it offers huge efficiencies especially for the cost of it.
I can liken to this to when we pitched to put mobiles, computers in the police cars. The argument was, well, just go back to the police station and type your report in the computer that's on your desk. But the public demanded that police be in the community more. And so you didn't have to keep running back to the office, and you could get live updates, and you could be dispatched over the computer, and you could get pictures sent to you. That's having a tablet. It's not like the person's tablet. It's probably in a stack of things charging every night, and it's issued to you just like your tools of the trade for the day. And you go out in your car, and you're not driving back and forth to the municipality, and you're updating the work orders in citywide or whatever it is they're using in real time. And there's no paper and no transposition errors and no data entry anymore. The efficiencies are boundless. This would be one of those ones where, this would, to eliminate this now, given the move to digital efficiency that we expect of our corporation, would be like cutting our nose off to spite our face. I think this is penny wise, pound foolish, to eliminate this when we expect this kind of efficiency from our organization. I think if we're looking to, pump the brakes on some reserve spending, which I wholeheartedly endorse, and we've already started, I don't know that this is the right way to go. We're not buying new phones for people to play and, make TikTok videos on there. It's a tool for them to use in their vehicles, and it's a lot cheaper than an armored laptop that we used to use in the policing world. Those were $4,000 to $5,000 per car. And then the radio in the trunk. So suffice to say, just keeping things in context, we just want to make sure we're not penny wise, pound foolish. Madam CFO, I think I saw your eyebrows and your fingers earlier. Sorry, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to suggest that perhaps we would maybe start at the top of the list and get a consensus from council of yes, no, and then we can start compiling our list. And we actually may want to go back to the CAO performance analytics project, as well as just confirm that fire list. I think it would be more helpful sort of as we go. We've got a very long agenda the next 3 days, so just to try and keep things moving along as best as possible. Thanks.
Agreed. Is there an Excel? I'm sure there is, that where you're keeping all this, and we can bring it up and review.
Sure. Yeah.
And that could include this one, because obviously we need to go down it.
Let's go through this. Let's go through this list first, and then we can sort of switch over to the other Excel. Now, again, the other Excel is really just, you're going to see it in the motion as well. But right now, it's just basically those projects and those items. Yeah, maybe it's better to, I think it's better to print the motion that the clerk has. The Excel total takes the 15,651,000 down to 15,274,000. But again, that doesn't I don't want to say it doesn't really matter, but doesn't really, have an impact. It's more on that final motion.
All right, Councilor Meredith, you had a question?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Gordon, to Mike in IT, or even Dylan in operations. The mobile and all those tablets, coming in operations, coming down the pipe there, we have some communications, I think radios and some type of technology with the fire hall. Does this tie in as well with these equipment? I think your ask is it's about 145,000 if I'm correct on these radios, or something that ties in with the fire hall, I believe. this equipment, I'm not techie or anything like that, so does this equipment tie in with all that, or is that totally separate?
Through your worship, yeah, that would be separate, so, and you're right, correct, that amount is 145,000, that'll be, in the operations, project list. So that is separate. This is specifically for our, again, this is our asset management software, it's citywide, which is also our work order software. So all of the inquiries, complaints, et cetera, that come in through CXO are immediately uploaded onto this. And now it goes to the given department for as a service request, and then whether or not a work order is generated depends on what the service request is. And then it gives you real-time ability, again, for the staff member on the ground that is responding to be able to close the loop right then and there. Again, another benefit is it allows us to give you and give the public accurate data, right? It may be that, again, you know, some of my colleagues have already spoke to how things can sit there for 4 or 5 days on a pile. And that might mean that it took that long for us to finally enter in the information. And it looks as though it took us 5 days to respond to something when it took 1 or 2. And we were actually much quicker to get there and respond, and our response rates may be much better, but we're not able to give you that accurate data without having something like this to be able to close the loop right then and there on the spot. But you'll see the separate project again. To other question for the radios is separate, yeah.
All right, Madam CFO, I'll let you walk us down the spending tree, as it were.
Just need about 2 minutes. Actually, you know what? I can do it from here. We're going to put it up on screen, but we just have to get it from here to there.
Need a tablet for that. Just kidding. That's not what they're for. Maybe while we're waiting, Mike, I assume these tablets are all going to have LTE connections, or they're going to be cellularly connected, right? And if they are, you know, we enjoy really, really good enterprise government rates with unlimited data, things that consumers wouldn't normally be able to get a plan for their device that we get. Oh, sorry. Can't turn your mic on. Yep. So maybe just satisfy us that, you know, we're getting how these things are connected, and the fact that the data plans that they're on are not consumer grade plans.
Yes, we get a fantastic rate as a municipality with Bell for a fraction of the cost as, you know, what a consumer pays. You know, my phone bill at home for my personal stuff is in the hundreds, and we're talking tens of dollars for these things. And even lower, you know, if depending on the usage, they can be very, very inexpensive. So if one is sitting there unused, then we almost pay nothing a month for it. So excellent value for what we get as far as the service goes.
Oh, for what it's worth, I just got a note on my screen that my internet connection was unstable, but then it went away. So I don't know if that happened to everybody, but those are streaming online. If all of a sudden we froze with our mouth hanging open, that was why. We're back.
That would be some of that infrastructure we need to replace.
Well played. You got the remote in your pocket, right? Let's kill the mayor's internet.
Okay, so we've got the motion up on the screen now, and just to be clear, we're not asking council to pass this motion yet because we've still got lots of work to do. But we just wanted to review and make sure we've got consensus on each of the items to make sure that they belong on this list, essentially, right? And so the first one we talked about was the $50,000 for the performance analytics in the CAO's budget. I know we heard from one member of council, but I don't know that we got consensus on that one. So I think it's worth going through each one.
Okay, I'll start.
Straw vote.
It'd be really short-sighted, I think, of us to remove that. It's, as I said, it's the data that we don't know what we don't know. So we're asking the municipality to run more efficiently and to identify service delivery gaps and bad data or incorrect data that we are using to make decisions on. I think we can't really ask that of our municipality and then deny them the funding for the platform that allows them to do that. If, however, we approve this funding and we don't get any fruits of having spent that money, I would be the first person to criticize that fact. I don't believe that'll be the case though, but I personally believe it's short-sighted of us to remove this, considering it's coming from a reserve, which I know we're trying to protect, but this ties in directly to our strategic plan and the deliverables that we put upon our new CAO and quite frankly, on our entire senior team to deliver from their departments. That's my 2 cents on the first item. And whether it's be deferral or removal, it just means it's not happening this year. So the language of it right now says a removal. It could be deferral, but regardless, I think if we don't do it this year, then there's a year lost. Councillor Ball?
I don't think we should be removing the mobile and note upgrades. I think that we just discussed how that is necessary to prove efficiencies, sorry.
So sorry, that's the very last bullet point we see, remove mobile and end note upgrades, 44,000. You're
Correct. I think we should keep that in.
Sorry, we had to do one at a time. So let's deal with the platform that does data analysis and aggregates all of our data and looks for anomalies, etc. Councillor East.
Your worship, that first one, weren't we just deferring it until we hire that other person to get the advice from them though? And then we were going to look at it after we talked to them? Wasn't that how we were planning that?
No, that was the performance, like the HR one, the study for employer of choice. That was the one that we were suggesting we wait for the new person to come. You're not totally incorrect though, where I tied this into, we haven't talked about yet, is the service level change where there's a request to hire somebody who will be working between the CAO's office and the IT and basically the whole organization to help manage this data and bring analysis to it and turn it into things that we can understand. So it's just not data soup. We haven't talked about that hire yet, but this, regardless, before there's somebody who analyzes it, you need the data to analyze. And that's effectively what this platform is supposed to do for us. Follow up, Councillor East.
Your worship, I would support keeping the $50,000 to invest in that then.
Councillor Downer.
I support keeping it in there as well. Thank you.
General consent. Oh, Councillor McDonald.
Are we putting the cart before the horse? We're buying a performance analytical program for use by an analyzer that hasn't been hired, who might prefer a certain program that they're accustomed to. So I prefer to defer it until it's required.
Okay, I can counter that with with what if we hire the person this year and we approve this funding, then they can consult with the CAO and decide which platform. We're not committing to a platform, or just earmarking money in the budget for a program that does this. That even if we don't hire that person, the program, they don't have to spend the money just because we approved it in the budget. We're just saying that it's available for that. So to your point, if we don't approve the person, then arguably it wouldn't make sense to, I mean, why, actually it would, but I'm not going to get into that right now, but we could get away with not spending this if we don't hire a person to manage the data that it aggregates. So your point's well placed, but it wouldn't need a deferral. It would just stay in the budget for this year, but staff wouldn't spend it. Is that accurate, Madam CFO?
We could certainly place a hold on it until council felt comfortable moving forward.
Okay, so that would, it means it would stay, so we'd have to edit this line. But nobody would be out procuring software until and if we had this new person in place to make use of it and they could make recommendations. They might come back and say they want Cognos, so now we're into like $500,000. Right, so they won't, but I'm just saying hypothetically. So to your point, cart before the horse, it does make sense because they do go hand in hand. So you're not wrong at all. Just if staff, they hear us, if we left it in the budget, no one's going to go buying the software tomorrow. And let's find out when and if we're going to hire this new person and bring their expertise on board and they can make recommendations. That sound fair? Good compromise? Everyone good with that? Okay, so we're going to edit. Oh, Councillor Meredith.
So just moving ahead of ourselves, if we don't hire this person, then that gets removed thoroughly. So, you're saying it's still going to be there. So if we don't hire the person, then does this get strike? Can we? Because we're going to have to vote on that coming up, right? So
We'll let Madam CFO, because I'm not familiar with what platform you're looking at or what the vision is. I just understand the inherent link between this platform that develops the data for analysis and the person that you want to bring in that's going to help analyze the data. Maybe you can speak to this better, whether or not it could still be of value without that person to the organization.
Through your worship, I believe council has asked for dashboards and KPIs and metrics. I think irregardless of whether someone is hired this year, if I'm not able to do that, I think my belief is council still is going to want that and ask that. So this would be tied to that as opposed to the person coming in. It's tied to the deliverable that council has asked.
So this is a platform that still has usefulness and merit and doesn't need a propeller head to operate it and to, output data that we want to see. That's okay. So just to be clear, we're going to edit line 1 then where it says removal of 50,000. We're going to delete that entirely, which will mean that it's back in. But no one's going to go shopping tomorrow and buy something until we get to the bottom of. Well, they could, but I mean, I would argue if we're going to approve this new person later on in the budget cycle, that they would provide input on what we purchase and when and how and et cetera. Because they're coming to us with a pretty deep skill set, I would assume. So we're going to delete that line. It's gone. It vanished just like that. Okay, next.
Good. Thank you. So the fire and emergency services. So I think we're good with this list because we did already go over it, but just sort of one more time, it's on screen for council to visually take a look. So it's got the reduction of the windows, the removal of the soundproofing, the removal of the training room, the reduction of the emergency service, the removal of the emergency service campus study, the reduction of the exercise and wellness, and then the reduction of the crew room furniture replacement. And that actually should say 5,000, not 10. Because the original budget was 10. And then the removal of the interior door replacements. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that is my mistake. So 5,000 is coming out. It goes back to 10. And the removal of the lower level room renovation of 20,000. So those were all of those fire items. So just to get general consensus, we could maybe do some head nods, would be great.
That sounds right. And if I could just briefly speak to the exercise and wellness equipment, I just want to call out the fact that both associations, basically all of the firefighters, volunteer and professional, contribute money towards this on their own, so that it's not like they're just asking us as the employer to buy them everything. So that's really awesome that they do that. And I do want to shout out how absolutely critical it is for physical fitness in the firefighting profession. This is a very, very physical career, and it's not a luxury to have some gym equipment to work out while you're waiting for the next alarm. There's, aside from mental health and wellness, physical health and wellness in the firefighting industry, just as in policing, other physical industries, it's an expectation. So I don't want the fire folks to feel like there's any slight or we don't recognize how important maintaining that physical readiness is to the job. We're just trying to find a compromise, and we do appreciate the fact that they co-fund these things. My 2 cents on that one. Councillor Emeritus?
Yes, it was the crew room furniture replacement that should have been 5,000. We had agreed to do 5 for 24, and then we would move 5,000 into 2025. So
And then through you, Mayor Gordon, to Madam CFO. And then just to be clear, the exercise equipment is a $5,000. You're reducing it by 10, so it's actually $5,000 commitment, correct? All right. So reduce exercise and wellness equipment by $10,000. I'd be happy with if you put buy in there.
right, can you repeat that?
Reduce exercise and wellness equipment by $10,000.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so we have consensus then of council of those items? See lots of head nods. Great. Okay, thank you. So now we're back to the human resource employer of choice, the $60,000. I think I heard from council that to remove that. Now the wording right now says defer. Right, but so a lot of those are actually the same thing. So sort of the important point we're making right now is we're removing it from the 24 plan. So I think the wording should be consistent. So I think that should say remove instead of defer. Okay, head nods on that. And then the next one would be under digital government and service innovation. There was definitely some talk about the monitors for the town hall lobby. And I wanted to give our communications manager an opportunity to speak to this request because this did come from her. If you don't mind if I pass it over.
Thanks, Linda. Can you hear me? Through your worship, I understand that you're looking for ways to save the taxpayer money. One of the things that I'm tasked with is ensuring that we are communicating to our customers and to our residents. And often it's difficult to get the messaging out to sometimes a segment of our population that is not computer savvy. They don't follow social media, and they don't always get the information that they need. We had a time where we lost the Midland Mirror, and in between, we do have another newspaper that we are now using for advertising for our town page, but one of the things that we've noticed in tracking our stats at the town hall for customer inquiries is that 40%, almost 40% of our residents come into the town hall in person to pay their taxes, pay bills, their utility bills, inquire planning inquiries, building inquiries. So that's a fairly large percentage of our residents that are coming in. And it's an opportunity for us to provide information to them that they may not read in the newspaper. If they don't read the newspaper, they may not see on social media if they're not following social media. So it's, I know it's not critical, but it's important for us to be as a complete community to be able to communicate to our residents information that they would want to hear. And if if the information is there, they can always ask questions and get further information if they're not somebody that wants to go on our website. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I know it's only $5,000 and it seems like an easy thing to take out of the budget, but I just wanted to let you know that it is important for communications. Thank you.
Well, I'll speak again in support of the outdoor message board. I think the town hall lobby, if there had to be one we took an axe to, the computer that you're going to plug into the existing TV, I get the TV is a bit of a beater, isn't $5,000, right? So we could probably get away with just recycling old Betsy and put in the lobby for now. and just slap a new computer behind it that's going to drive the signage. But this one at the Sports and Rec Center where it's now a big hole, you've probably all driven by and seen, hey, I wonder what's missing. That signboard is missing and it used to be the manual kind. So it's an opportunity lost, I think, council, if we don't put that message board in. So many people travel King Street, including all the seniors that go into Ascanonia and all the visitors to our community that come to the Sports and Rec Center. This isn't talking about, if this sign was even on Bayshore, I could see the argument in deferring it, because a lot of people drive Bayshore, but you know, the fire hall can come another year. This message board on King, I think, is a real opportunity lost for us to communicate to residents and the tens of thousands of people that travel that road every week by not putting it in there. So I understand the concern about creep, like, oh, it means next year we're going to put another one. Maybe not. We don't have to. What these are effectively TVs. And there's a little computer in the back of it that drives the TV. This is not an all or nothing component. I don't even know if we own the TVs at the Sports and Rec Center, or if they, you know, they belong to the company that does the advertising and we just get to put our hockey schedule on them. But that equation could change, and we could put our own cheap consumer grade TVs up there and slap one of these computers on that has our messaging and signage there, just as we could buy one of these old computers and stick it on a TV in the library. I think any opportunity to communicate with our residents, as long as it's not an absurd cost, and this isn't, because I know what these signs cost, is worthwhile for us to do it from a communication standpoint alone. So I do support, I mean, I'm in council's hands, but I do support keeping that electronic digital message board. If one had to take the cut, I know it's only $5,000, but it's still $5,000. I would say let's leave the lobby the way it is. The rest of those, I could live with removing them, as long as Mr. Hattrick says that, you know, if that 44,000 we don't spend on mobile and end node upgrades isn't going to expose us unnecessarily to cyber risks, and I believe he wouldn't allow that anyway. I'm content with those, but I really believe that message board, you know, would serve our community well for the money that we spend on it. And as a pilot, effectively, if it works well, then yes, in future years we could authorize more put on around town. Councillor Ball, then Councillor Meredith.
Thank you. I would like to leave, again, the mobile and end node upgrades. I guess we're jumping to that now. I'd like to see that. I think that having people ask us questions and wasting time calling people back when they can just see this has been closed in a day on site makes a lot of sense to me. I think you're going to see savings in staff time, being able to not have to call all these people back that are wondering why we haven't been there, what we're doing. This eliminates that. So I think that's something necessary. I agree that the electronic message board is a good idea. I think what Councillor Meredith was touching on before is having somebody sponsor that to a reduced cost of the town is a great idea. And I think that's an option that should be explored. I don't mind leaving this maybe half the money in the budget for now so that we can explore fundraising the other half through someone who can advertise it and build it for us. Being able to have 20 grand towards that and having somebody put in 20 grand with their name on the sign. I think that was a good idea.
Councillor Meredith, and then Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, so this is where we're getting into, you know, tax supported reserve. We keep the mobile end node in. What's you know, what's the juggling? What's give and take? So again, the 45,000 and the 5,000. If we're going to keep the 44,000 in, and then we're looking at the tax rate. Critical times right now. Everybody's in. I didn't even notice the NSSRC sign was gone, and I travel King Street pretty much 4 times a week. So unless it's a big, you know, like we see on Highway 12 or on corner Highway 12 and 93, that big message board, where it gets your attention, and I highly doubt it, you're going to be able to do whatever your 45,000 gets you. I put a pylon sign outside my building in 2018. It cost me 16,000 with a small little board on it. So I don't think 45,000 is going to do the trick to be effective on what we're looking for, to catch someone's attention and to actually read it as they pass by. They know where the NSSRC is, and typically the NSSRC advertise for NSSRC events. So I don't see anything on whether it's BIA events in there or town events I'm not sure if it's going to be used for butter tart, but at the end of the day, it's $45,000 and $50,000 off the tax rate, and we're just in day one, and every little bit helps. So I am not in favor of the 45 and 5. And as a service delivery, then, you know, that mobile and node upgrade makes better use of our money, and satisfies the, you know, the our residents with the service delivery. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald?
Was just going to suggest, Mayor Gordon, that we go through it line by line. We were doing line, okay, but we went through all of them, and I think everyone's probably made up their mind. So we just have to let the CFO know what we want with starting the town hall lobby.
All right, well, do you want to, maybe a show of hands is the easiest way. We're not officially voting on anything. Are we allowed to do that, Madam Clerk? Show of hands, it's easier for me to do the math here. Okay, so the first bullet point, remove announcement monitors for town hall lobby, 5,000. Who supports that? Oh, removing it? Sorry, removing announcement monitors for town hall lobby, removing it. So it's going to stay the way it is, basically. That's 5,000. You want to remove it. So then you want it to, okay, but so the wording that we're approving here is remove announcement monitors from town hall lobby. So who wants it removed? Put your hand up if you want it removed. Okay, then, all right. I mean, council's hand, it was going to stay anyway. All right, so that means that line can be struck. We are keeping that 5,000 in. All right, next is, however you want to word it. Who wants a message board at Sports and Rec Center, the fancy TV that can display messages? All right, we just did it backwards on the last one, though. Okay, who doesn't want the message board at Sports and Rec Center? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Gonzo.
Sorry,
Yep,
just
so that's staying. That's
it's
staying.
staying on the list.
It's staying on the removal
Okay,
list.
thank
yes.
you.
It's the double negative catch here. Council devices. Remove new council devices. Who wants the council devices removed from the budget? Meaning you're going to keep your old laptop and you're happy. Very good. That's staying. And the mobile and end node upgrades for 44,000. People want, who wants those to remain on the removal list? Meaning we're not going to allow staff to buy them. Okay, so you get those. That one's gone. All right. So just a quick question, Mike, for the $5,000 that we're authorizing you to change here. Does that include the cost for the clouds? Is that basically baked in the cost of the cloud service? Like, can you, is it still worth doing it if we're not doing the digital message board?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. They would be tied together. However, like it can operate independently. So it would still be sort of a the idea with this one is sort of a cloud-based menu board, so to speak, similar to you see at fast food restaurants. So we can add to this down the line or not add to it down the line. It's just a way to simplify how we put the messaging up on the screen and replace that old screen. It's been around for quite a long time.
Okay, so not to wade into your business, but I've needless to say, in my other hat, I implemented digital signage many times in many places. We've already had this conversation about a platform. I'm not going to pitch them on the thing here, but it's $10 a month per screen, and you use your existing screens and you stick the Raspberry Pi behind the TV. It's $10 a month, maybe 12, and it's all cloud-based for that fee. So with that $5,000, it's up to you how you spend it. But I think that if you use the platform like the one we talked about, we could have digital signage all over the place, wherever there's TVs right now, where there's an internet connection, and you can get a lot of bang for the buck rather than just putting a commercial screen in our front. But again, how you spend it is up to you. But I think we could do a lot with that $5,000, which could be a proof of concept and then lead into a conversation next year for a digital sign up front somewhere.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So that's essentially what we're doing here. So we've looked at and had budgetary quotes for specific devices that are cloud connected. we would use, down the line, if we were to go with outdoor digital signage, they would have this, a similar sort of box driving that. So this 5,000 represents a new screen here, but the ability, without getting into the weeds of how much each little device costs, we can add, dozens and dozens down the line if we wanted to, get that messaging the same across the corporation.
Great. That gives me hope because it's so important to reach the people that we're not reaching right now. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I just had a quick question about that. Is the ability to have these message boards for the cloud go into restaurants? Say if we paid an advertising fee to restaurants around the area, if we could have our advertising posted on their TVs with this capability of this software?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, absolutely. So, similar to fast food restaurants, all those menu boards are being driven by one person at a computer, probably thousands of miles away, right? So, this sort of platform is kind of along that line. Whether or not the restaurants want us in there, and I don't know how that works. But like our thought was, the library could have screens up. We could have them down at the harbor in the summertime. We can have them at different town facilities that the public frequent. So yeah, it's very expandable.
That's perfect. Thank you. Maybe that's something we look into. I know we can't say that, but maybe that's in the universe. We look that up maybe.
Oh, I mean, to your point, that could be a partnership with the BIA because the, programming these things to alternate between our messages about, hey, your fire permits, get your dog license. And by the way, there's a sale on at, store X down on King Street. This stuff can all be happening, or you can have a screen layout and it's all designable easily where, town messaging is the focus of the screen, but there could be other boxes that have little display ads for local businesses and they contribute towards the operational costs of this platform. Totally doable and very inexpensive. The big one that we're rejecting right now is effectively a TV, but a really big bright one that's meant for the elements and to be outside. So, I can see this as walk before we run.
Just on that, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Meredith, you mentioned about the size of the screen. So I don't know if you're familiar with the screen that's there now. This new screen essentially replaces it, but at twice the height. So it's similar to the width, but it's just a little taller and a little brighter. The one that's there now, you wouldn't notice because it's essentially just a black box right now, and it has been, I think, since 2018.
Yeah, and another feature of these is you have the ability to communicate emergency messaging as well. So, what blasts could go out to every one of these connected TVs, or this digital sign, hopefully we can maybe find the money for next time, that can communicate emergency response or emergency messages. Like one button and boom, it goes out to all these devices rather than running around with a box of letters and having to slide them in. As fun as that is for the fire department. Anyway. I digress. We beat this one to death. I think we got a decision on it, and hopefully we'll see some neat stuff with digital signage, and it can be phase one of a multi-phased, multi-year approach to communicating with our residents and visitors. So this looks accurate. Does this look accurate, Council? Are you happy with the? Okie dokie. Moving right along. Do we need it's now 3 o'clock. Would a 5-minute stretch be in order? Yes, okay. All right, so we'll be back in 5 minutes, folks. All right, welcome back. Thanks. We just had a good stretch and a coffee, and we're back at her. And we are, for those following along, wondering, how come you've hardly done anything yet, Council? Well, it's because we are being nitpicky, and we are going line by line through things that, previously would just be approved en masse. So we are taking more time, and to try and speed things up because we don't want to, we only have 3 days for this. I say that like we only have 3 days. At this rate, we're going to be like 5 days. So to make things quicker, rather than having each the department do the whole horse and pony show, we're just going to cut to the list because that's really what council is looking to do right now. And then we'll ask questions of the department head on the items on the list, if that's okay with everybody. Just for expediency's sake, let's get to what we really want to do. So we are on page 130. Which is the 2024 capital program for planning. AKA growth. So take it, no, we're not, sorry, we're not doing that. We're on the, I was going to pass you the mic. So we have our list here on the screen, the official plan review and conformity update. Some of this stuff is a bit ambiguous, so I'm sure you're going to get mic time here. Council, do you have any questions about what this is for 25,000? Councillor Ball. All right, so we can, are going to approve that? It's good. We're all comfortable with, all right. Next is community planning permit system. Kind of self-evident. Goes part of our digital transformation, moving away from paper. Oh, I just got through an arm there. Maybe we're not moving away from paper.
To your worship, what the community planning permitted system is, this is an alternative to a zoning bylaw. So this essentially replaces our zoning bylaw. It looks like the zoning bylaw, but it helps speed the process up for reviewing and processing applications. This is different, the online portal submission. So just for clarity on that. So this is request for we have a budget line for a new zoning bylaw, which was passed by council's new OP. This is an additional 30,000 on top of that. We anticipate that process will take longer than a standard zoning bylaw when we do that review. So didn't have anything to do with getting rid of paper. It's just a separate policy document that's different than what we have right now.
Lovely. I drew a red card there. So, okay, no problem. Planning and building fee study, where all people a lot of times cajole us. Oh, you got to study this and you got to pay consultants that. Why do we need someone other than, your intelligent group to do this? Why do we need an outside study?
Through your worship to council. So this line here, this study is now as part of our review, the consultant indicated that it was going to cost a little bit more due to the building portion of that review taking longer. So this was to cover those additional costs of that study that is now complete. So this is not a new study being done in 2024. This is actually just closing out that study and paying the additional fee that the consultant indicated would be extra. Thank you.
So this ties right into, I can't remember who it was, Councillor McDonald or Councillor Meredith asked earlier about things that go over, not necessarily under. So here's something that went over, so it's a carryover into the next budget year because we need to pay them, and you didn't have the ability to do that with the budgeted funds. Is that accurate? Councillor Meredith?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Mayor Gordon. So through you to Mr. Farr, Steve Ferguson. Sorry, I will do that quite a bit in the next over the next 2 or 3 days. So we had an overage, and then we were coming for more money to complete that. So in 2023, this is where I get back to the budget. There is some projects, I'm sure there is a surplus somewhere. So this is where this is my point where I get why does this come to budget if there's a surplus from somewhere else? Wouldn't that just, but this is new money, new ask for 2024. And this is the problem I have when we throw things at reserves and we have surpluses, it doesn't come back and help us out. Even if we're asking 1% on the tax rate, you're saying it's still going to hurt us. So where this 22,000, where we would have had a surplus on some other application or area in planning, that this would cancel it out instead of coming to council and ask for another 22,000.
Through your worship, to Councillor Meredith, actually, it is, to your point, we do have that actually surplus in there, but out of transparency, we come back to council on anything other than what we intended the money to be. So if even though the money is there and available to use, we want to be transparent with council and the public as to what the funds will be used for.
Great. I like that. Thank you.
All right, waterfront master plan. As council will recall, we kicked that one down the proverbial path last budget. We are now moving ahead with the RFP for Midland Bay Landing, or whatever it ends up being called in the end. And of course, it doesn't just stop there. It continues to wrap around the base. So council, we deferred it for a year. hence no surprise or shock that it is on this year's budget to pay for that waterfront master plan. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. We deferred it because we wanted Little Lake included in this, and I don't see it included in this version either. So just wondering why that wasn't put back in, because that was one of the main reasons why we deferred it, as we wanted to have the entirety of all the waterfront properties in the study.
I don't recall that at all because the waterfront master plan is only for the harbor. But
Talked about having all the Little Lake improvements and being able to include that as well. Because we wanted to have Little Lake included in what we would go expand onto, not just having Midland Bay Landing and not tying it into Little Lake Park, being able to have a cohesive community.
if staff could speak to that, I think those are two completely separate things. Because one's parks and trails and the other one's the waterfront. But correct me if I'm wrong, Council, or Mr. Flannery.
Yeah, through your worship, I don't necessarily recall that way either, and I do see them as separate. Little Lake Park, along with all the parks and trails, are in the Parks and Trails Master Plan. You can, of course, when you make you hire someone to bring, come in and make a waterfront master plan, they have access to all the other master plans as well to see what can work together. So there is still some cohesiveness there, but they are separate.
So they will be doing a comprehensive plan that includes a cohesive plan with Little Lake Park, though.
Through your worship, that and all, I mean, they would have a look at the transportation master plan. They would look at Parks and Trails master plan. That's part of doing a full sum analysis. They'd look at your 10-year capital plan to see where you're going in all kinds of directions, how it would impact the waterfront, and they kind of put all of that together.
Okay, thank you. That's what I just want to make sure is happening, that we're having a completely community cohesive plan put together, not just Midland Bay Landing and waterfront.
Mr. Ferguson?
Yeah, just on that, your worship. So just for clarity, this will take in consideration Midland Bay Landing, but by no means is this a waterfront master study for Midland Bay Landing. So that's something that, so this study here will be something that planning will work very closely with Karen's team as well on this project. It was my understanding that this would be a focus on the waterfront along Georgian Bay and the downtown. But as Mr. Flannery indicated, the consultant will look at kind of the whole gambit of everything to make sure everything is cohesive and goes together. Thank you.
Perhaps I could suggest, just to eliminate any ambiguity, regardless, there's funding involved and we have to pay someone to do this. The scoping document before this thing goes out to our RFP, it would be good to come back to council and really sell us on what the scope is, just so there is no confusion about what the outputs are. So I mean, funds aside, just before we release the hounds, it might be good to bring it back so that we all have consensus and understand what it is we're spending before we spend it. Is that fair? Okay, great.
Yeah, generally, yeah.
Oh,
fair.
Councilor Meredith? Or Mr. Parkinson, somebody?
Sorry, I was just confirming your question. Yeah, that's a definitely fair ask. Yeah.
Madam CFO?
I just wanted to clarify that there is a master plan for Little Lake also included in our 10-year plan in year 2025.
Okay, do we know what that's going to cost? Because it's not going to be part of the 75K, right?
It's not part of the 75, it's 120,000 is what we've got earmarked for that.
We'll beat that horse next year then. Councillor Ball?
Again, for cohesive, it just makes sense to do this all together. I just don't understand the point of doing it all separately. We would want a community cohesive plan for everything. Like I don't know, that's, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like if we want to have a community, we should be doing all these things either at once or at least including them to go hand in hand. If we have a study approved for next year, should we defer this for next year to do it all together?
Well, I think we're hearing there are two unique animals. The only common denominator is there's water involved, but the Georgian Bay waterfront, the part that isn't Midland Bay Landing that currently includes the marina on town property, our marina, the one that we keep not making money on, wrapping around all the way through Pedersen Park. What's the plan for that moving forward? That I think, as I recall, was the scope of this waterfront master plan. Little Lake Park, on the other hand, I'd bring gap that there's a study coming on it, but kind of makes sense because, I mean, there's proposed growth for it, but the water and the use of that water is, and you know, I think the scope of this waterfront, maybe we should be called downtown waterfront master plan just to remove ambiguity. But again, before this thing releases and we actually spend this money, council will get sounds like some kind of scoping document and report, so we're crystal clear on what it is we're doing. And then we'll know, maybe at the same time, we could get a sneak peek at what the plan is for the Little Lake one too. Just, I think that would help everybody understand more what the scope is and why they're separate and independent. Okay, last need, housing needs assessment. Oh, sorry, Councillor Meredith. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'll be quick. In this master plan, does it, I know does it include Central Marine, that area? Would it include that area? I think the last year when it came up, it was Central Marine and then across where ADM and going. So are we, will they be included in the master plan, or is there plans to take over a marina, or the marina not be there in the future? Is that what that plan would? The reason I ask is because if the marina is there and the ADM's there, then why is it feasible to spend money on a master plan right now for our waterfront?
Through Mayor Gordon, is it? Okay, good. All right, through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith. Yes, we'd likely look at Central Marine as well. The lease agreement with them, the natural end date would be, let me look that up, 2038. However, the agreement allows either party to end that agreement ahead of that date. Doesn't mean we would end the agreement, just means that we might be assessing that property as part of it. Between the harbor and Midland Bay Landing, Central's there. So there's a nice flow between the harbor and Midland Bay Landing. We certainly want to look at that property.
So this master plan would include that land that wraps around and then joins Midland Bay Landing in the future. Thank you.
Just to add further to that, your worship. So when staff does come back with that RFP, we'll be able to scope it down and have an actual visual and a map for council to show this is what we're thinking about including as part of the study. And the council can either tell us to scale it back or add these additional properties to it. So we'll have a little bit more of a concrete idea of what the scopes and the limit of the study will be when we do come back. Thank you.
I think I saw Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I understand that this is a request for proposal for the waterfront development excluding or waterfront, the waterfront excluding the development. So would you not have the both work hand in hand?
Through your worship, what do you mean development? Like, can you specify a little bit more about what you mean by development?
Well, I understand that there's work being happening now for a request for proposal for the development of the waterfront property, as in housing, Midland Bay Landing housing development. This excludes that.
Through your worship, that would come forward as a separate RFP. So it would not be included in this. And actually further down, there is an ask for Midland Bay Landing for a dollar value for the RFP for that.
As I recall, when we first started talking about this, council, Midland Bay Landing was a thing. It was already approved and it was moving ahead. But what hadn't been done is any type of study for the rest of the shoreline waterfront. Since Midland Bay Landing is now being rethought and going back out and with no constraints on it yet, whatever we end up with for Midland Bay Landing will dovetail nicely into this study But it is kind of its own unique property because there's those water lots that, you know, and completely different revision for Midland Bay Landing. So it doesn't negate the need for the study, but they'll dovetail in together. If we chose not to do the study and just kind of carried on with Midland Bay Landing and just kind of left the rest of it alone for now, that's an option for us. It's just that it doesn't give us a complete design or envision what we want the future of our waterfront to look like, even though knowing we have tenants there right now into the foreseeable future. And if we wanted, for example, Central to vacate, because we had some amazing new thing we wanted to do as a result of the study, like anybody in their position, there would be a cash for keys deal or relocate them or, you know, work, there'd be a price and a number if, for example, we wanted to do that. But we don't have any kind of contiguous plan for the whole waterfront. We really put all our eggs on the Midland Bay Landing plan, which is now going to change to some degree. So it really is, do we want to put the money aside and see a scoping document from staff? We can either agree or disagree with it. And just because we put the money aside, remember, this isn't tax rate money right now, this is reserve. If we don't like the scoping document, we can always say, well, nah, we don't like this. And you know what? That money doesn't get spent. And this could be moved on to another year, perhaps after we've awarded an RFP for Midland Bay Landing 2.0. The key is we're just approving these funds now. That'll put staff at work at creating the RFP because they won't do that unless we approve funding. And then we can decide based on that scoping document whether we want to release the hounds, as it were, and continue with it. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Just a supplementary. I understand we were giving developers a clean slate to come up with their proposal of what they would do with the land. But then if we go ahead and spend money to do a study on the shoreline waterfront, that's not a clean slate. We've already decided what we're doing with the shoreline. What do you want to do behind it? So I'm confused. What do we want?
It's the rest of the shoreline, not Midland Bay Landing. So where Midland Bay Landing ends and Central Marine starts, that shoreline from that point all the way around to where the sailing club is, which is also our property, that, if I recall correctly, that's the scope of the waterfront master plan.
Oh my gosh. Now I'm on the same page. Thank you.
Sometimes and I've lamented about this, these short descriptions that this template that you use really leaves a lot of ambiguity for some of these bigger projects that have wide ranging impact. The only reason I know about it, because I asked the same questions as you, Councillor McDonald. I'm scratching my head talking to the CFO going, what the heck is this thing? So I just have the benefit of having asked the question before, but it can be confusing. But again, just because we budget it doesn't mean we have to spend it. Councillor McDonald, or Councillor Meredith, sorry.
Yeah, so my question would be, is it imperative that we go ahead with this? I know eventually we're going to have to get this study done. 2024 is a critical year for a lot of people. Is it going to hurt us if we, push this to 2025, or 2026? If we're not looking at it right away to spend the money. So I'm leaning towards pushing this another year, let it come up and we can discuss it then. I don't think it's imperative that we do it right now unless you convince me otherwise. Thank you.
Through your worship. Okay, there we go. Sorry, through your worship. Yeah, I would suggest that first, you're always better to have a plan in place than not. I mean, that's just with anything. It helps provide direction to staff on countless things. Things that will impact Mitch in engineering, myself in operations, Karen in the harbor. One water front master plan gets us all on the same page. Delaying the inevitable, if we all sit here and acknowledge that a waterfront plan is something we want to have to get the community on board and really determine how do we want to use that space going forward. If we acknowledge that need is there now, I don't see why you wait. It would only then further, the next year you're going to be saying, well, then why not push the Little Lake, master plan? And whereas that one could be done following the completion of a waterfront plan, and now again, you start building and adding to those. So it really only delays the inevitable. It gets more expensive to do that. And again, having that plan in place gets everyone staff wise, it helps community wise, council wise, everyone gets on the same page when you have a plan. So I just find it's always better if we as a community, as a council, you all agree that that's something you want to have and it is inevitable, the sooner the better.
Councillor East, then we'll get consensus on this.
Through your worship, I see the value in that. Considering that we're many years away from shovels in the ground for Midland Bay Landing anyways, looking at having some sort of a waterfront master plan, we could even take this opportunity to find new parking lots that we could develop that we will need before we actually get shovels in the ground. Because we just lost one, and who knows what will happen in the future. But I just saying, I see the value in it right now, and I see the value in the opportunity of building in the years till we wait till shovels are in the ground for Midland Bay Landing. So I would support it. I see the value in it.
Okay, last but not least, housing needs assessment. Clearly, we all know there's housing needs, but maybe you could put some meat on the bone here on what this 30,000 is intended for.
Thank you, Worship. So the town applied to the CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund in August of last year. As council may be aware, there's been various announcements that the federal government has been making for this fund. They've been primarily a lot of the larger centers. London was the first one to get some money from the feds, and then I think as recently as Richmond Hill could have been, I think, the more recent one. So they seem to be starting to go down smaller in population sizes. As part of that application request or that application, there is a requirement to do a housing needs assessment. So if we do get selected and we are given that grant, we are required within a year to do this study. So this is why it's on there. We haven't been granted any money yet from the federal government, but this is just an anticipation if we do get that fund. If we don't, quite honestly, it doesn't hurt for us to do this study. It helps us with our planning documents. It helps us when we have to update our official plan. If we get applications in and we know that there's a certain type of built form, we want to encourage more intensified uses, whether it's apartments, townhouses, this will help us inform what the gap is in Midland and what type of housing we do need. So not only does it's part of the CMHC application, but also it will help us moving forward so that we know where we need to maybe focus our attention when planning applications come in. When we meet with developers, the study will be public. They will know, hey, Midland needs this type of built form. And we may attract maybe a builder who specializes in that built form. That, if there's a builder who only does single detached dwellings, and that's not really what we need up here. That's not what, there's a planning term called missing middle that we don't have up here. This study could provide that input. So it's kind of a two-prong kind of approach here. Yeah, we need it for the application, but if we're not successful in that application, it would benefit us in a long route anyway. As it indicates up on the screen, we are also doing, we have budget approval for a CIP for our downtown for affordable housing as well, that we're going to look to proceed with this year as well. So it'll also feed into that study that we do. Thank you.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you. I think that's important to note. I think if you want to attract builders, and especially we want to be giving the people of Midland what they want. But my question is actually, I know based off of our small category that Midland's in to receive this funding, we're competing with a lot of municipalities for it. What is our targeted amount of money that you actually expect us to get from this?
So through your worship, when we applied, it kind of gives you the number, what you're eligible for. And I believe what it spat back out at me when I filled everything in was about $3 million that we are eligible for. It's not to say we're going to get that, but that's what we have been, the application said that we could potentially get.
And when you follow the news about the municipalities that are getting it, yes, they're large primarily. but they're starting to look to the smaller ones. And the preference for even the large ones are the ones with forward-thinking councils that are not just sitting waiting for a cash handout. They're progressively changing their zoning bylaws. They are making changes to allow for intensification and for things like quadruplexes, or whatever you call them, as a right on regular building lots. Things that can really trigger a lot of NIMBYism, but that's what the government is looking for, forward-thinking municipalities and lavishing them with funds. And I'd like to think that we could, percolate our way up to the top with our planning team here. So this is part of it.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Just further, just on the application. So if we are successful in getting that application, what some of those funds would go towards is some of the capital projects that we've listed here, our OP conformity exercise, our CPPS. So if we get those application fees and we do get this fund, all those monies there now are being, can be filtered back to the municipality. We don't need to spend them because now we have that grant from the federal government. So that's what those monies for that application is for, and it's intended for us to use it on. So there's various projects that we've identified. There's initiatives that, as council's aware, when we brought forward earlier last year, that listed 7 initiatives. And so one of those would be, some of these applications and programs and studies that we're looking to achieve to increase the housing supply within the town of Midland. Thank you.
Councilor McDonald?
Thank you, Your Worship. That downtown community improvement plan for affordable attainable housing, is that the $150,000 that I inquired about last year in the budget, what it was for? And if it isn't, I'll ask later where that 150 that was never spent, it was included in the budget prior to our council.
Through your worship. So there is 150,000 budget for that. We did go out to tender for that. Unfortunately, we didn't proceed. We didn't select a consultant to complete that study, but that is on our work plan this year to get going on and start. So that's already been approved by council through a separate budget. So there's no additional request to top that up for additional funds. So we are looking to proceed with that study this year.
And just to be clear, unlike the large cities that actually have jurisdiction for housing and funding for that, if we were to get this money, it doesn't mean Midland's in the house building business, right? We'd be using this money towards the framework that allows development to flourish in our community, that right now it's pretty restrictive. Just to be clear, right? We're not getting into the house building business.
Yeah, through your worship. Yeah, no, it's intended to try and increase the housing supply and for us to do our studies, but there's also infrastructure upgrades that we can utilize for that as well. If there's contaminated sites, you could use the money for cleaning up some of those contamination sites. So there's various things that the municipality could use the funds for. But yes, we're not in the business of building houses and putting shovels in the ground. The only shovels that we may put in the ground are to assist Mitch's team in putting some of that infrastructure to allow for the housing to occur. Thank you.
Thanks. So regardless of whether the federal government dump a bag of cash on us, sounds like money well spent, and it will go into informing our next official plan amendment, where if nothing else, we can deal with natural heritage and a bunch of other changes we want to make housing more attractive to developers in North Simcoe and Midland specifically. All right, so we got our list. Long story short, does anybody want to pull anything from this? Let's go there. Councilor Meredith?
Thinking I have to have one cut here, so it would be the waterfront master plan.
All right, who wants to kick the waterfront master plan down the road again? Hands up if you want to kick it down the road. Okay, well, I guess we're keeping it. All right. Everybody else good with everything else? All right, moving right along. We got to make up some time. Okay, yeah, this is the bylaw replacement vehicle, which is, if I recall correctly, is a former police car that we had that was a beater when you got it. And anyway, here we are. Replacement bylaw vehicle. My only comment is I would like to see lots of miles put on said new replacement bylaw vehicle as I push for more proactive bylaw enforcement, not just reactive, but I understand that's a slow process. But anyway, if this is, we're talking about the Toyota. Yeah, okay, so I personally know this thing. A matter of fact, I picked it up the day it was new and drove it back from wherever it was with snow going over the roof. It was a good day, memories. Anyway, this thing is a beater and it's time for replacement. And we've already talked about our procurement policy. And anyway, needless to say, I support replacing this vehicle because I have personal intimate knowledge of this thing. It has been rode hard and put away wet many times. Anybody have any issue with replacing this bylaw vehicle? Councilor Meredith.
It's a Toyota, so 220K, it's not too bad. Right? So and I haven't seen it. So I'm gonna say I'm opposed right now. Thank you.
Councilor Downer.
I'd like to see, I'd like to see them get out of a car and get into a truck so they can move furniture that's left on the side of the road, and mattresses and whatnot. So a car to me is not logical for a job like that. I think we need a half-ton truck for that job.
Good point. We used to have a half-ton truck. That was the bylaw vehicle, and at some point, it must have died, and we replaced it with the hand-me-down from the police department. Councilor Meredith?
Just first question is that bylaw's responsibility, or would they be actually in, they see furniture there, like what Mr. Downer, Councilor Downer just stated, that would be in their job description to get rid of those types of items? Is my first question. The other question I have, and I see this a lot in the through the draft budget, through our our weekly meetings or monthly meetings. I see end of life here a lot. All right, and end of life is, it's like yogurt, right? End of life, but it's still good. So it's still right. I mean, it's got an expiry date on it, and we go to these consultants and we get these big reports, and it's end of life, but you may have another 5 years on it, like 220,000, that could go up to 320,000 Ks, right? So when we're talking about end of life, and I that terminology, every time I see end of life, I just roll my eyes. Just so that's one comment I just wanted to make about where I see this a lot in here.
Just a hint, don't have the 5-year-old yogurt at Councilor Meredith's house. Stay away from that.
Noted. Thank you. Through your worship, so to your first question, that would be something that bylaw would reach out to the operations department about, and we would come have staff come address. So that it may be that it's a pickup. We have a small dumpster truck itself. So whatever the need may be, we have the equipment that's best suited to deal with that. They let us know, and we can go pick it up. In any case where it's a full property cleanup or anything like that, that's something where it's actually a joint activity where there'll be a bylaw officer and operations staff on site, really for the safety and et cetera of staff. But regular cleanups kind of thing like that, they just let operations know and we pick it up. Further to your other comments is the vehicle, I know again it's not just a 220,000 clicks, it's a 2011. Best practice, when you'll see end of life on things like this often because it is just simply far beyond the best practice lifespan of that vehicle for the purposes that it's intended. Steve and his staff need to have a reliable vehicle, period, the end. They need also to have in a vehicle that projects authority. So as much as it may get 320,000 clicks out of it, it'll do so as a little rust bucket that does not project authority in any way, shape, or form. That goes a long way in having to enforce a bylaw. It really, truly does. To Councilor Downer's point, is a large pickup the way to go? Quite frankly, maybe, Because that just further enhances that ability to enforce it just provides, again, it's an inherent visual that enhances your ability to do your job safely and effectively. But again, yeah, end of life, you'll see that commonly, especially in the fleet world, when it's just, again, it's simply far beyond the best practice use that it's warranted for. And in this case, 200,000, over 200,000 clicks in 2011, it needs to go. Thank you.
Councilor McDonald, is that a hand up or you just, that's a pensive hand? Okay. All right. So for the law enforcement vehicle, all those in favor of keeping the law enforcement vehicle in? We'll call it that way this time. In favor of keeping it in? Keeping it. Keeping it. Keeping it in. Keep it in the budget. We're buying a new law enforcement vehicle. If your hand is up, we're buying a car. Buying a car. Truck. Whatever they want to buy with, whatever they can do with that money, 57 grand. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're good. All right. Spend wisely. There was only 4? Oh, wait a second. I was counting wrong. Who's buying it? Who's buying a car? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. All right. So we're buying a car. Or a truck, whatever it is you think we need. Just get rid of the beater. What do we do with the old one anyway? Do we send it down to North Toronto Auctions or something? We're going to keep it? What are we doing? Got it?
Yeah, we typically use gov deals. At times we will list the vehicle right away in our initial tender document to see what a bidder may offer. And if it's a substantial offer, we may use it to trade it in right then and there against the purchase. But these days, typically you'll get a much better price going through the auction route. So.
Well, that car could tell stories, so whoever buys it. Moving right along. Culture and Tourism Capital Program. Public art, grant contingent, that's pretty simple. It only happens if we get the grant. Gotta love those lines. Don't know that there's much debate on that one. Is there? Okay, Councillor Ball.
No, I don't have a debate. I was just wondering if we can maybe look at asking people in the community, newer artists, to be able to secure some, I guess, low-cost art pieces or at-cost art pieces for people who want to start out in the art world as an option, so that we can still maybe have art if we don't get a grant for $300,000. Like $300,000 obviously can buy a lot of materials for some free artists around town, maybe.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball. My background is in visual arts. A lot of artists will say that exposure doesn't pay the bills. I believe in paying artists, like any other professional, the proper fees that are associated with the project, associated with it. We already underpay for public art. I know we do. I'd like to get it at a better level, but this line here allows me to apply for grants when they're available. That allows us to purchase and commission public art and pay artists proper fees as well, and all the proper infrastructure in place for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. We should apply for grants. I just thought that maybe having exposure is a payment in a lot of cases. For some artists would feel lucky to be able to have that exposure that they would not normally get. So that's just maybe another option if we don't get a grant, is what I was suggesting.
Through Mayor Gordon and Councillor Ball, there's still going to be costs associated with any public art piece. There's going to be the materials involved. If it's a mural, we can put it on a wall. There's some staff time to install it. But if you're looking at a piece like a sculptural work, there's going to be foundation work associated with that as well. That comes with a really high cost.
And I'll put my plug in. I'd love to see some kinetic art. It would be just magical. People sit down there and stare anyway. So having something that's, actually moving would be awesome. Anyway, just being a dream of mine. I don't have the money where I donate it for that. All right, public art conservation, $25,000. I'm assuming that relates to our murals, which just put us number 2 on that destination list, primarily because of our murals. So money well spent. If you guys missed that article, it's in today's Midland Today. Any discussion or debate around the $25,000 for public art conservation? Councilor Meredith.
Yeah, just thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you. To Ms. Mealing. So a lot of the murals are on obviously downtown buildings. And I have had conversations with the BIA, and the BIA are interested in working with the town with these murals. It's just the previous BIA board that I wasn't on, but I was very around the public art and the murals, and because I believe a couple of these murals are on one of our buildings, my building, so, and it was a lot more than like the 25,000 that you have here. So that's just going to be a little smidgen of what the actual cost is to restore these. First of all, are we looking for some more grants to accompany this, along with maybe some BIA funds coming into this, which they're pretty tight too. So I mean, every little bit helps. And the second thing is going around to these where the murals are on the buildings of the businesses. Are they on board as well, or would you have to? Is there a cost contingency for them as well to be involved in this program and so forth? So just a little bit of clarity on this ask.
Certainly, through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith. A couple years ago, I had all the murals in the downtown assessed to have everyone, all of them restored to where they should be, about $250,000. This would just be the initial step that we're making a commitment to the murals. Some municipalities view their murals as temporary works of art and give them a 5 to 10 year lifespan. Our murals are historical in nature. I think that we want to preserve as many as that we possibly can. I don't expect the downtown businesses to be able to come up with $50,000 to repair the mural on their building. And that's the cost for some of them. So, and I've been looking for grants. It's easier to find, not easier to find grants for public art, but for newer public artworks than restoring older works. So I think it will be an ask that I will have to be coming back to council for yearly, and I'll want to work with the BIA. And we put agreements in place with the property owners to make sure that everything's in place so that we would be working because they're private buildings, but they're in the public realm. So we would have agreements with them. So for the first year, we might look at some of the smaller murals that don't need as much work just to get the process going.
Great, thank you.
And just to shout out the World Atlas ranked Midland as one of the 10 unforgettable small towns to visit in the Great Lakes region. This is just citing Andrew Phillips' article in Midland Today. And I quote in there that as for Midland, the Atlas noted, you will know there's something different about Midland when one sees its buildings. Midland has over 30 meticulously crafted mural paintings featuring the largest historic outdoor wall mural in North America, the report states. So I think for us to, to skimp on maintaining and preserving this, we're giving, like it seems like a complete shame. Like we need to put some money aside and spend the money, even if it means paying off the people that own the buildings to keep these things there, because this is one of the reasons that make us unique and differentiates us from the countless other towns vying for tourism in Canada, albeit Ontario. So to be called out in a document like this and them citing specifically that reason, I think really supports us spending this minimal, trivial amount really on the first step forward in preserving these things. We've already lost a few. So at any rate, my 2 cents on that one, and money well spent. Event sound system. This, as I recall, is a sound system for what we're about to do is put that roof on the rotary stage down Little Lake Park. And this is a sound system that doesn't stay there all the time, obviously be stolen, but that actually can be used for events. Big bands and things like that bring all their own gear and their own sound guy. But this is something that the town would be able to offer for our events. I don't know if are we going to rent it to make a little dough? If somebody needs our system? We wouldn't just give it to them anyway. We would be installing it, right?
I'm not sure if we'd want to rent it out. That's something we could consider. I don't know what our policy is in terms of renting out our equipment that we have. But if another municipality wanted to borrow it, for example, then perhaps it's something we have with them.
Fair enough. So this is not like the little thing that we just bought for, when we're doing flag raising. This is a bigger sound system that's going to be used at the revised and rejuvenated Rotary Park Pavilion. Or sorry, Rotary Pavilion, not park. Wrong town. Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. I would, through you, Mayor Gordon, to Ms. Mealing, I'm not clear what you're envisioning, what a sound system would entail. Is it something, a permanent speakers? And I would rather, than as the mayor mentioned, most venues, most musicians carry their own sound system with them. So we don't even know for sure what events they would be required for. And it's $15,000. Can it be incorporated when they're putting the roof in? I'm seeking clarity, please.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councilor McDonald. Now, is this working? It is? Oh, you're the only one who hears me. Is it working now? Okay. To Councilor McDonald, now that we have the new seating at Little Lake Park, we want to bring back music in the park throughout the summer months. So 8 weeks in the summertime on Sunday evenings, we would have free live music going on in the park. We also use that stage for Canada Day. So the equipment would be a base equipment. I know a lot of musicians will bring their own, but if we can offer them something that they can just supplement to, would not be out there permanently. It's an outdoor park and outdoor stage. So we would have the operation staff bring it out on Sunday, pack it up and put it away. In the wintertime, would be stored indoors.
I'd rather see how the need develop as we're introducing the outdoor musician on Sunday. If they say we can't play because I don't have any equipment, then let's consider it. But to do it before we even have the roof on, I'd rather defer this 15,000. Thank you.
Just to follow up to that, I have been thinking about possibly going to a local service club and asking them for a donation to assist with either paying for the full cost of the equipment or a partial cost of the equipment, which would certainly eliminate this expense for us. Or going after them for a sponsorship for the Music in the Park program.
Councilor Meredith?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gordon. Through you to Ms. Mealing. So in the past for town events that you've needed speakers, I'm sure we've had a speaker system before for some events, possibly. Like, so this would be if someone needed if Canada Day, for instance, someone was playing, they didn't have a speaker system, ours was sufficient, they would use it, but others that would prefer to use their own would. So, and butter tart, if you're doing whatever down there's a competition, town would be there and doing their spiel and so forth. So, and right now, we had a system before like this, and did it get used a lot, or we've never had a system of our own?
So I just have to check because I haven't been at the municipality as long as some. So yes, Mr. Brissett is saying that we had one. It's not worth using anymore.
And in the past, this system would get used. Like I'd hate to spend $15,000 and this is just collecting dust in the site. So do we foresee excessive use? Well, consistent use with this system? Thank you.
According to Councilor Meredith, is it working again? Okay, good. Sorry, yeah, look at this to me. It's working now. All right, thank you. So we're hoping to have this every week for 8 weeks throughout the summer, to infinity, right? So if we don't have to have that cost to rent the equipment, it's going to eliminate our future costs in our operating budget as well. And for some of the musicians, if we have a single musician, it's easier for them to just bring a bit of their equipment and just have us provide what they require.
I like the idea that you're looking for some donations and some sponsorship for it. So I'm content to approve this, and you are going to go look for sponsorship so that you won't have to pull 15K out of reserve. So that's great. I don't think I need to hamstring you by making a contingent on grant funding. I think you're doing a good job on that anyway. So All right, so let's deal with the top three. Public art, grant contingent, no arguments there. All good. Public art conservation, 25K. No problem there. Sound system, do we need a handoff on that one? We're good with sound system, knowing that we're gonna get some grants. Beautiful. For sponsorship, harbor, aluminum pavilion ceiling. This is one of the ones I had on my list, you know, nice to have. I mean, one could argue this about almost anything. Council, any conversation on this? I mean, I think it's pretty self-explanatory what it is. If you've been down there, you can imagine what it would look like, and it would be attractive, but you know, do we need to know? Councilor McDonald.
I prefer paint to aluminum. Less expensive, and mind you, you have to paint more often than replace the aluminum, but I think we can paint for less money. It'll look great.
And local artists can paint it. There we go. Councilor Meredith.
Yeah, at this time, I agree with Councilor McDonald. I think I've been down there many times, you know, and I rarely looked up, and usually I look up at ceilings because I have a thing for ceilings, but for some reason I haven't looked up in the pavilion, and I haven't noticed that you know, that would look good with aluminum there versus, so I'm going to save the $20,000 for our taxpayers, and then maybe down with the master plan and so forth. Well, those are aluminum, those pavilions won't exist. I don't know. So I'm for just cutting this one out. Thank you.
Councilor East.
I'll go back to that want versus need. So it's a want, not a need. So I would have to say no to this one.
Councilor Danner.
I would say no. Paint's fine.
All right, I don't even think I have to do the hand showing for that one. It's gone for another year. Good idea, though. Men's washroom renovation. What is it about those men? What do they do to the washroom that it demands renovation and the women's washroom doesn't need it? Oh, women's was done last year. Okay, good. All right. We're not, I was gonna say, like, what are we doing here? Out of control down there. Yeah, absolutely.
Through you, Mayor Gordon, I guess, is this Ms. Mealings again, territory? So right in the right up here, basically we're looking at new fixtures, light and paint. Are we looking at showers as well? And I believe in the women's washroom, it was showers, petitions. Like, what's the scope of work on here? Just new fixtures, lighting and paint? Is that the scope of work? Okay, so when I put all that together, toilets, sink, whether it's light fixtures, lighting and paint, I think 20,000 is excessive. So I'm not saying that the upgrade's not necessary or not needed, but I think it's excessive in the amount of the ask. So I'm willing to support it, but not at that. I think we could do better on the pricing if it's just new fixtures, lighting and paint. So thank you.
Just a question for staff. How are we doing? Because this is like the downtown toilet. Like, there is nothing else, right, other than the bushes. How are we doing with the, you know, our local drug users, discarding their drug paraphernalia, biohazard stuff, all the problems the library experiences? I'm assuming we're experiencing these things down at the harbor as well, and that is the place where our paying customers and boaters and perhaps people getting off of the cruise ship even would go into. How much of these renovations contribute to, you know, making a little safer or less attractive for some less savory residents to use for their nefarious purposes other than using the washroom?
I'm not quite sure how to make bathrooms less attractive to people. Let me go back to Councilor Merritt just for a second. You asked about. Is it working now? Okay. I'll just go back to Councilor Meredith's question for a second. We've already done the washrooms, the public washrooms. They're on one side of the building. The accessible washrooms already been done, and the women's washroom has already been finished as well. So this will be finishing the men's new bathroom stalls, urinals, sinks, hand dryers, all that. And then to Mayor Gordon, I'm not quite sure how your question about how to make washrooms less desirable to people. Their public washroom staff are in there regularly. Unfortunately, yet there are some homeless people who do use them. But that's just, it's a
Just
tough
thinking
question
like,
for me to
are we
answer.
putting in sharps containers, disposal?
Okay. Oh, is that
Any,
what you
any
mean?
renovations like that, knowing that they are being used for these purposes other than just number one and number two?
Mhm.
Are we doing any upgrades to accommodate the reality of the situation?
Yes, there are sharps containers in the washrooms available for everyone, or not everyone, but those who need them.
Just to add to that, your worship, too, that in my experience, I have found doing just this exact work here, upgrading your light fixtures, the new paint, the freshness of the facility, that in and of itself deters that type of usage. The dark, grungy bathroom that is not well maintained tends to attract it more. So doing this type of work actually serves that purpose too. Serves lots, but it serves that purpose too. Just wanted to add that.
Fair enough. And assuming we're putting 20 grand in there, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to spend 20 grand. Just can spend up to 20 grand, right? Yeah. Councillor Ball?
Thank you. On that safety note, I was going to bring this up with the library bathroom renovation as well. There are lights that have been used across Vancouver that allow people in the bathroom, they can't actually see their veins in the light in the bathroom. So it deters people from going in there and using in the bathroom because they can't actually see their veins. I would love to see that type of product being looked at in ours as well as the library. If we're going to put in renovations and look at lighting, we should be looking at products like that that do actually deter people from going into the bathrooms and using.
What a cool idea. I'd never heard of that. It might be worth looking in to see if, while you're looking at light fixtures, what, is that just a bulb or? That's pretty cool. I'm gonna Google that tonight. What a great idea, though. But does that stop people? Do they just start stabbing anywhere where they think there's a vein? I don't know.
I mean, they probably do at first, but drugs are expensive, so I'm told. So I would assume they don't want to do that too many times.
Alrighty then. Yep, Councilor Meredith?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Gordon, to Ms. Mueling. I noticed in the Little Lake washroom asks when it comes to washrooms, there was touchless faucets, that kind of stuff in there, which can get highly. The maintenance on that is I've dealt with that, and I made the mistake of putting them in the restaurant when I had that restaurant, and it was nothing but the mixing valve would go, people would get scolded and so forth. Are you looking to put touchless in this washroom? And if you are, just are you aware of the upkeep and the costs with the batteries and so forth? Need to get replaced, and then the mixing valve goes and so forth. I had it where the mixing valve went, and then there's hot water going into the toilet, so the mixing valve, it was confusing to me how it happened, but I mean, and then as I said, people would put their hand under it and they get scolded. So, and nothing but problems with that, but I just wanted to, maybe that's where we're, and then as well, I didn't realize there was petitions involved in this and so forth. So I thought it was just like a toilet paint, just what it says in here. It wasn't as detailed as thoughts. Thank you.
To see if this works. Okay, through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith. Yes, as Mayor Gordon mentioned, there's only so much room where we can write the details about the projects in here. And I've checked with the facilities manager, and he says we've had touchless here for 12 years, and fortunately, we haven't had any issues with it. We've been lucky.
Okay, any issues with that line? Okay. Gardens on Harbor Pier. Any issues on that line? Oh. Councilor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I'm in support of making that pier, the gardens, much more appealing, but I'm just going to deter from the gardens for a minute because I didn't know where to ask in the harbor budget. So I'm going to ask the question now. Last year I inquired about lighting the base of the Trumpeter Swan sculpture, and I was told it wasn't in the budget, but there was some pricing done on it. And so for some reason, I expected that it would be in the budget this year because I asked last year and it isn't. So I do have a motion here to include the lighting be installed at the base of the Trumpeter Swan sculpture located at Midland Dock, and that the cost of this lighting in the amount of $1,500, I think it was priced $900 when last year, funded from the Harbor Capital Reserve. And I'm hoping to get a seconder in support for this so that it can happen even though it wasn't in the budget.
Is that, so we have a seconder? Or Madam Clerk, we haven't, this is our first new motion. New motion, sorry. Are we confident that, like, that just seems like astronomically low for anything a municipality does? Because I don't know if there's power there now, and if there isn't, then we got to lift up the bricks and, okay. So as long as, if we're ascribing a price to it without staff, or does staff recall, have you guys costed this thing out? If it really is under $1,000, then let her rip, you know, it'd be beautiful.
To Mayor Gordon, when Councillor McDonald asked me about this project last summer, about the costing, I asked our in-house electrician. He found a couple of quotes. One was $900, one was about $7,000. So if you're going to go with the low end at 900, I put in a little bit of contingency, and of course with costs increasing every year.
All right, so we're approving what, 1,500? Why don't we say 2,000 to be safe here? Yeah, so that's the motion on the floor to seconded by Councillor Prost, that for $1,500 be added to the budget, the capital budget for the harbor, to light up the Swan, also known as the Goose, but it is a swan. So put that on the floor. We got moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Prost, that lighting be installed at the base of the Trumpeter Swan sculpture located at Midland Town Dock, and the cost for the lighting in the amount of $2,000 be funded from the Harbor Capital Reserve. Discussion. Councillor Meredith.
Yeah, so this is a good ask, and I'd like to see them, the swans, you know, in their day of light. So this is the question coming back to a surplus that if once we approve something down from the, well, when some of these asks get approved, then we have, you know, we come under budget, like let's say the washrooms at 20,000 and they come in at 15, you know, instead of asking for this request, can't that just happen? Or do we have to go through the process? Let's just say we'd like to have lights there, and when there's a surplus, because we know there's going to be a surplus, light up the swans, and ta-da, we have light on the swans.
It actually already happens like that.
Is it easy like that? Well, it does, but then the money doesn't come out of it goes into reserves, which it doesn't affect our tax rate, right? So I understand it happens like that, but the money is still in the tax rate. So if
Madam CFO, do you want to take a stab at this one?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Meredith. So we spoke about this a little bit earlier, right? And so this is really to provide that transparency to council as well as the public of what we're spending those funds on, right? And so if we don't have an approved budget, now granted, this item is small, but I mean, I think we could all agree you don't want staff just spending money because a project comes in under budget, right? So I think, you know, we've got a couple options here. We could certainly council could pass the motion on the floor. We could also amend this budget and just sort of roll this into the project, which would make sense also. Yeah.
Except we have a motion on the floor, so we have to deal with that one.
We do, yes.
But for future changes, council, we can just add things to the, you know, to the actual budget. We don't have to go through this formal process. Councillor Meredith, are you clear on how this we're ascribing some funds to it for transparency's sake. The giant pool of money that it will come out of, it's the same pool, whether it's a surplus from unspent from a previous project or not, right?
I get it. And to Lindsay's, well, to sorry, through you, Mayor Gordon, to CFO Barron, through your point that you made. So if we strike this down and then come back to it and add it into, let's say, the Center Pier Garden budget and just put it into there as a line item without any increased costs, I wouldn't add the 2,000 to that, but I would add it in the line item that if it's $20,000, I'd leave it at $20,000. And then, sorry. You know what I mean? Instead of increasing that to 22, leave it at 20 and add in the lighting for the swans. Are they 30? Oh, they're 30. I had 20. Yeah, cut.
So we could do that as well. You know, there is a risk that that 30 could go slightly over. We could report that to council if and when that happens.
I guess maybe the more important question here is, because this is going to be, could become a recurring theme, is what is to be gained by what you're suggesting, Councillor? It's the same pool of money and we're assigning values to different types of work. So like what are we gaining or what are we saving for the ratepayer by doing what you're suggesting, by tacking it onto the scope of another project?
I'm not tacking it on. I'm putting it within the scope of the budget already. So that Garden Pier at 30,000 wouldn't become 32. It'd stay at 30 and we'd add lighting to it. So it would be a difference of $2,000.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification purposes, what you could do is Councillor McDonald could ask to withdraw her motion, and then we could include the amount in the main motion, because you are making friendly amendments as we discuss each department. And are all reflected in the motion that I'm preparing for the whole capital budget, that the amount be included for lighting by the Trumpeter Swan. That might be a cleaner way to deal with it. That way it's in the motion. So
Sure.
if Councillor McDonald, your motion is still getting passed in a sense, it's a friendly amendment and we'll include it in the main motion. But you have to withdraw the one that's on the floor, please.
Okay, in self-defense, I was advised to go about it this way. So I will certainly withdraw and the motion that's on the floor, with the understanding that it will be included in the budget somewhere, somehow.
Oh, okay. So what we're basically saying is there's going to be up to $2,000 less spent on the washroom or the Garden Pier work because there's going to be lights put on the Swan. That's the way we're cooking this up right now. Is that correct?
If I may, Mayor Gordon, I would suggest just to have the $2,000 incorporated in the Harborview budget. It doesn't matter to me whether it's saved where they painted the ceiling or the whatever were approved. Just that it's in there somewhere. Doesn't matter which envelope, in my view.
Okay, but that doesn't align with what Councillor Emeritus was suggesting. So which way are we going on this one? Are we going to withdraw this and just tack it on? Like I say, it's all coming from the same pool. It's just what do we want to do with the money? So, Madam CFO or Madam CEO?
Through your worship, another option just could be to add 2,000 to the gardens on Harbor Pier to make the total 32,000.
That's definitely more transparent, but I don't think that's where Councillor Emeritus was going with it, but because he didn't want to increase what we're drawing. Anyway. All right, so then are we content to have this thing withdrawn? All right, poof, it's withdrawn. And are we going to edit the Garden Pier then? Let's tack another $2,000 on that and let there be light to the Swan. Lovely. Knowing that just because we approve a budget, staff doesn't spend to that penny, as we've seen, because there's contributions coming back when they release the funds, so. Right, good, lovely. I think it would probably be helpful for us to see those unspent monies trickling back into the reserves at some regular cadence. I don't know if it's quarterly, but I think that might help with some of the struggles on actually trusting, not, I hate to use that word, but that's the one I think that's appropriate in this case, trusting that the money that's unspent from approved capital projects is actually trickling back from whence it came. Even if you do hocus pocus and it moves between 74 reserves, just to see that the money's gone back. And I don't know if that's a realistic ask, but I think that might give some appeasement.
Not that I want to further complicate this, but the money is in the reserve all along, right? So there's and so it's no longer committed, right? And so there's to your point, yeah, there's not 74 entries to make because the money is just where it was all along.
I didn't mean to say going back.
I know.
It's not like you take it out, but just showing that it was unspent and that it remains in the reserve. I think because there may be a belief that, if we approve 30 and it only costs you 25 to do something, $5,000 goes to something other than perhaps what back, doesn't get recycled in the reserve. And I think it's just the lack of seeing that happen, even though you guys are doing it organically, that I think might make everyone feel more comfortable. Okay. All right, rub railway replacement. We like big ships coming. We got to do this because they're not scratching their nice big boats on our rusty old pier with the rub rails not fixed. So any problems with this one? Councillor Meredith? Rub rail.
Yeah,
25K.
Yeah, so last year we did replace some rub rail. And I thought that the whole project was being done last year, and then I got this year. So how many feet of rub rail are left to do? Is this the end of our and it's on the is it in the north pier? Anyways, so is it continuation of where the rub rail last year was replaced, and it's a continuation, I'm guessing, for going down towards Central Marine? Is that correct?
Takes a second. Is it working? Okay. Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith. Yes, it's a continuation of what was done last year. Also, when I spoke with the harbor master about this project, he's noting that some of the wood is starting to rot. So whatever they're trying to adhere to what's there is the screws aren't taking. So there's a little bit of work that still needs to be done.
Yeah, so sorry, through you, Mayor Gordon, to Ms. Mealing. So in comparison of last year, the budget's ask on the total amount of feet, what that amount was, I'm not sure, it wasn't noted in here. And I didn't have a tape measure when I went down and took a look. So it would be, so what's left to do? I guess how many feet? I can imagine you've got some type of quote or estimate or whatever.
I'm not sure if I know exactly how many feet are left to be done. I have secured in the past some infrastructure grants for the harbor, and we've allocated some of the funds for the rub rails towards that as well. And I'm hoping to use these funds as well towards another tourism harbor infrastructure grant as well. But if you want, I'd have to talk to the harbor master and find out how many feet we needed left.
Yeah, so just looking at it, I think over half was done last year. So just trying to compare dollar amounts spending from this year to last year type thing. So that's why I didn't have those. It's hard to make a determination whether, but anyways, I trust was it 25,000? Seems like a lot for pressure treated wood. And then my kind of I was picturing like rubber, not pressure treated wood, and that's why I thought the cost last year it was up there. Was it 60,000? It was 40,000. I forget what it was, but it was up there. And then when I saw pressure treated wood there, I'm like, That's a lot of money for pressure treated wood, right? And I understand that they have to come in and barge and from the outside, from the water and install it and so forth. So that's why I was kind of questioning this. Thank you.
All right, we're good with the rubber replacement? Okay. Security cameras. This is when I piqued my interest. 40 grand for 5 cameras is absurd in my my experience, even if they were Bosch cameras. Maybe you could provide some insight on why the ask is so high for these 5 cameras?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. It's infrastructure to get the cameras in place. So we had cameras installed last year, kind of right around the time when I started with the town. Since then, we've identified some dark areas that need to be covered on the second pier and on the first pier, kind of around the building. The system that's down there is at capacity, so this is kind of like, starting anew with a new system, as well as getting cabling over to the, to the sites. Some of the sites will be radio connected, some would be wired. So with that comes some networking infrastructure, power over Ethernet, that sort of thing. So it's sort of an all in. It's not just tacking 5 cameras on. It's a kind of a build out.
Lovely. So is this going to be another standalone DVR, or are you guys going to be looking at more enterprise class and IP and having all your collection happening here?
Yeah, so part of the plan is to kind of unify the whole town's camera infrastructure as we go forward. So we're not sort of picking and choosing this system for here, this system for that. So this is a cloud-based system. I'm sure you're familiar with it. I don't really want to announce the name in an open forum, but yeah, this allows us to kind of centrally collect that information, secure it properly, and expand in the future.
All right, like I can accept that the cost would be around 40K for this then. It just seemed, based on the write-up, it just seemed like, oh my God, who's soaking you for the cameras? So, all right. So this is security, and we have had incidents down at the town dock, thefts and, mumblies and stuff getting on people's boats and people trespassing after they've been trespassed. Cameras are helpful, but I think from the footage that was reviewed for at least 1 or 2 of these, it just was in the wrong location. So I think security is an innate expectation of our customers down there, and with cruise ships coming and going, even though they have amazing camera systems on their boats, the expectation is that our harbor is relatively secure too, with the MARSEC that we have to adhere to when they're here. So long and short of it, at first I was thinking we needed to shave the number off, but based on what you told me, I'm content with this spend, knowing it's part of a bigger infrastructure project. Councilor Meredith?
There are, through you, Mayor Gordon, Michael Hetrick. You have 5 down there right now, and I'm not sure. I think they were from a grant, yes. So can we reposition some of those to get I guess there's some problem areas that you're trying to pick up, or the harbor master probably, you guys talked and see where these areas, there was some problem areas. Could that happen? I'm just trying to, as you know, trying to get our tax rate down. And right now I had an X beside this one. And I just, if you can let us know the severity of what's happening down there and why this is needed at this time. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I can't speak to specific incidents. I'm not really involved in that side of things, but I have worked with the harbor master to reposition the cameras that we do have down there. So when they were first installed, we moved them around, sort of covered the ground areas a little more. They're not in place to watch boats; they're more in place to watch the ground. So we kind of did what we could without spending to move those cameras to another location or to another pier. Again, we'd have to expand either the radio network or the infrastructure, like cabling infrastructure, to get power to them, to get them connected to back to the home base. And if we do that, then we're leaving the areas we have covered now a blank. So it's hard to get these cameras to see everything, the trees in the way, things like that. So the areas we identified to install these new cameras at are quite a distance from the harbor office. And that's sort of why the build out is necessary.
Just a follow up then, is there security issues with, because right now when boaters go and, you know, pay for a slip, they understand that there's no security down there. So is the security, for the boaters, like for the boats and if there's stuff happening in boats and it happens, I know, is that the main purpose, or what would be the main purpose? I know there's public safety as well. But are we concentrating a little bit more on the boats versus the ground? Is that what this is all about?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, protecting town assets, I think is a big one. You know, camera systems do provide, you know, some extra safety for boaters, but I think, you know, the aim of this system isn't specifically for the boaters, just to sort of cover the areas around the slips, on the piers, things like that. I know there has been issues down there with vandalism and things like that. And also the ability to know if people are coming onto the pier from the other side and not visiting the harbor office to pay their bill. I know that has been an issue for the harbor master, and this sort of allows him to keep an eye on that if that starts to happen. But I don't think the aim is specifically for the boaters, just for town assets.
Councillor Paul?
Thank you. I'm just wondering if lighting has been installed in these areas to kind of deter people from loitering or doing crimes in these areas. I know we had a discussion last year about visiting lighting and crime-related deterrent of lighting, and if that's still being investigated. I know the person's no longer here, so can you speak on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so I came to this town as a customer before I worked here, as a boater. It is quite bright down there, and that's something that some boaters might complain about from time to time. But I think it is, like, the piers are fairly well lit.
All right. So are we good with installing more cameras in the downtown, or are we pushing it? Good? Good with it? Show of hands for good with it. Fine. Okay, so we're leaving then. Yeah, there's 5. No, don't put your hand up for good with it. All right, last but not least, the Pedersen Park boat launch dock replacement. This is coming from the tax imported reserves. Of course, our goal was to use our newly implemented boat launch fees to help offset the cost of this. I don't think we accomplished, because we didn't raise anywhere near what we were hoping, but that's the subject of discussion later in the budget. But this is, I'm assuming this is the floating dock that we desperately need down there. So coming from reserves. Council Meredith.
I would do a trade-off for the docks and eliminate the cameras, just let you know. Thank you.
Okay, we're good with docks. All right. All right, so this one's staying intact. But good discussion. Oh, you know what? No, it isn't staying intact because we whacked the aluminum pavilion ceilings. Right, and we added the $2,000 for the swan lights. Very good. So we did save some money on this one. Very good. Save some reserve money. Okay. Next.
I believe we're at engineering.
We were actually supposed to be here around 1 o'clock, but here we are. So working down the list, Midland Bay Landing site improvements. Well, I mean, I imagine a couple of these are kind of self-explanatory, like stormwater pond maintenance plan. Like there's things that are really not negotiable in here. But I guess we're just looking for ones that are potential candidates for kicking the can down the road.
Sure, okay. Through you, Mayor Gordon, to council. I guess on the topic of you know, kicking some down the road, we started the budget process with a list much longer than this in engineering, significantly longer. We've ranked our projects A, B, C's, and D's. We've gone through the process of what are the must-haves, and in my opinion, we're at that. So it's very, very difficult for me to look at this list and select some that I can remove. And I know that the CFO has mentioned earlier, none of these can be fully removed from the 10-year plan. And ultimately, if you can't remove them from the plan, you're not gaining anything. So I'm happy to answer questions if you have questions on specific projects, on the scope and what they are and timeframes and things like that. But I can't highlight a single project that I can fully remove from the budget.
And for what it's worth, I had no red lines on this document at all. Councillor Ball?
Thank you. I have questions about the Young Street reconstruction. Doesn't Enbridge have to come in and redo the power grid along that line? We're going to have this reconstruction project, which was pushed to 2025 from 2024. I just don't understand why it makes sense to dig up something in 2024 for $650,000 if we're going to have to do that again with reconstruction. If Enbridge has been consulted where they're at with when the timeline of being able to redo the power grids along that street as well. Can you shed some light onto that?
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball. So as many of you recall, we did the public information session about Young Street, many options and whatnot. And to be honest with you, we were hoping to be back to council with a endorsement request on the design to move forward on the project before the Christmas holidays. The results of the public consultation were not actually what we expected. And it caused us to kind of take a step back and look at what's the timeline of the project and whatnot. It's a large project, so we decided not to rush it. We physically could not do the design fast enough to get it ready for 24 construction. So we've pushed the construction off to 25. There still is a potential question with NT Power and them upgrading in the future. They'll know more by the end of 24, which is great. We can kind of coordinate if there is work, but at the same time, there's a high possibility that there could be no work out of them. You will see me back in council in a month or two, looking for your endorsement on the design direction so we can finalize design on it. The money that's in the budget for this year, the $650,000, $150,000 of that is for the budget to finish the design of the project, and $500,000 of that is for relining the sanitary sewer. So we've done a full detailed inspection of the entire sanitary sewer. We've highlighted sections that are suitable for relining, which we're not digging up the street, where it's the cheapest way possible for us to go in and fix. And we've highlighted the sections that must be exposed and fully replaced. So that work is scheduled to go ahead in 24. So that's one key thing to look at here. And you can't see it on this screen, but the previous screens, you can see the 650,000 that's budgeted for 24 is all rate supported. None of it is tax supported. So you can see it on the column over the right. So all of this is out of the water and wastewater rates. And then by the time we finish the design, we'll have an updated number on what the actual scope of the project is for the 25 budget.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if this is something that should be deferred, because if we have to redo this entire design when Enbridge comes in and or NT Power, sorry, comes in and has to, change everything that we've already done, it just seems like a waste of money. So I just want to make sure that we're being conscious of that and going forward in the best possible way.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, based on the outcome of the consultation and where the design is likely going, I don't anticipate being a significant conflict. So we can work with them if they have to do something. At the same time, it'll be unlikely.
All right, any other questions on this list? Councillor Meredith?
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. First question I have, the Midland Bay Landing site improvements, what does the 200,000 entail in that? Can you just give us a brief outline of that? Thank you.
Sure, through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith. So I'll speak to this one the best as I can. So this is in support of, I guess, council's direction to reissue the RFP and RFQ for this process to go out and shortlist and qualify developers. So this $200,000 is for the legal, engineering, planning, financial support through that process. It'll really determine who we bring on board, what the direction is from council and whatnot. That's about all the info I have on it.
Thank you. And my second question is the electric charging stations. It's grant contingent. First of all, have we got that grant? And is if that grant, if we do get a grant, is it just contingent on charging stations alone, or can we use that grant for something else?
So through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith, I'll actually pass this one off to Mr. Flannery to answer the questions on this one.
Through your worship to Councillor Meredith, there's lots of grants popping up left, right, and center for EV charging stations, which is great. We have identified one very substantial grant, and the due date's actually tomorrow. So you're required, though, to put up your end of the bargain here and have confirmed funds, and to maximize the amount in that grant. That's why you see that $500,000 amount here, because then you would be, this specific grant, say you're able to receive up to another $500,000. But that's not to say again that there, like I said, there's lots of grants popping up all over the place for EV charging stations. So if we were unsuccessful with this one, with this particular grant, we're still hopeful and still on the search for lots more. But a particular grant that I'm speaking to that's due tomorrow, no, that one's specific to EV charging stations. There are other grants out there for solar panels, for purchasing electric vehicles, etc. So we're still exploring all of those. This one, though, however, is project specific to EV charging stations. Locations we are noting in some of these grants are rec center, downtown parking lots, and the harbor for our most important locations to start with.
Thank you. And just to follow up that, just so I get it clear. So with the 500,000 grant, we would have to put up another 500, or are we putting up any tax dollars or from the reserve as well? So it's $1 million investment. We get 500,000. So there's 500,000 here allotted to. So if we don't get the grant, then the 500,000 goes to a reserve. Is that correct? If it's approved.
Through your worship to Council Meredith, again, that's yeah, you did outline kind of what the requirements are for the grant that I'm referring to that's due tomorrow. And that's why, and this is such a large amount that we've, you have to have this amount upfront approved by council. I'm getting a message from our CFO that it's all grant funded, but without going back to read the document again, my understanding was that this grant that's due tomorrow is, again, you're required to, as the municipality, put up to 500,000, being the max, because the max you can receive was an additional $500,000. Am I correct? Yeah, I thought so. Again, there's different grants, so you can get them mixed up. Like I said, that's just the reason why we've put this particular dollar amount in here, is because this is such a high dollar amount grant available, and what a great opportunity. But the requirement is we also fund a $500,000. So, but that's $1 million investment in something that is an ever increasing need. So this is quite honestly a great opportunity, and there are increasing number of companies out there that are getting involved in this business that are wanting to apply for. They come to us now. They approach us with, "I found this grant. Can I apply for it on your behalf," etc. And again, there's lots more that are popping up. So I don't want to necessarily say if we're unsuccessful in the grant that's due tomorrow, that we would just cancel the project, but we would sure need to come back to council to amend it if we're, amend the project at a later date if we're successful in something else. But this particular one, yeah, it wouldn't be, unless we get this grant, we're not spending the whole amount. But again, yeah, we wouldn't be closing the project if we were unsuccessful. We would hopefully be successful on some other grants and then amend the project and inform council as we go.
And we're not giving away the hydro. This is a revenue stream for us, right? This isn't like charge your vehicle for free at our parking lot. Madam CFO?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just sort of knowing the grant criteria, we may want to look at amending this ask, because right now we've got a $500,000 ask that is entirely grant funded. And so in hearing Dylan's justification, it sounds like it's more of a matching type grant. Again, depends on the grant, right? But in this particular case, we would need to amend the budget to $1 million and have 500,000 coming from our tax supported reserves. As it stands, and again, different grants have different criteria, right? As it stands, the grant that Dylan is referring to, we would need to have a portion of our money invested, and right now we don't. Sorry if that changes the conversation a bit, but we should get it right at this point.
If I may, I'm not in favor of the charging stages at this particular time. Thank you.
All right, and so it's up to $500,000 we can get it. It's not 500,000. See, we could get a grant for 20 grand, and we'd have to match with 20 grand, and we could put in one charging station on a post someplace where we already have the service. Right? This is not an all or nothing thing. We're committing that if we got the maximum award, with possible of 500K, we need to be prepared to match that to put in the stations, because we can't take the 500K and put in one station, and keep the rest, not without going to jail, right? So we need to be prepared for that. So if we're approving this grant contingent $500,000 ask, we need to be prepared that if we're successful, and there's no guarantee we will be, that we need to pony up another $500,000 to put in that many chargers. Is that fair to say? Because if we change this number to, let's say, 100 now, because we're comfortable with ponying up an extra 100 if we get it, you would change your ask on the grant that's being submitted tomorrow to 100,000 instead of 500,000. Is that a fair depiction? If we were not comfortable with ponying up $500,000?
Through your worship to council, yeah, again, because it's a matching type of grant, yes, that again, and there are not, like, again, although I'm saying there's lots of grants available out there for this type of thing right now, there are not lots of grants that are giving you 500,000. So it's a substantial amount comparative to others. So this is a very, very positive opportunity for us to receive a significant amount of funding. And yes, because it's a match amount, we proposed here maxing that amount out at $500,000. That's a substantial amount of money that we would receive. If council say we're today wanting to reduce our contribution amount, then we would, yes, have no choice but to reduce the maximum amount that we could potentially receive in that grant. So again, I would recommend sticking with the amount here, what we've proposed, because again, this is a substantial amount of money that we can potentially bring in for something that, we have companies right now of the big three in Detroit saying, hey, within less than 10 years, I'm going to be making nothing but electrical vehicle charging stations. We have federal governments in our country and around the world taking significant steps to go this direction. And this is an opportunity for us as a municipality to acknowledge that this is the way the world is going, one, but two, to take positive steps towards getting the infrastructure necessary that allows those big companies to take those steps. Without the necessary infrastructure, a whole bunch of electrical vehicles are irrelevant. And this isn't a grant that is specific to the machine, just the units themselves. It also helps put in the infrastructure. So that, you know, even say at the harbor, if you had you were going to install 5 units, say, it may be though that you have installed enough the infrastructure appropriate to expand that to 10, 15, 20 in years to come. So, but you've got the groundwork done. So it doesn't limit just to funding the machines. It is the infrastructure all behind it as well.
Okay, Councillor Prost, and then going back left.
Okay, you may have answered my question, but so this is a great grant. It's a lot of money and I'm sure it'll put in multiple charging stations. But how much do we actually need them? Like, what is the need in Midland to have to make that investment? Because we're still, even though the grant is fantastic, our investment is also huge. So what kind of a need is that for us now? I'm not really in favor of it.
Through your worship, to Councillor Prost, like I was suggesting, it's not necessarily, this would be an investment in not just today, but tomorrow. It really is. I would suggest that the more appropriate question is, why haven't we begun yet? And how far behind are we? Those are really, in my opinion, the most appropriate questions in this area, because this change is coming whether or not we in this room like it or not. It's out of our control. We again can either get on board to help this positive change, and right here a positive example of a large grant that would help us take that significant step. Like I said, it's not just specific to how many units have you put in that the grant would be. It really helps you get the infrastructure there for the future so that you can increase the number of machines or units later, but get the infrastructure in now. So again, I would suggest that it really is a positive investment for years and years to come, and the clear and obvious direction of transportation in this country.
Councillor Bald, and then I'll go left.
I just wanted to let everybody know, and you probably know about this, but at the courthouse, there are 2 charging stations. And people go there because I on the weekends, I take the dog, and there is always somebody there charging. So it's good.
Councillor McDonald.
This line in the budget looked very appealing when I didn't realize that we'd have to match it, and that does make it up to 100, whatever, million. How many charging stations would $1 million buy Midland? And do we need that many? Wouldn't it make more sense to start with? I realize it's leaving money on the table, but we don't have the money to match it. So why don't we start with something a little more reasonable?
Through your worship to Councillor McDonald, it's again not it's not that this has to be at one specific site, the investment. It wouldn't necessarily be that this project has to be all spent on one site and all spent on the particular charging units. Again, it can be that you're spending a large portion of this on the underground infrastructure so that you are able to add more units later. So, it's definitely a very, very logical concern, and that's the approach staff would by all means take in how to best determine how to use these funds, right? It would be that, we'd want to see more investment in the infrastructure and then less investment in the per unit or in the number of units. So you might only see a couple units pop up at the rec center and a couple units at the harbor for now. But the infrastructure is now there, paid for the expansion in years to come.
Follow up?
Yes, please. I still don't understand how much one station would cost. And then your note for the 2027 budget, it says that the charging stations would be revenue neutral. Would it be possible for them to make money? But mostly I'm interested in how much one station approximately would cost.
Through your worship to Councilor McDonald, that is a difficult question to ask because it just depends on what type of existing infrastructure is there. Is there power there? Is there not? How far away is it? How long do you have to run the power? How much power do you want to run? So it's a difficult question to answer if you're looking for the quick and easy answer of if I was right on top of all the infrastructure and everything was done already and I'm just right there, perfectly placed. Then you're maybe more likely to get a per unit cost. But again, there's also different types of chargers, how fast they charge, what up to what voltage, etc. So those are all different costs as well. So I don't have necessarily the per unit cost, like I said, in front of me, because even to do this application, the application is not, yes, I want, charging stations. We literally have to bring out contractors ahead of time to do a feasibility assessment at each of the locations that we're looking into to determine what type of cost it would take to get a charging station at the locations we're looking at. So again, even to complete the application, we need external contractor or consultant professional assistance and guidance to help us get those numbers right in our application. So it's not something I can necessarily answer today.
So this is a 50% off sale.
Correct.
But it was pitched as 100% free. So I think I feel where this is going. And quite frankly, I'm with them on this one because I thought it was free. Woo, let's do it. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I do appreciate that the infrastructure would be put in with that. I think that's my main concern with energy type initiatives is that we do not have the infrastructure to support that right now. So I like that. I think any other year I would be for this, but with all of those storm outfalls, and you're looking at $5 million in front of us. I appreciate the way of the future and being able to source this, but I think we might have to go for a smaller grant. It sucks to leave that money on the table, like Councillor McDonald was saying, but I don't know if I can justify $500,000 when we're looking at all these repairs we have to do. It's an unfortunate ask for this year. I wish that I could get on board with it, and I appreciate that you're trying to bring us there.
Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. So I think at this point, it'd be good if council could give us some direction on what amount they are comfortable in adding. And I think what we would do is in the motion, we would very clearly say, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, whatever that number is committed based on matching grant funds, essentially. So that project only moves forward if we are successful with this grant or some other grant that comes down the pipe in the next year.
Okay, fair enough. My struggle with this is I don't have any metrics on what our ROI is on this. What kind of revenue stream is it? If we did put